You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, hi, how are you?
Good, how are you guys?
I'm all right. Darcy, you fucking took your video away, you little prick. Hello, welcome to 420 Radio Show. I am Al, and Marcel is hiding.
No, I'm not.
Yes, he is. He's
right.
hiding.
Right.
He's behind that plant right there in the corner.
Yeah.
He's hiding right behind it.
Well, actually, no.
A little picture of you hiding behind a plant. That's what we should do.
Actually, if you look at that plant down at the bottom left, like closest to you,
yes,
then just left of that is my chair that I'm sitting in.
I have a chair in my greenhouse as well.
Mm. Yeah. You got to have a chair in your garden.
Well, I have a chair and a table. The table may be moved. We'll see if I really need
Not
it.
Everybody's lucky like Darcy gets to bring his own chair wherever.
I gotta say, I bring my own chair everywhere I go. So
you know, I tell you, I've thought about buying a wheelchair just to do that. I hate carrying a chair, and I can't stand very long. So that kind of, you know. What are you eating, Darcy?
I am eating kielbasa sausage.
Strawberries.
Cracker.
Oh,
I thought you were eating your strawberries. You just macerate it.
So these lovely people right here, wave hello. This is Kaylee and Nick Jones. They have a beautiful daughter named Sophie, as well as some other kids. I don't know their names. I've only talked about Sophie with you.
They have a beautiful daughter and some other kids.
Well, I was going to ask, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you've been on the show before? But why are you here? Why are you here to brace our knuckleheadness with your pleasure?
Well,
she took the night off just to be here. Yeah. Just saying.
I just rescheduled my shift. That's all. But yeah, no, we've been on before to help our beautiful daughter Sophie raise awareness for using CBD oil for her epilepsy. She's got rare genetic conditions that cause epilepsy and ataxia and hemiplegic migraines, and she's been on CBD oil for 5 years now. And we've raised awareness around a provincial petition and a federal petition now, and we've also kind of been raising awareness for.
You were also very lucky in the fact that Sophie got the chance. Well, I think all of you got, right? You all went?
Yep.
To go to Disney World, right?
Yeah. Even our respite worker got to go with us and help us.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. We went to a place called Give Kids the World, so it was wasn't just Disney World, but it was they give you tickets to just about anywhere you want to go in Florida. Yeah. Like if your kid's into space, you go to Kennedy Space Center or Universal Busch Gardens, like you name it. Even when you leave, you get a world passport, so you can go to just about any theme park, amusement park in the States, even a few in Canada for free. anyway, yeah, treated like royalty for a week. And
the exciting thing about their trip, though, for me, was the fact that they were allowed to travel with Sophie's medication, which I've never heard of anybody being allowed to do that over the border into the U.S.
Yeah.
And I watched those border shows.
Yeah, so do we, and that's what I was expecting.
Every episode, they're talking about pot and bringing it over the border or trying to fly in with it, and it's a big no-no.
Yeah.
So tell us that story. What happened there?
That's exactly what we were expecting. We've spent like 6 months talking to the DEA, getting letters, talking to Health Canada, and
making sure we had it from her doctor, from
like
everybody on this side.
Binder information and letters and everything. And yeah, we'll go there, and the supervisor for the U.S. Customs was like, "Hey, you could have just called it medication. I would have just waved you through." He's like, "I don't want a press release." I'm like, "Can you at least look at the letter?" And he's like, "Yeah."
So there was really nothing when you left.
Yeah. Just waved us through.
What about coming back?
Fine. Yeah, I don't even really.
We only had enough to put in syringes for the the plane ride back, so I just put it in syringes, and they didn't even question anything. So.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's good because you're here in Canada, province to province, depending on where you're going, I guess you can fly.
Yes, you can fly anywhere in Canada with it. Yeah.
What I was going to say, what I was even more surprised at was how easy it was to get it to smoke while we were down there. That was even more surprising because I wasn't expecting to be able to find any.
Did they
have? Really?
Yeah, it was almost like here. It was around like every corner. I even seen an ice cream truck driving by, and it was like mobile cannabis dispensary. And I was like, really? I even practiced not smoking before we came down here. Yeah, I didn't need to.
Nope.
Well, that's awesome. And how was the time there? I'm sure they treat you like royalty.
It was insane. Yeah, like while we were where we were, like on the Give Kids the World grounds, everything's free. The Ben and Jerry's ice cream from 7 in the morning to 9 at night, like all the snacks by the pool, popcorn, slushies, 3 meals a day. They even had like wood-fired pizza delivery till like 9 at night. Like if you get back late from the parks or whatever, they bring you food late at night. And yeah, it was just time stood still for a week.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, there's 4 accessible rides there. There was she got to put a star on the wall of stars, so all the kids from Make-A-Wish get like their own little star that they special, or like what's the word I'm looking for, put their name on it or whatever, and they put it through this little fairy that puts it to the big giant on the wall, and then they get to
Cool. There's got to be like 300 to 500,000 stars on those walls. It's insane.
Wow.
Yeah, so we can go back and see it whenever. Like 30 years from now, we can always go back and see her star and visit the grounds. And
she was okay on the rides?
She was okay the entire time. The flight, the rides. We went to Epcot.
Excitement, I bet.
We had just heard that the Guardians of the Galaxy was a sweet ride, but I said, not even thinking the guy had like a 17-year-old son. And we went there, and they were like, the height requirement was 42 inches. So
and our 3-year-old met it.
We took everybody on, and then we realized about like 2 seconds into it, we made it. Well, I don't know if it was a mistake because we made everybody else except for the youngest, the roller coaster addict. She's just terrified though, Raylyn. Well, I had to Google it after. It went 96 kilometers an hour in the dark, like you were going through space, so you couldn't see the track or anything. And the cart, the roller coaster cart, swiveled in all directions and even turned. So it was just, yeah.
Yeah, when we talk about it, Sophie is just, yeah.
And Sophie absolutely loved it.
Loved
beaming.
it. Yeah.
That ride on mushrooms, Marcel.
Yeah.
Would be intense.
Yeah, it was insane. Not what we were expecting at all.
I'm happy that you guys got to do that with her. My girlfriend in high school was one of Jerry's kids. She had muscular atrophy.
Yeah.
And got to do a little bit of touring because of Variety Village. So I've heard stories on how they treat you. And I've gone to a few theme parks as media, and they do the same thing. They just, whatever you want to do, just here you go.
Yeah.
You know, African Lion Safari let us go into the park with, you know.
Wow.
So that kind of thing. So when you get a chance to do that with somebody who might never ever experience something like that, you know, it was nice.
We could have never afforded it. Just looking at the pricing when we left Epcot, it was like almost $600 for a 3-day pass, and that's not
person.
Yeah, and that's not
Yeah.
even like a.
That's just the pack.
Yeah, and that's not like the park hopper, so that's just one park each day, and
and that's also per person.
Right. Yeah, we went to SeaWorld for a few hours on one of the last days, and because we didn't realize they weren't in their summer hours yet, and our mindset was like we'd enjoy the Give Kids the World grounds in the morning, and we'd enjoy the afternoon at SeaWorld, but they were closing at like 6. So we got there in the afternoon, enjoyed a dolphin show, and we're all like, oh, they got these ice cream dots, and me and Kaylee had each had them as a kid. They're like made with liquid nitrogen, I think, just little tiny ice cream balls. And we're like, yeah, we'll let the kids experience that. We got 4 and a bottle of water, and it was $80 American. I was like, yeah, this is why we don't buy things.
I took my godson to Ripley's in Toronto.
Yeah,
and it was $120 for each of us because
that's actually
an adult, right?
With our world passport that we got when we left, we can actually get in there for free if we can make it up to Toronto.
Canada's Wonderland.
For the next year. For the next year, we can get in.
Awesome.
I think there's Canada's Wonderland, Ripley's, and what was the third one?
Great
Wolf Lodge.
Yeah.
Probably the CN Tower and Niagara Falls and African Lion Safari as well. All of those.
The aquarium.
I wish there was a few around here, but we really don't have anything entertaining around here.
Look, you could go fishing.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that anyway.
Look at that. You see, he caught on. He saw I turned the cameras on, so he turned his camera on. We're working on it. So tell us a little bit about the history that you've gone through with Sophie, and because we've had a few really well-known cannabis kids in the community, both in the States and around the world, and Canada, and it's nice to see them thriving still.
Yeah, she's thriving really good now.
Because she started having seizures at 3 years old, and we tried 3 different pharmaceutical medications. 3.
Yep.
Clobazam, Trileptal, and
Keppra.
And they all were just horrible side effects. I mean, you could deal with like skin rashes and stuff, but it was like the lack of balance. She was like falling over. She was having, or she's like the happiest kid you'll ever meet. She was having like rage fits. She'd grab right a hold you and just scream. Just not like her at all. And
screaming in the night.
Yeah, and I mean, we were avid users for quite a while, and we just knew what it could do. So we just talked to her neurologist, and he hummed about it the first time we mentioned it, and then eventually he's just like, well, you're parents. If you guys want to try it, then by all means, then that's what we'll do.
Emily's just been diagnosed just about 8 months ago with epilepsy after falling down and having seizures and blah, blah, blah. She's also type 1 diabetes. She's only 21 years old. And she's in and out of the hospital repeatedly, sometimes weekly.
Yeah, that's what Sophie was.
Yeah. So they've recently they're on the medication trail to try and see what works.
Yeah.
They're not sure if cannabis is okay for her because some people it's not.
Yeah.
And my cousin in the States tried cannabis. She's been having seizures, grand mal seizures, since she was a youngin', and it didn't work for her. I'm thinking that it was the wrong strains that they tried, but it didn't work. So you're using CBD oil.
Yeah, Charlotte's Angel is what we're using through
okay.
Yeah. And they've been amazing.
Yeah,
amazing.
Awesome.
They finally, after a fight of 3 or 4 years trying to get coverage for her and federal or provincial petition, we do have her medicine covered through them. Because I finally asked, and they said that they were going to help with it for the foreseeable future for now.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah, that was a huge.
It was a Christmas miracle when we got that email, because my grandmother kept coming to me, and like she passed away a couple years ago, and she just, in my head, felt like she was just like, you just need to ask. What are they going to say? No, like. So I was like, I'm tired of fundraising constantly. I'm tired of having to work on another fundraiser, trying to figure out.
Because you got to keep jumping off things,
Yeah.
Hey, Jerry. Jerry is in Louisiana. He's been on the show. He's a retired police officer who supports cannabis.
That's awesome.
And does a lot of work in the community. It's easier now than it was for Cheryl and Haley.
Yeah.
Now, how old is, I think she just celebrated her birthday. I think she's 30
She's
now.
just coming up on her.
Yeah, on the 26th. She's coming up on her 9th birthday.
Yeah.
That's Sophie, but Haley's coming
Oh,
up
yeah,
on
Haley,
her
yeah,
30th. 30th.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think.
wow.
She just had her 30th.
Wow.
And
No,
she's still fighting it, and she's still up and around. She was just on pace with Al Graham, and we've had both of them on here. I love talking to Haley because she just blurts it out there, says what she's feeling.
I love her personality.
The similarities between all these kids is unfortunate, but it's not helping with finding what really works, right?
Yeah.
Everybody seems to be different. I know some people who can tolerate it, some people can't.
Yeah.
I know some people that it causes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they warned us about that at the start too. They said it could
Make it worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I've got faith. It's like she's got it in her genes.
Yeah, no, she was doing really good, or has been doing really good with it. Like when she first started with it, they would be like 5-minute seizures lasting up to 45 minutes before we had to give her a rescue med. And they weren't stopping with like any of the anticonvulsant medications, and we were having to give her rescue meds every week. And
I was working an hour and a half a day. So
have you found anything that conflicts with the cannabis oil?
I don't know if you consider the ataxia med.
Yeah, well, they upped the ataxia medication, and we thought maybe that was causing her to have these more, like, because when we did her 48-hour EEG, she wasn't having any seizures, but she's having these background seizures or background noise, or what was it?
Yeah, it was like seizure activity, but they weren't seizures. Like they don't present as seizures; she'd just be acting normal.
Yeah.
But on the EEG, it was just like crazy brain activity.
But yeah, they thought it could be from her her ataxia medication causing these ataxia episodes or hemiplegic migraines. But once we downed the ataxia medication 5 mils twice daily, and then upped her CBD oil another mil for the morning and afternoon, she's only had one seizure since before we left to now, and it was just on Chloe's birthday party because she was getting sick from the cold that her sister had. So she hasn't had any seizures, bad ones, since switching.
Yeah, they didn't want to up it any higher, and an extra mil in the morning and afternoon.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah.
But she never had any seizures while you were on her trip at all?
No, not one.
Not one.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is great.
She was just.
And at one time, she was having daily seizures.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, it was hard watching her go through that. It was daily, or at least every other day, because of overstimulation. Or
she's never been there since she started the CBD oil.
Did you try her on the RSO, like the full?
No.
Right?
No, because we wanted everything to be neurologist on board, and that was.
Yep.
Yeah, he is.
So it was never a time where you thought about using that.
Yeah, no, like we had thought about it, but we just didn't want to.
Yeah.
We wanted everything to be on the book and on record, and
we don't want to get in trouble for giving our kids something that we weren't supposed to. So we wanted to
it's not the first. You're not the first parent to say that.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
the parents' worst fear of CPS showing up at your door and be like, "No, you screwed up. You can't do that."
Well, they really can't. They can't. If you've got everybody on board and your checks and balances, and it's a nice feeling when you can just go through the process as opposed to battling every stage.
yeah, that's where we wanted to be. We just wanted to make sure that we were doing it right for her and for others too, and for others to see that it's okay to give your child CBD oil and know that it. Like, I know there are kids out there that don't respond to it that well. Like, I have a daughter who has, or I have a friend who has a daughter who has infantile spasms, and they tried it, and it just never worked for Haley at all, like another Haley, and so she couldn't use it. But I know that it has been working for Sophie. Like, she's gone 2 weeks no naps because of adjusting to it and not having seizures unless she's overtired or sickness wise or whatnot. But like, she was napping at least every day, and now she'll go like 2 weeks no naps. Yeah, she's thriving. She's talking a lot more. She's almost walking now with one hand. Well, she's walking with one hand, but almost walking. Gonna take her steps. She's so close to taking her steps. But
and another thing about
Keep your phone in your hand.
Yeah.
Tell her if when she gets up and walks that I can't race her anymore.
Right? Yeah. I think she'll still use her wheelchair though. That's her favorite thing is just racing and pulling wheelies. But
once she's used, because it's like myself. I mean, I was in the sense I was 17 years old because of a forestry accident. And when I was talking to my doctor today, like I told him, I said, I understand that yes, I have movement now and I can feel my whole left side, but I understand I may not walk, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Right?
That's because he's a lazy guy now, sitting there all the time.
I have a little trick for you to try for Sophie.
What's that?
When you want her to take her first couple steps on her own, put something in each hand.
Yeah.
Right? Even a small toy, just something in each hand.
Yeah.
And she'll be able to take those steps easier than she would if there's nothing in her hand. And it's a psychological thing, and it works
It really
really
is.
well with little babies.
Yeah, she usually does have something in her hand when mom's trying.
I've been trying to trick her. I'm trying to get her to stand by herself, and she is so close. Like at the last video I just posted, I'm barely holding on to the toy, and then I let go, and then as soon as she knows that she's not having any connection that way, then she is going down properly though. So I know she's not going to fall flat on her face, but she's just so scared she's going to fall because of falling when she started having her seizures, and it's just
What about using one of those? They've got the pillow clothes that you can wear that if you fall they just go like a
good idea too.
car bag, right? I've seen videos of that.
Little airbags for toddlers.
Well, no, they have them for seniors. That's what I've seen.
I know. I've seen them for all different sizes.
Yeah. I was thinking about it.
I was thinking about getting one for Darcy's for when I push him in his chair, but
Is that for when we start the Olympic boxing?
Yeah, wheelchair boxing.
Oh, we're doing
Darcy's going to get into wheelchair boxing. I'm going to get into wheelchair boxing driving.
And tennis. Don't forget the tennis, Marcel.
I'm not doing the tennis. I'll watch you. I'm not running around tennis court. I'm going to push you into somebody else's fist. That's it.
I'm going to push you into somebody's fist. There's a friend.
And if I get hit, I'm hitting them back.
Who, me or him?
Whoever hits me. I don't care.
I thought I was getting hit too because he got hit.
Nope.
No, you're getting pushed.
Yeah, you're just getting pushed. I'm using you basically. I'm gonna block the other guy with you.
So
I think it'd be fun.
I have somebody sent me this page. This page, I'm just loading it. This page is about an auction. This auction
is on Facebook.
On Facebook. I'm going to shut off the chat for a minute. Sorry, people.
No, please
And
help Chris.
so there's all kinds of cool things in here that are up for
what it's
auction.
for, Al.
Well, just while I go through the page, why don't you tell me what it's about, Marcel?
Well, that's what your job was there for. That's what you were doing. I thought that's what you were doing.
I'm going through the page, and I'm
you're
going to
just showing
let
off
them tell us what this is about.
It is for the East Coast Cannabis Substitution Program, where Mr. Backer supplies cannabis and cannabis education to addicts in downtown Halifax.
Oh, this is Chris's thing.
This is awesome.
Okay.
And there's more items to come, says Debbie Stoltz-Giffen from Maritimers Unite for Medical Marijuana, who's also watching. But yeah, Chris needs some help.
I have one of those.
He really needs a lot of help with volunteers, is what he needs. So if anybody's listening and wants to help out downtown Halifax, on Monday mornings, it'd be well worth it, because if I lived in Halifax, I'd do it. But
well, you know, I'd be there. I'd be there as well too. I miss going out and meeting people and helping support.
But it's Halifax, and I'm not going to live there. So been there, done that. Didn't even get the T-shirt.
I couldn't even do that. I drove an hour and a half to Dartmouth for 3 years, back and forth, and I couldn't even stay overnight when my bosses were like, "It's a snowstorm outside. Do you want to stay the night?" I was like, "No, I'm driving home."
Yeah, I was in there today, and I didn't want to stay.
No, never want to stay.
So I'm going to post a link to the auction page if you want to help out the East Coast Cannabis Substitution program.
Yeah, okay.
I can't remember which it is, but it's a
program.
I think it said it on one of the shirts in that picture.
Good. Yeah, I think it did too, but I was going too fast.
Slow down.
Slow down. All right. My mind is racing because I also shroomed today. So I have a question for you guys.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to answer it, please feel free just to say I don't want to answer it, because I'm curious. I'm hearing things about psilocybin and epilepsy. And I'm wondering if you guys have explored any of that side of things.
No.
Okay.
No. Maybe when she's older, I feel like it probably wouldn't.
It's hard now because we have different neurologists than the one originally prescribed, and it's usually a steady battle to try to find anybody who even knows anything about cannabis. Or like, it's hard to find people you can have conversations about stuff like that with. So
yeah.
So
my doctor said the same thing today, Al. He's all for cannabis, but he would not sign my script because he does not know enough about it.
Yeah.
You know what, Darcy? When I went the first time to talk to my doctor, who just retired, and he's my doctor for almost 40 years, he said, no, because I don't know anything about dosing cannabis.
He said, I don't know enough about it, so I prefer not to. Get your doctor that just signed your script to renew it. I said, I know.
But the next time I went in, because it was at the whole beginning of the whole section, not sections. What was the first one? The MMAR.
Yeah.
And then what was before that?
Section 8.
Okay.
No, it wasn't a 56.
It was Section 56.
Okay, so I started.
But it was just as stupid as a Section 8.
I got my MMAR after 2 years of waiting, and he finally said, I said, where are you with cannabis? He said, well, you didn't bring me your forms in. I went, oh, okay. I waited until he figured it out. He had to figure out dosing and things like that. And we're going to get there with psilocybin too.
Yeah, I believe it.
Hopefully it's not going to be as painful.
Yeah, it probably is though. Everything's painful.
No, I want peyote.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed.
I think that would be better.
I just saw something about I have a subject that I haven't seen in a while, which was cranum, and I've tried it. I broke a rib and broke my elbow, and then I needed to continue because I was doing Hope, which was our version of the CPS in Hamilton, and I sat there all night and I did some kratom, and the pain just went away. But after, oh God, off to the hospital I went. That's another one that you hear about, but you don't hear about. It's illegal, but it's not illegal. It's like we'll get there.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
DMT, make it in your mind.
I know,
It's
right?
illegal.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to take a quick break.
Yeah.
We'll come back with our continued conversation with Kaylee and Nick about their daughter, and we're going to talk with Kaylee about what her next fundraiser not a razor. Fundraiser.
It's a fun fundraiser.
Okay, we'll be back.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Hi, we're back.
I know Darcy's pretty quick on that camera, isn't he?
I noticed that. Yep.
So you know what happens when he turns his camera off? That's his chance to get his nose picked. Without us seeing it.
One day we're going to catch him like this.
Well, if you notice, my screen always has an image in it. I'll change the image. But you don't put a camera because I just pick my nose when it needs to be picked. How's that?
Maybe when I do this, it's maybe because my wife's walking by.
Ooh.
Hey, I know my friend sitting there behind his wife will say the same thing. Happy wife, happy life.
Right.
Yeah.
You've been here every Friday since how long? And somebody should be used to that by now.
So there you go, Al. Gerald just said the Louisiana legislature just banned kratom, and which will go into effect August 1st.
Well, you're going to have to come and hang out one day and talk about that, fine sir. I like
That's okay. They'll
been on the
ban
show a few times, and he's interesting because he knows the law. He's been there for the fight, and now things are different.
Yeah.
It's good to hear.
Yeah. It's not alone. It's common trend.
Well, people say, "Oh, Canada's legal up there. It's legal up there." Okay, yeah, it's legal for recreational purposes.
Yeah.
As far as the Canadian government, they still spell cannabis with a H, marijuana, and it still says that they do not recognize cannabis as a medicine.
Yeah.
Yep.
How long you been doing this, Marcel?
what?
This
show?
No, it just the whole cannabis.
2010, Marcel, hasn't it been?
Medical cannabis advocacy was started in 2008.
Okay.
But the use of cannabis started.
That just happens to be when Facebook went online.
Yeah.
I graduated from school.
But use of cannabis started way back when in the 1900s.
Yeah, let's start there.
He was there at the burning bush,
Pretty much. 74.
I didn't start smoking or using cannabis until I was 19, from peer pressure. But at 16, I was heavily dosed on Ritalin and Dexedrine. I was a test study for hyperactivityness.
Yeah.
And I was given the choice of staying on it or going off of it at 16. My doctor asked me if I used cannabis and if I did, to not bother with the pills because it'll do the same thing.
Yeah.
So that stuck in my head. And here I am at 60. How old am I now this year? 61. And I use it daily.
Yeah, that's why I haven't been able to stop.
I just couldn't stop. But I didn't start until I was 19.
Yeah,
like I said, from peer pressure, right?
Yeah, I was 20. I don't think I was very pressured. I was just more curious. I had a lot.
No, it was pure pressure because I was selling it before I started smoking it. The bikers always said, "Don't smoke your own supply because you won't make any money," which is true even today. So I didn't. And then one day a buddy went, "Oh, come on, Al," and I was like, "All right." And you know what? I didn't enjoy it. I didn't find it all that interesting. But here we are.
Here's a cool trick. You buy a bag of weed and you pay $20 for the bag of weed. And in that bag of weed, about an ounce, and you roll 60 joints from that bag. And you sell them for $1 a piece.
Which is what we did in the 80s.
When you sell 20, you go and you buy another ounce. Right? And you roll those up. Anything that you sell from the other joints is your profit.
Correct.
To do whatever you want.
Buy more.
You always buy your replacement ounce out of the first batch that you sell. Then you're
standing order once a week.
Yeah.
Yep. It was a different time back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you could get an ounce. Well, an ounce. When I first started, an ounce was about $10.
Well, we were getting $20 ounces back then, but now, I mean, you get a $100 ounce and you're doing good, unless of course you order online from the indigenous store or something.
Super cheap online.
Yeah.
I got a better idea.
I'm seeing they've upped the prices where there was a lot of $29 ounces. Now you can get them for $49 and up.
Yeah.
And I mean, but there's some bud on there that's $2.50 and up. No, man.
Or you just go spend $1,000, build yourself a little garden.
Yeah,
grow your own.
So I did. I haven't bought weed in over a year. I mean, I think I bought a couple of joints, but that's about it.
I've started buying Dime Bag, which is at the LP here in Ontario, which is a product, and it's 4.5s for $10 plus tax.
Yeah.
And they have your indica, your sativa, and your hybrid, and I wrap them with a slicker on there, and it does what I need it to do for $10.
Yeah.
You get 4 or 5. It's a good movie buzz.
Yeah. I don't go buy anything because what am I going to buy? Anything that I want, I'll just fucking make myself.
Yeah.
But some people don't have that option, Marcel.
I know.
Sad as it is.
It kind of leaves me out because, I don't get to try a lot of this new weird shit that I would turn around and say is garbage anyway.
Right.
Okay, so can you do you have a page for your thing coming up, Kaylee?
Yeah, it's like pinned to my Facebook page.
All right, I'm going to snoop your Facebook. There it is there.
So we're going to talk about what you're going to do.
I am
scare the crap out of herself.
Might pee my pants a little bit, but I am trying to raise money to help Easter Seals. They have helped with my daughter's wheelchair, with her hippo camp, and also music therapy. So they do programs out there for people with disabilities, with their wheelchairs, with special equipment, with programs to help them. And they have helped us quite a bit. So I figured this was my way of trying to give back. So I'm trying to raise $1,500. I only got $565 left to raise, and I down the tallest building in Halifax.
You're going to rappel down that building, aren't you?
Yeah. Gonna try to not pee my pants, but
I wanted to do that. I wanted to do that, but they were like they weren't too keen on me doing that in the chair.
Yeah. Why? Because you break your legs?
Do it.
No, you can do it, but you can do it now. But when I wanted to do it, they weren't too keen on it.
Oh, yeah. I've
But
seen
you
other.
now.
Your
Easter seals are wonderful people because they help my life too.
My question is, have you ever done something like that before?
No. We went to on-tree ziplining for Soph because we figured Soph would enjoy it. Somebody had mentioned it. We're like, oh, yeah, we never thought of that. And we went, and then we didn't think about it until we got there. They're like, well, only one person can go with her or whatever. And so I was like, well, if you want to go, and I didn't even ask about heights if she was okay with them or anything. And she went, and she was just like, yeah, wasn't that cool with them? But she pushed through and did it, and that wasn't near as high as this is going to be. So it's going to be.
So what's after this? Skydiving?
Oh, hell yeah!
I would love to.
I want to do that too.
Next
Bailey, do you know what I did? Do you know what I did back in the 80s?
What did you do?
I rappelled from the roof of the Metro Center.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool.
Inside straight down with no wall to mount off of.
That doesn't sound too fun.
I've never repelled anything other than people.
That's just free fall repelling.
I'm not a big fan of heights, so it just looks cool. It looks like a cool experience, but I'm gonna try to focus on how strong and resilient my girl has been and everything that she's gone through, and that's the whole reason I want to do it, for her and others like her that have to go through so many painful.
So much.
Yes,
with
just
a smile on their face.
Yeah, like
when is this?
The 12th, August 12th. So Sophie will also be having her scoliosis surgery come August 7th. So she'll be in hospital recovering from that. Nick's gonna come and watch her, so
I was hoping
can.
I'd get to go watch her, but I'm gonna have to be with Soph.
Yeah. So.
Are you gonna wear a GoPro?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, is it a Friday?
It's a Tuesday.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, you have to.
Is the GoPro going to be aimed at your face? Because that's what I want to see.
I think it's kind of going to be aimed at my face. Well, it's on a helmet, so like.
Oh, okay, so it won't be at your
but
face.
they also have a chest piece that I can wear too. But I figured if I put it on the helmet, then you guys can see.
Yeah, you put it on the chest. I think it's just going to be aimed at the sky.
A little bit of my face, but I feel like if it was on my helmet, when I try to look around and stuff, I feel like you guys would be able to see how high up I am.
I have a bracket to put my cell phone on a helmet. Yeah,
that would be a good one to repel off of.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah. I've thought about doing the CN Tower thing.
That would be.
Yeah, that would take a minute.
Where you go out over on the swing thing.
Jump out of a goddamn plane, you wuss.
I would like to.
Probably get it done up there for like $200.
I had it booked many years ago, but I was just too heavy at the time, and now I don't think my legs would be. I think I would break my legs or my hip.
No, not if you're tandem jumping, because it's the other guys up there going to go. See, I had never had that had to do that. I never got to do tandem jump crap. Like we were just thrown out.
That's what I had arranged, but I was just too heavy. I was pushing over 500 pounds at the time. So.
Well, we were too heavy too, with a rifle, backpack, front pack, side pack.
Yeah, I want to skydive with my chair out.
Yeah.
You want to what?
I want to skydive strapped to my chair, so when I'm coming in, I can wheel really, 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 really fast and go really fast.
Tell you what, if you guys can get someone to cover the classes and actually do a jump with us, I will come out there.
I'd do a jump.
I could get that done for Darcy in a matter of a phone call by calling DeBert.
Yeah, I go to Bert and do it.
That would be cool. I think I'd rather skydive over bungee jumping any day.
Yeah. I figured it out.
Yeah,
if
bungee jumping has never been on my list of things I ever want to do.
Come on, Dale. You don't want to come with us?
Oh, I'd skydive. I don't think I'd bungee jump, is what I'm saying. I feel like the whole being slung like backwards or whatever the word is, I don't like that idea, but I wouldn't mind skydiving.
What about the bungee jumps where It's just long enough for you to go head first into the water.
That's all.
I was just
back
going to
up.
say we did a piece when Ontario Place put a bungee jump in, but you had to climb up. So I took my sister and her boyfriend and a buddy of theirs, and they went up, and I took pictures of them coming down, like right underneath almost. But they hit the water, which is one of the reasons why Ontario's Place pulled it out of there, because people were getting concussed from hitting the water.
Oh,
yeah.
Just
hitting water is just like
one
hitting
there.
concrete.
If there was an elevator to go up there, I may have done it, but I wouldn't have been able to climb. I think it's 100 feet in the air. I was like,
Yeah.
no, thank you.
Yeah.
But the urge to do something like that is definitely there.
Yeah, definitely. Come on, Dale. You can do it with us.
Yep, Dale, you can come with us.
He said his fat ass wasn't doing it. He sure can.
Saying no. There's no no's there, Dale. If I got to
no
do
weight
it,
restrictions skydiving, and Dale.
Hey, Darcy.
What's that?
Lily will still be down there then. Maybe Lily will go down and watch and get some pictures for me.
If she looks out to certain, are you going to be are you rappelling down the side of that building that's on the harbor?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Then Lily would be able to see her from the hospital. If she was on the other side, Lily would be able to see her.
Yeah.
Lily doesn't have to stay in the hospital.
No, I know.
Yeah, but they could just go down and check it out.
Oh, definitely, that'd be cool.
Yeah,
I might do that on the 12th.
Hollis Street, 1801 Hollis Street.
1801 Hollis Street. Isn't that the Stuart McKelvey building?
I'm sick that week, Marcel.
Mm-hmm. Looking it up.
Yeah.
Look, he's already on the phone trying to make arrangements.
Yeah, that's how big it is.
So,
So big.
Marcel, you got a video?
Sure.
All right, and remind me, I've got Kaylee's page here up. We'll bring that up again when we come back.
Sure.
What do you got today?
I got a video on a completely different take of cannabis.
Oh yeah, the hempcrete. Yeah, yep.
All right, ready for it?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna make it big.
Wait,
Sit back, get some popcorn, and enjoy a ride on the AI train.
You make it big and tell me when.
Oh, I made the thing. It is big.
Huh.
Let's dive into hempcrete, a building material that's making waves in sustainable construction. Despite the name, hempcrete isn't concrete. It's a biocomposite made from the woody core of the industrial hemp plant called the hurd, mixed with a lime-based binder and water. Industrial hemp grows fast, up to 15 feet in a few months, making it a highly renewable resource. Hempcrete isn't used for structural support. Instead, it's packed or sprayed as infill around a wood or steel frame, acting as insulation, wall mass, and vapor barrier all in one. Think of the frame as your house's skeleton and hempcrete as the flesh that fills it out, keeping you warm in winter and cool in summer. Once dried, hempcrete forms a lightweight, firm block full of air pockets, which are key to its excellent insulating properties. It's not new, but as we look for greener ways to build, hempcrete is getting a second look. And no, you can't get high from it. Industrial hemp has almost no THC. Hempcrete creates breathable, solid walls that help regulate temperature and moisture. It's a simple, natural material that's changing how we think about building. The result? A wall system that's energy efficient, healthy, and sustainable. Hempcrete is redefining what our homes can be. Making hempcrete is like baking for your house. You need the right mix. Start with clean, chopped hemp hurd, sourced from the inner core of the hemp stalk. Mix it with a lime-based binder, usually hydrated or hydraulic lime, and water. The lime binder reacts with air, slowly hardening and giving hempcrete its strength. In a large mixer, dampen the hurd, add the binder, then water until the mix clumps but doesn't drip. The right consistency is crucial for strong, insulating walls. To build, set up forms around your wall frame and pour the hempcrete in layers, tamping gently to keep air pockets for insulation. Don't overcompact. Those air pockets are what make hempcrete such a good insulator. Repeat layer by layer until the wall cavity is filled. Once packed, hempcrete cures over time, hardening into a solid, breathable wall. The process is hands-on but straightforward. The result, a natural, high-performance wall that's as green as it gets. That's how you turn a fast-growing plant into a future-ready building material. Hempcrete's biggest draw? Sustainability. Hemp grows fast, needs little pesticide, and improves soil health. As hempcrete cures, it absorbs CO2, making it carbon negative. Your walls literally clean the air. Its insulation is top-notch. A 12-inch wall can hit R25 to R30, beating most conventional walls. That means lower energy bills and a more comfortable home year-round. Hempcrete is vapor permeable, so it lets walls breathe. No trapped moisture, less mold, and healthier air inside. It also protects the structure from rot and extends the building's life. Fire resistance? Absolutely. Hempcrete can withstand flames for hours and doesn't release toxic smoke. Plus, it's pest resistant. Termites and rodents steer clear. It's durable, safe, and built for the long haul. In short, Hempcrete offers a rare combo, eco-friendly, energy-saving, and healthy living, all in one wall. That's why it's catching on with forward-thinking builders. It's a material that works as hard for the planet as it does for you. But hempcrete isn't perfect. It's not load-bearing, so you still need a separate frame, adding cost and complexity. Materials can be pricey and hard to source, especially in places where the supply chain is new. Upfront costs are often 10–20% higher than conventional builds, even if you save on energy later. Hempcrete takes weeks to dry, slowing construction and requiring careful weather planning. You can't rush the process. No next-day drywall here. Building codes can be a headache. Many inspectors aren't familiar with hempcrete, so permits may take extra time and paperwork. Lack of standardization means more engineering and documentation. These hurdles can scare off some builders and homeowners. Still, for those willing to navigate the challenges, the long-term benefits can outweigh the initial headaches. It's a trade-off. More effort up front for a better building in the end. How does hempcrete stack up against concrete and fiberglass? Concrete is strong but heavy, a poor insulator and a major CO2 emitter. Hempcrete is lightweight, carbon negative, and a great insulator, but not structural. They're not direct competitors. You might use both in the same building: concrete for the foundation, hempcrete for the walls. Compared to fiberglass or spray foam, hempcrete's R value is higher. And it's all natural, no toxic off-gassing. Hempcrete also adds thermal mass, helping regulate temperature swings. At the end of its life, hempcrete is biodegradable. Just crush it and return it to the earth. Conventional materials end up in landfills. Hempcrete completes the cycle. Hempcrete walls simplify construction, acting as insulation, sheathing, and vapor barrier in one. Fewer layers mean fewer failure points and a more robust wall. The upfront cost is higher, but the performance and health benefits are hard to beat. For those thinking long-term, hempcrete is a compelling alternative. It's a smarter, greener way to build. Where does hempcrete work best? It's ideal for new custom homes focused on sustainability, energy efficiency, and healthy living. In new builds, you can design the frame to maximize hempcrete's benefits: super insulated, airtight, and breathable. It's also great for retrofitting historic brick or stone buildings, adding insulation without trapping moisture or harming the original structure. Hempcrete excels in climates with big temperature swings or high humidity, stabilizing indoor temps and buffering moisture. It's less suited for fast, budget-driven commercial projects or high-rises due to cost, labor, and logistics. It's sweet spot low-rise homes and small commercial projects where quality and sustainability matter most. For those playing the long game, hempcrete delivers. It's not for every project, but where it fits, it shines. Hempcrete is for builders and owners who want a home that lasts and gives back. So what's the bottom line? Hempcrete is a natural carbon-negative infill that insulates, breathes, and lasts. It's simple to make, but requires patience and planning. The benefits are big lower energy bills, healthier air, fire and pest resistance, and a smaller environmental footprint. The downsides? Higher upfront cost, longer build time, and some red tape. It's not a structural material, so you'll need a frame. For the right project, a custom home or historic retrofit, hempcrete is a game changer. It asks us to rethink our homes as living, sustainable systems. The trade-off: more effort now for a better, greener future. And that's a conversation worth having.
Where'd we all go?
I was muted and had to get my way back.
Look, he's there. Look, he's came back. Look at that. And then he rolls away.
It rolls away.
Yeah, I've been intrigued by that stuff for a long time.
Kind of cool.
I've watched a few videos on YouTube about hemp. I've watched a full house being built out of hemp.
Cool.
Both using the plant and with concrete.
Yeah.
You know, it's the most diverse plant on the planet.
Yeah, you can't argue that.
Why?
Do they still allow, or are they allowing now farmers who are farming hemp to use the whole plant, Marcel, or is it still just the stem?
Well, no, it depends on what they're growing their hemp for.
Yeah, so you got it when you get your hemp license, you can get it either for textiles and fiber, or you can get it for seed and food, or you can do it for the CBD.
Huh?
Which is the hardest to get, the CBD?
I wouldn't.
Well,
say
it's the lowest amount on the plant. Like on hemp itself only has like 3% CBD.
Are you growing hemp, or are you growing CBD cannabis,
Nick? No, he's just growing for him.
Yeah,
We're not allowed
I
to grow for
I
sale.
haven't grown any for self.
Oh, you haven't. So you're just growing for yourselves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Me now.
Yeah.
You do you need a license to grow hemp to make CBD, Marcel?
Well, there's licensing for growing hemp. To get a license to extract CBD from hemp, you would have to get a micro license or an LP license.
Which then you'd have to sign up to the CTLS.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Now, can you do that under? I guess we don't have the MMAR anymore, but were you able
if
to
you do that? But no, if you did that and you did sign up, then
like as a patient, how do you go about? How would they go about growing and harvesting hemp for CBD for Sophie? Is what I'm getting at.
I wouldn't use hemp.
Nope, I'd use Suzy Q.
I would use a high CBD strain.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Suzy Q,
because still want some THC.
Suzy Q reaches up to 34%, and it has less than 2% THC.
My friend, her son James, was having a real hard time with seizures, and she was using. She had a hard time finding anything in California, surprisingly enough, and she started giving him Charlotte's Web.
Yeah.
And then of course there's Halley's Comet as well up here, right?
Yeah.
But it was hard for her to find something that would actually work for James because he's bedridden and he's nonverbal, and although they have a conversation obviously, but
yeah, it's like
he's on tubes, he can't eat, blah blah blah. Although he's grown up now, he's still very much alive and kicking. But I think that because of the type of situation that she was in and he was in, mostly because she was having a hard time finding people that were comfortable administrating. Okay, because this is before legalization. All illegal stuff, everything's going on illegally and blah blah blah. You guys were lucky and had to you were able to skip right over that.
Yeah,
you found good doctors.
Yep.
Once you have the doctors on board, then you got to get the government on board.
Yeah, that's a lot harder, it seems.
You're freaking right. It's a lot harder to get the government on board.
Yeah.
We're trying to lobby the government right now, Nova Scotia, to pay for catheters for people that need them.
Man, that's ridiculous.
Well, I pay $87 a week, or no, $87 every 3 weeks, and that's only because a good friend of mine gives me a really good deal.
Man,
that's the only reason.
Covered.
That's insane.
Should be
Yeah,
covered.
if it wasn't for him, that I I hate to say it, I wouldn't be able to. I'd have infections all the time because I wouldn't be able to afford to piss.
It's ridiculous what's covered, Darcy, because a friend of mine just started a medication that isn't covered until you get up to 20 milligrams. Now that the doctor has raised him to that, now it's covered. Lancets for my meter, for my diabetes meter, they're not covered. Needles are not covered for diabetes. But yet you can get a free meter and free strips and everything, but the needles are not covered, right?
Yeah, you got to pay for that.
Either one way or the other.
Yeah.
Just buy yourself a sewing needle and have yourself a torch.
You get 100 for like $12 or something like that, and that's not a bad price. But still, $12 for somebody on a fixed income like myself. That's a lunch or
that
dinner,
could be your milk and your bread, because that's exactly what milk and bread cost nowadays.
Exactly. It's I'm slowly going. I'm going into the seniors side of things, and it's a lot of what I've read about what happens with your CPP and all that other stuff. And now they're trying to say they're going to change it. Mm-hmm. They're going to put it up to 67 now.
Yeah.
Man.
But yet companies are starting seniors discounts at 55 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't get it. And now I've got the package when I turn 60.
Want you to work longer.
But I looked at if you take the early package for the Canadian pension plan, you're like losing 30-40%. If you take it when you're supposed to, you get what you get. If you wait for the longer version of it, which is new, you can get up to 40% more or something like that.
Well, I'm fighting with Canada Pension right now. Well, I shouldn't say fighting. I'm still waiting for them to deny or approve me.
I was denied, so I was put right onto ODSP.
Yeah.
Right. So I wasn't denied. I just didn't have the hours. I didn't work for a long time before I became a cripple. Right. But anyways, so your event, we're going to bring it up again. Please send your money.
Please.
Any dollar amount helps.
Yeah, Easter Seals are amazing people too, because they bought two of my 5 chairs that I've had in my life. They paid for, so
it's not just kids. Easter Seal that
no, they pay for my chair. They'll pay for my wheelchair repairs too.
Yep.
Yep.
If I can't afford it,
help pay for Soph's hippo camp in that picture.
So on August 12th, 2005 or 20,000.
Can we go back?
Kaylee's going to jump.
Repel. I'm not going to jump. I'm going to repel.
I'm sorry.
Someone's going to kick her.
Just going to fall off of the seat.
Somebody's going to catch you?
No, nobody's going to be there.
Superman will be down there waiting.
Yeah.
You should get yourself a Superman outfit and go stand down at the bottom.
All right.
Should. Yeah, Nick's going to stay in hospital with Soph since she'll be recovering from her surgery. But I'll post the video as soon as I'm done, because that's what my goal is, to show all my supporters how they helped me raise money to be able to support people like Sophie and others with wheelchairs and special equipment, and just as much as they help individuals in general, just because there's so many options out there, especially how expensive wheelchairs and accessible equipment is. It's the least we can do. So
well, we will. Oh, that's not playing. Trying to play a
hammer sound.
Yep.
We should have a chat later on tomorrow about something. I just thought of something.
Send it to me in a message so you don't forget.
Yes, I'm going to do that here in a second. Once I join.
What?
Darcy's got a new scam. I can see it coming already.
Okay. So speaking of Darcy, you got something for growing stuff going on there, Darcy?
Well, yeah, I was going to take you guys out and show you how to mix nutrients.
All right. Well, get yourself getting ready for that. We're going to take a little break here. And
me too, sure, Alan, I sure will.
All right. We'll be right back.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This is how we grow the weed.
This is how we grow it, Al.
This is how we grow it.
You're obviously not outside doing it.
I was just going to say.
Well, no, because now it's dark. I can take you out. It's going to be like
these things. We do this every week, Darcy.
No. I still got a grow segment for you. I'm just not going to show you how to mix nutrients today.
All right.
I still got some
that. I read your message, and I'll leave that in your capable hands, and I agree wholeheartedly.
Yes.
I'll leave that in your capable hands. You get it done.
I will try my best. But
breaking news.
So he's doing it again this week.
Go ahead, Darcy.
Lisa didn't say breaking fake news. Yeah, so I wanted to you fucker. I want to chat a little bit about nutrients and how to mix nutrients and feed your plants and stuff. I was going to show you exactly how to do it because it's a little easier to show you than to talk to you about it. But I'm going to talk to you about it right now. So when it comes to mixing nutrients, you can do it two ways. I just got to grab this bottle.
You'd think he'd be prepared. He's only been around for how many years?
Yeah.
I was. It just was out of my arm reach. So when you're mixing nutrients, on the back of your bottle, they'll always give you directions.
Yes. Unless you can't read them because they're too fucking small.
Yeah.
Take a picture and then blow it up.
Yeah. Well, those directions on the back of that bottle are their recommendations. Their recommendations so you don't burn the shit out of your plants or kill them and say, hey, your nutrients sucks, you killed my plants. You always can raise it or lower it to your
I always shy on the I usually dilute it a little bit more than I should with water, just on the safe side.
The other thing is it's always super important to read them directions because you wouldn't believe the people out there that I give nutrients to. That I was like, they ask me how much do I mix per milliliter. I'll tell them, and just because I told them, now they won't read the directions. These directions are there for a reason, but they also tell you important information because with this silica, Al, if you were to use this in your nutrients, you would have to pH your water afterwards.
I don't have it.
I know you don't have this.
I don't have that. Yeah.
I know you don't have this because this bottle right there is like $200.
Jeez.
And it's only a liter. It's because but you don't need very much. You only need quarter of a milliliter per liter. So you're using 1 milliliter per gallon.
What brand is that?
This is the Formax.
Okay.
But this is their silica. I use their silica over everybody else's silica because of the availability and the way that they designed it to make it so your plants uptake it. The only downfall of it is it'll raise the pH.
I think he has notes today, Marcel.
No,
I
this is
don't
on
think
the
he
brain.
does. So I'd need 75 milliliters
for your 200 for your big reservoir tank.
For my 300 gallon or 300 liters.
Yeah. But you pouring that 75 milliliters into that tank is going to jack that pH right up to almost 8, if not over 8. So then you got to go in and readjust that.
Yep.
If you don't readjust it, then you'll get locked out of a whole bunch of nutrients that is really important to your plants right now.
Gallon of lemon juice.
A gallon of lemon juice, some pH down. I mean, there's many different things you can use.
You know those apps they've got now where you take a picture of a plant and it tells you what's wrong with it? Do they work?
Well, if your plant is loaded into the system, yeah.
To an extent, Al, yes, they do.
To an extent.
We had somebody came on a long time ago, Marcel, with an app that allowed you to put all the information, pictures and everything like that, and it'll tell you how to care for it. It's got a diary. Do you remember what that was?
Oh, there's all kinds of those
I
ones.
know we've had a few people on, I think. I just can't remember what it was called.
There's so many of them. Basically, they're grow journals.
Yeah. Grow Diaries there is a website
Diaries.
called Grow Diaries because I have an account with them. And you can win all kinds of stuff with them guys because you track your grows and your strain that
there's
you
apps
grow
on your phone that you can get as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's along the same idea. In all honesty, you're better off with a notebook and a pen and do it by hand. Why share your information? Right. That's why I won't use them.
Do you use anything, Nick? Well, for your grow?
Yeah, but very minorly. I don't spend a lot of money on chemicals.
Now, see, the good thing with this, Nick, is this is an organic line.
Yeah.
That's why me and Marcel used it.
Yeah.
But for Nick, because Nick grows right into the soil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I'll tell you, in all honesty, what I think is the best nutrients to use, and that's Gaia Green.
Yeah.
Use the veg in the beginning, and then when it's come to flowering, throw the flowering mixture on there as well. And it's all slow release fertilizer. So you just add fertilizer at the beginning of the season and then midway, and you're done.
Oh, so that's the only real difference there with using a Floramax is you're mixing it yourself. You can, or you can get a premix, right?
Yes.
Floramax is ideal for pot growing, like growing in containers, because then you can regulate how much.
Yeah.
Because Nick grows in soil, like in a plot of land, right? All his nutrients are also going to everything else around.
Yes. Yeah.
There's all the grasses, all the tree roots underneath is all sucking that nutrients up.
Yeah.
Right. So it would be crazy for him to go out and spend $1,000 on a bunch of Floramax nutrients that he's just going to throw on the ground to feed the lawn.
Well, if you're ever up around Truro, Nick, let me know. Message me. I'll give you fertilizer. You won't have to buy it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
With the Gaia Green, I mean, for the amount that you grow, the Gaia Green would be ideal.
Yeah.
One bag will probably last you 2 years.
Huh.
And then so you buy one bag of each every 2 years.
Yeah.
And you pay, I don't know, around $30 or $40 a bag.
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, I did something neat last year when I grew. I made my plots and I dug in as deep as I could. Basically, it came near to bedrock, and I built a chamber just on the top side of the hill on each plot. And I took a plant pot, and filled it full of rocks. And as deep as I could go, I put rocks underneath of it, so that way when I dump water, I can bottom feed like right to the bottom of the roots.
Yeah.
So when I do feed them nutrients, it doesn't completely get wasted on everything around it. It does kind of go directly into the plant. I found that did help a lot last year.
Oh, it would.
Yeah.
Buddy of mine has the same thing, except for he has a piece of 2-inch hose buried in the ground right down underneath his root system.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. He grows right in the ground, and he'll dig his hole big enough to fit 2 of them cubes of ProMix soil.
Yeah.
And that's what he throws in them.
Yeah, because I found I can mix like a 5-gallon bucket with nutrients, and I could damn near like just 2 plants. I could just sit there and dump them. You know what I mean? I didn't have to sit there and worry about compacting the surface soil or anything. I just dump them on the rocks, and away I go.
Yeah, and all that runoff.
Yeah, it's quite nice.
No, it works good. But yeah, so when it comes to that, these things, Al, on the back of that bottle, get a magnifying glass, or I'll send Ken a message and tell him that he has to blow that up on there for you.
A poster.
A poster?
I'll put up a poster in the grow room.
Actually, I got. Fuck.
Take a picture with ChatGPT and tell it to.
I do. I got a poster here. I got posters here and pamphlets. I never even thought. I don't know why you never got none of them.
I don't know. I appreciate it when I get. I don't fuss.
No, understandable.
Okay, so one more time, let me pull up Kaylee's thingamadingy.
Look at that face.
That face. I follow your posts intently. I enjoy seeing her smile.
Yeah, we hear that a lot.
Well, that's
Girl is everything to me.
A lot of kids don't smile though. That's
that's
the sad part. They're just so not well that they just don't know how to smile anymore. And it's nice to see she hasn't lost that.
Yeah. No, yeah. With all she goes through, she still has that big old. Well, she's bringing in her second big tooth, and it's just so friggin' adorable.
Yeah.
And I talk about her surgery coming up, and there's no sign of being scared at all. I'm the one that's more scared. Yeah.
I went and saw Emily when I was in Toronto at the beginning of June, and she had just had a hose put in her nose for a scope.
Yeah.
We were trying to see what was going on. And I have not seen her since I moved up here 3 years this month. So it was difficult seeing her that way, but I was so happy to see her because she tries to smile. She tries to keep her sense of humor.
Yeah.
Is Sophie verbal?
No. She is a talker, and she signs, which on her talker, she's really, really smart and really quick and sassy on it.
Way more than you'd expect.
Is it a keyboard, or is it just something that, so
it's like pictures, and it's black contrast with high contrast colors like red, yellow, blue. I think the girls have it right now.
Yeah,
but it's like high contrast colors with black behind it, and it's like her own vocab, which she goes through it, and she will tell her workers to hurry up, that something's wrong, that she wants to do something.
Like the cat, feed me, bitch.
Yeah.
I want to do what the others are doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those cat buttons are hilarious.
Yeah.
She'll tell you if she needs to go to the bathroom if she's hungry.
It's the same technology, surprisingly enough.
Yeah.
Like she does so good on it. She says, "I love you" on it, and then she'll also call people button text. Or clowns or animals.
There's like an empty button on there, and if you hit it, it says button text, and she'll hit it fast enough, it'll just be like butt. I was like, you trying to call them butthead? And she'll just start laughing.
I had a friend many years ago with Lou Gehrig's disease, and he'd lost every bit of movement in his body except for his clicker finger.
Wow.
So he was very able to use the computer.
Yeah.
And then his eyes he had the laser things on his eyes so that he could type. And I met him in a chat room. So, I mean, he was very well versed in using it. He could carry a conversation. If you did not know his situation, you wouldn't even know.
Yeah.
You know?
We got to try out the eye gazing when she first started with it, and she did really good with it. But where she moves around so much, they figured a iPad would be easier for her. And at first, again, just like her wheelchair, we didn't think she was gonna understand it.
That was hilarious.
It's an electric wheelchair, obviously.
No, just
I thought she was gonna need an electric wheelchair. She does not need an electric.
Really, she just.
Oh man,
she pushes herself really good.
I remember Kaylee went up with her to get her wheelchair from her rental for first. We didn't have her own yet. She brought it home, and Kaylee was like, "Yeah, she did so good with it in the hospital." And we set it up here, and she went around every little obstacle, went right down to her bedroom, and did like a perfect 90 degrees right into her room. Didn't hit a thing. I was like, "Holy crap!"
She does better than me because I run into the walls every day.
It blew my mind. Yeah, she's she'll sit there with donuts in it.
You guys have raced, have you, Darcy?
No, I wanted to race her at Harvest Fest.
You guys should have.
No, I got to meet her at Harvest Fest, and that's where I got to meet these two. Marcella introduced me.
Yeah, I wish they would do another one this year, but I totally understand.
Yeah, it'll be hard.
Next year, I think the one I went to was about 5 years ago.
Yeah, 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, it's going to be. You're right there. It is going to be hard because everywhere you go, you got to have insurance, and once you put cannabis there, and you say that it's all ages event, well, that word cannabis and all ages just doesn't go.
They don't go together, no. Yeah.
But what they don't realize is all these young kids that are there aren't kids that are there just to get high. These are kids that use this as medicine.
Yeah.
This is their medicine. Without this, they would not likely be social out in public. They'd be,
you know what we've done around the kids is basically you don't make a big deal out of it. You know, it's no different than somebody having a cigarette.
Yeah.
But what I will do is if one of the little ones was to say, "What is that?" I would just say, "It's my medicine."
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to go into a big long description with a 7-year-old.
Exactly.
No. Yeah.
I have
our kids were around it,
Yeah.
not when we were using it, but they were around it. They knew what it was. Emily uses it now. David has tried it. Finally, when I was there, I smoked my first joint with my boy. I was excited about it, but
yeah, we want to educate them and make sure they know that
you're not allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you are. You can educate your own kids.
Of course you are. Not
You
public.
just can't go educate other people's kids.
Yeah.
Well, we
On
try.
that, you're dressed as a woman.
Yeah, I got some on there. Yeah, just leave it up to our kids to educate other kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll teach my own kids things.
You're not even allowed to go there. Do kids even go to sex ed anymore?
Grade 5, I guess, is when they're starting it. So.
And they're what else were they talking about reintroducing? They were talking about reintroducing something in Ontario that shouldn't have been taken away in the first place. I mean, when I went to school, we did the national anthem and a prayer, and then your day started, and then at lunchtime we had announcements. And
was it for Jewish?
No, it wasn't for Jewish things. It was just general.
Was it the Lord's Prayer?
It was the Lord's Prayer, and then oh Canada, blah 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 blah.
We had when I went to school, we had "Oh Canada," "God Save the Queen."
Yes.
And the Lord's Prayer.
We sang the "God Save the Queen." The Lord's Prayer was the first one to disappear, though.
Yeah, I think "God Save the Queen" disappeared when I was going.
Yeah, we only had "Oh Canada."
Yeah.
Do they still do?
I don't know. I don't think
national anthem if anybody with a child who's listening in school right now, do they still do the national anthem? I know they do it in schools in the U.S. schools.
Yeah, but Canadian schools.
Yeah, I
I
feel
don't
like they
know.
might have taken it out. The girls are starting school in September, so I'll find that out.
Hey, I'm sure someone's kid got offended by it, so they took it out.
I'm sure. Well,
I don't remember us having it in high school at all, but then I don't remember ever getting there early in the morning either.
I remember one of my
Yeah,
teachers.
no, high school announcements and the national anthem disappeared somewhere around grade 10, I think. But I went to a public school in Yorkville in Toronto in the 60s and 70s, and we had segregated areas for girls and boys, our own bathrooms for girls and boys. The only time that we were allowed to hang out with the girls was outside or in the cafeteria kind of thing.
In high school, we never even had gym classes with girls.
We had mixed classes right through, even in high school.
No, not our PE classes.
No.
I mean,
PE.
think about it, a bunch of testosterone-filled fucking maniacs playing dodgeball against a bunch of girls doesn't blow well.
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm having a flashback.
yeah, that girl you hit in the face with the dodgeball, right? Ow, you asshole!
My sister putts.
Wow. No wonder she kicked your ass so much.
Yeah, no, that didn't happen. So I just want to ask, we haven't spoken since the weekend, Marcel and I and Darcy, and both Darcy and I sat and watched the concert for Black Sabbath and Ozzy. We sat there and watched it together, and then Marcel came in, and a few other people came in, and it was cool watching it with other people.
I came in for the part that I wanted. That was it. I saw the schedule, the lineup, but
my sister kept leaving.
Was going to be there so much as well.
My sister kept leaving because she was trying to work. Al came in once or twice, but overall, you know what? I sat there for the whole thing from start to end, as did Darcy, pretty much. I'm sure you did, or listening to it. Marcel, you had it going on while you were in the garden, right?
I had it going on while I was working in the kitchen.
I really, 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 really enjoyed it, and I'm glad I spent the $20 to get the ticket. Did you guys?
The only one that
spent the $20 too.
Yeah, the only one on that whole show that they should have fucking gagged after his first song he sung was Axl Rose.
Yeah,
Sammy Hagar.
I got a hate for Stevie for Hagar. I don't like him. He's an arrogant fucking asshole.
What did you think of Youngblood though?
Youngblood was fucking amazing.
I've seen a couple clips of him. He did really good.
Yep.
Yeah. Really changes. He did
Steven
good.
Tyler, his voice is still very much there.
Yeah, for how old he is, he's killing it.
He's older than Ozzy.
Yeah.
I was actually surprised.
I was really you could hear, if you really have a good ear for music, you could hear him singing. You could hear his voice, and with obviously double fucking auto tune. I'm sure.
Who?
Ozzy.
There's actually a clip out there.
I saw. That's why I brought it up, because I saw this
of Ozzy without the music or
without
the auto
music
tune.
and no auto tune or anything. And you know, he didn't sound that bad. He sounded like Ozzy.
Yeah.
With a sore throat.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
No, he sounded like Ozzy getting fucking old.
Yeah.
He is almost 80 years old, so.
The reviews, and then there's been a lot over the last couple of days about Bill having his shirt off, and what's his name? Tommy. Is it Tommy or Tommy?
I don't know.
Tommy Iola or whatever his last name is. But anyways, Tommy said that he looked like a character from Gollum or whatever from one of the movies, the big.
Oh, that's because of the makeup.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, he was
Dale wants to know
he
why.
went for it. The fucking 77-year-old drummer with his shirt off, just going for it, you know.
Dale wants to know why Steven sang a Zeppelin tune for a Sabbath tribute. Probably because they wouldn't let him have copyright.
I wouldn't be. Yeah, but he pulled it off. Fucking amazing. I believe each band had 3 songs. You had a choice of one, a Black Sabbath or Ozzy, and one of your own, and then another song.
Yeah,
right, something like that. Anyways, but I watched it. I loved it. I'm glad I spent the day doing it. I'm sure you've seen clips.
Yeah, I've definitely
I
seen
just
it.
love seeing Slayer and Pantera. That
Slept-
was fucking awesome.
No, thank you.
Oh man, Kerry King.
I was like,
so play the guitar, dude.
Yeah.
and then
And
Axl
Phil
Rose came
sang.
on,
Phil
and I was
sounds-
like,
he sounds like identical as he did 20 years ago.
Well, Guns N' Roses come out. I didn't realize it was Guns N' Roses until
he looked like a girl.
no, he didn't look like Axl Rose. He looked like
I thought that was the mom off
fat
the Goonies.
transvestite guy. I don't know what he was. It wasn't until I saw Slash with the guitar that I realized who the fuck it was.
You know who was
grandmother
really,
is
really good? Rival's Sons was really good, and they were.
Oh,
the
that would have
second
been. I
band.
love them. Yeah, I never even
they were
seen
really
clips of that.
That
one.
guy's got a voice.
Yeah, I love his songs.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yes, Youngblood has attracted a lot of attention throughout this.
I've been seeing him more and more in the last year. Yeah.
Well, he's starting to get a bit more of a
That's-
name for himself. Ozzy helped out a lot.
Yeah.
I've heard of him before. But I've never heard him before. If you get what
Yeah,
I
I
mean.
definitely didn't hear him like that.
Yeah, not like that.
Yeah.
And it was a good choice of songs for him to
Yeah,
sing.
yeah, he did changes really well. Yeah.
Still not as good as Ozzy and Kelly though.
No.
Because I've heard Changes forever. I mean, it's an old song, but when Ozzy and Kelly did it, that's when it first hit me how good that song actually was.
Too heavy
Because
for me, Dale.
They did it perfectly.
No, but yes, they did. Of course they did. There were a few really, really, really good covers that were done. And I'm sorry, Axl, but
Are you though?
You should just hang it up.
But then I saw a video of him a few days later performing in Europe somewhere, and he sounded great. You know,
He was just having an off day. That happened.
Metallica.
I guess that's the difference in auto tune.
Metallica came out, and you could hear when as soon as they started playing, you heard a crack in his mouth, his mic, and he just sounded like crap until they did one of their songs, right?
Yeah,
and that's what people don't get. You know, they sound awesome with their songs. They perfect that.
Yeah.
Right? What they don't perfect is covering somebody else's song. I'm sure they rehearsed, but I think with Metallica, I think that there was something there technically wrong because there was no anything. It was just his voice, and it wasn't very good.
Yeah.
You know, here I like to sing, but I can't sing like that. Anyways, anything else that we wanted to discuss today?
Oh, how my federal petition got lost.
Oh yes. Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I worked
How
very
convenient.
hard, and Debbie helped me work very hard on trying to get our federal petition done. And
For what?
the CBD oil for pediatric patients to get covered, just like the veterans have theirs covered. I really wanted it covered for Sophie and other pediatric patients that have been using it and their parents have been going into debt or remortgaging or whatnot to be able to afford their medication. And so I've worked hard with all of my family, friends, and Debbie and all of the people from Moms to try to help the kids have another successful petition, because we already did a provincial petition, but we had to do federal. So we tried, and then finally, after sending it in, I love you too, buddy. At first they said that they had to just process it, and then it was that, oh, it's a federal election now, so we can't deal with anything right now. And then it was, oh, well, I'll figure it out and talk to the other secretary. So then I finally called a couple times again, and then it was, now we don't, first it was, it needed to be amended. And I was like, well, if it was needed to be amended, I'm pretty sure I already fixed it at the beginning. And then literally not in the same breath of emails, the secretary was like, oh, no, now she said that she never received it. So that's where we're sitting with our federal petition.
And they don't have a paper trail.
No, they said that they never received it, but I mean, like I said, the post office told me since I had a return address on it, it would have been sent back to me if they never got it.
I had that happen with ODSP stuff when I moved. 2 years later, they caught up with me. So my suggestion would be anything that you send relating to that to anybody, send 3 times.
Yeah. But like we needed the original copy, so I figured photocopying it just like I did our provincial one just to have it for Sophie for her like memories type deal, because I knew you're not allowed to use it like a photocopy, so I just photocopied our provincial one. But I was like, well, I can't really photocopy. I didn't think about it because I was like, we can't do anything with it, so I just sent it along, and then was thinking that they would get it, but then it was just, at first they said they were processing it, and then they said that then it was a federal election, so they couldn't do anything. And then it was, oh, I'll ask the other secretary, and then it was back and forth, and then it was like, actually, no, she said she never received, well, at first it was, they needed to be amended, and then it was, oh, never mind, I didn't receive it. I'm like, well,
Did they not realize that a child is suffering?
Yeah, no, they don't care about that.
No, they don't care about that. And that's the terrible thing about the whole thing is they don't care about what them parents have to go through every day.
No, they care about who the next person they're going to get in the picture with them shaking their hand, putting on Facebook. They don't.
Like I said to Chris Palmer's office, I said the only reason we got anywhere was because I had I don't even know what the word I'm looking for, like the motivation to ask all
It's called gumption.
Yeah. Like, because if I didn't have it, we would still be trying to fundraise and trying to make sure she had enough money to buy her oil every month. But I was like, I can't keep doing this. I'm tired, man. Like, I want my daughter to have something that she can have a quality of life for. So
even and they've even made it so difficult. Even if you could pull off growing her the medicine that she needs, you wouldn't legally be able to process it.
No, we'd have to send it off. Yeah. What was it, like $200, $300
to get it tested? And I think you get
just to get it tested.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And of course, every plant's different, so you get to test every batch, right?
Every plant is different, so you would have to test every batch, and different cannabinoids are going to be different. The CB levels are going to be different in every plant.
Yeah, cannabis.
So like we think about it when she turns 18, right? But not right now. It's just easier to get people to put a signature under it and buy it.
Yeah, the cannabis clinic.
Right now, you're trying to get it covered.
Yeah, just for pediatric patients.
Yeah.
But I mean, I have it covered for Sophie, but that
not
doesn't
everybody's
mean
so lucky.
Yeah.
And like they could change it, like they're just changing hands right now. So I mean,
thankfully they're still okay with giving
it
to her for free, but that doesn't mean what happens if they ever.
Right, is that going to continue?
Exactly.
This is what people don't realize. This story doesn't stop when they leave and we move on to another show.
Yeah.
Their story keeps going on every minute, every day, and looking after Sophie and making sure she's got her medicine. So these things that she has to take daily that are covered, but there's many more things that aren't.
Yeah.
Right. Like there's more things that aren't covered than there are that are covered. Correct.
Yeah, and like when it comes to accessibility, it's insane how expensive things can get when you know they don't need to be that expensive.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
How
It's
does
need to buy a set of tires for my chair?
Yeah. Yeah.
How do people like Easter Seals and other associations that are helping you? How do they feel about the cannabis? Are they on board with it, or are they just doing it because they're a charity and that's what they do? Like,
I feel like
do they recognize it?
They don't even ask about cannabis, honestly. Yeah.
They don't ask about treatment.
No.
I don't even think it's on their radar, to be honest with you.
They need a wheelchair. They need a wheelchair. Yeah.
You need mobility. Here's what we can help you with.
Exactly. Yeah. And the therapies and everything.
Yeah, they help with social music therapy and all that.
Because see, with Easter Seals too, Al, it's kind of like your last resort in the province.
Yes.
To go to. At least it was for me, because they tried funding through community services. They tried funding through a couple other businesses and a couple other programs, and they were like, well,
I mean, in Canada, healthcare is covered, but no, it's not.
Yeah, let's just say healthcare is partially covered.
Yeah.
But in the States, you got to basically pay for it yourself.
Yeah.
Right? There's a difference there.
But
one of the reasons why we'll never be the 50 whatever first state.
Maybe that's the secret. Maybe
I'm not giving up my health care. Sorry.
Yeah, well, like my big thing too is like what happens if she ages out of the pediatric program? What happens when she is an adult? Then we're gonna have to start figuring stuff out that way too. And I feel like people with disabilities and chronic diseases or chronic conditions should be covered, just like the veterans are covered. It should be something that.
Well, they had a hell of a fight getting covered too.
Yeah.
Still
they still do.
Yeah. Still. There's still a lot of groups out there that are helping, specifically with veterans and cannabis.
Yeah.
I saw Fabian's name on Facebook the other day.
Another buddy of mine, Mark Morrison's doing his thing too. Me and Marcel know him, and he's doing his thing with the veterans.
Yeah.
And then there's people that have come, made their money, and left.
Yep.
No more girls.
Yeah, there was a few of those.
Unfortunately, there were more than a few.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunate that they see sick people and they see an easy target because you need your medicine. And you're going to do what you can to get your medicine.
We're getting close to the end of the show, and I want to make sure that Kaylee and Nick get their word out. So tell the people what you want to tell the people.
I'd like to tell the people that
them people
just to one, support me trying to help if you can, or even share my post to try to help
if you can't financially help, then
Exactly.
share.
Exactly. Because even just a share to help me spread the word, to try to help raise the rest of the money. I only need $565 left to be able to rappel from the tallest building in Halifax to help people with disabilities to get accessible equipment or to get.
This is for Easter Seals, right?
Yes. Yeah. So that I can help people like my daughter and just other people have a quality of life that way, so that they can live independently and freely in wheelchair or in whatever equipment they need. And then also just more awareness around pediatric patients and CBD oil, because I don't think my fight is done yet. I think I'll still have to probably do a online petition. I'm not backing down from this one, because even though Sophie's covered, that doesn't mean any of the other pediatric patients are covered. Doesn't mean that eventually
you want to make a precedent so that people can automatically get something like this.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't just stop with my daughter. I know that a lot of the other families have appreciated my advocacy for them too. So I want to try to still make it the awareness.
Is he okay?
What?
Sounds like something fell on Nick.
Yeah, he's trying to get the girls to bed. They're way past their bedtime, but their friends over hanging out with them, and now they're starting to.
Well, it is summer.
Right, exactly. They want our care workers here with them, trying to keep them quiet, but I think they're starting to stir too much. Sophie's been asleep for a couple hours now, but yeah, she's been doing really good on her CBD oil, and I just want her and others to have a quality of life that they deserve. Yeah, and just want to be able to give back, because this is my only way of giving back for Easter Seals. So yeah, if you can, please donate or please share to try to help us raise the rest of the money to be able to participate in this.
That's a long URL. Let's see if I can get a shorter URL to share here. Copy link. There we go. Marcel.
What?
Are you sleeping?
No, man. I'm sitting there listening.
I thought I heard snoring.
Not yet. Nope.
Nick's almost there with them too.
What?
Falling asleep.
Yeah.
Yes, you were making me yawn.
So was Al. Al's getting ready to fall asleep too, from the looks of it.
No, I'm good. I'm good. So, guys, when you've done your little rappelling, please send me the video, and so we can laugh at you and.
I'll make sure of it.
Screaming and
on
crying
the
and
show.
peeing my pants.
I'll make sure of it.
Ooh, I almost pulled my cord out. If I disappear, oh, you have a cat.
Kitten.
They're a little kitten.
Somebody knocking on something?
I was
Oh,
going to
no,
say.
it's Hoss wagging his tail.
Oh, the dog's
Oh, it's the dog. I thought it was a baby behind you. I saw this little movement. It wasn't enough to see that it was a dog.
No, as soon as I think about petting another animal, he goes ridiculous.
My dog is the exact same way. She will not let the cats come up out of the basement.
As soon as I make eye contact with the cat, he's like, "What are you doing?" Runs right over.
Yeah.
Is there anything you wanted to add there?
No, I don't think. I think we covered everything.
Right, you're a real good interview.
Well, he covered everything.
Yeah, I'm just here for support for her. I got no fun
I know.
going on.
Just wanted to make sure you got a chance to get your words in there.
Yeah.
He just wants to make sure she does it so that he can get the video of it.
Correct.
Only because she is scared of heights. But it's natural. Everybody has everybody has a natural fear of heights at 33 feet.
Yeah.
But jumping off the side of a perfectly safe building is slightly different.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
The first time's the hard part. The
Yeah,
second time's a lot easier because you know what you're in for.
This isn't bungee jumping. It's actually climbing down.
Yeah, you're
like walking down the side.
Yeah.
So
Like
we used to do what's called Aussie repel, where you turn over and you actually go face first.
That's what I'd like to do.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
It's actually it was actually originally designed for going down steep hills.
Yeah.
I think I've seen that. Dale said to watch the movie Fall, and I think I've done. I think.
Oh yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we watched that, didn't we?
Is that the one where they're in the tower, the radio tower?
I think.
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah, no. I have training in a couple weeks for it, but I don't think it will be like as tall as what I'm doing. But it will just be to learn how to use the ropes.
That one made my butt pucker, Dale.
Yeah,
that whole
one,
movie,
yeah.
I was like, ah. And I've been to heights. I'm usually don't have a problem with it. That one, like.
I used to be scared to death of heights until I started repelling.
So somebody pushed him.
Right.
Well, yeah, pretty much. I mean, they forced me to do it.
I still am. I still am terrified of death at heights. But yeah, I love being on an airplane.
Yeah.
I love airplanes too. Yeah.
Heights don't bother me. I hate ladders. I can't stand a
You
ladder.
know what? It's not heights that bother me. It's the fall.
Yeah.
Well, it's not even the fall. It's that sudden stop at the end.
Yeah. Thud.
It's
Right.
the only thing that bothers me is that tummy thing.
That's what I'm nervous
The
for.
whole tummy thing for me, and it's like, and then
The butterflies.
Well, when I went to the Middle East, they stuck me on a roof. And when I first got there, it was like only 3 stories high, but it was the whole roof. And there was a guardrail all the way around, and then a little bit of a ledge on the other side of the guardrail. So when I first got there, I'd go up to about maybe 3 feet from the rail and kind of look over the side. Then after about a couple weeks of that, I got up to the rail. Then a couple weeks after that, I was jogging on the rim on the outside of the rail. Because I'd completely gotten over that fear of heights. But I had to push myself to do it because I'll tell you, the first few days were pretty shaky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna have to push myself too, but I'm just gonna remember that my girl's in the hospital bed at this time, and I'm trying to do it for her and others in her shoes. So,
as Adam Sandler used to say, "You can do it."
You can do it.
definitely.
Al,
that's
I need you.
have in my
I would
mind.
like, Alan, I would
Huh.
like you to put up the auction again for the CC.
Oh, I just closed it, buddy.
Of course you did.
Just hang on. It's in the comments. Oh, no, I can't access it from that. There you go.
There. No, that's
Oh,
okay.
He's talking
now,
about this.
now his you're talking about Chris's auction.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find it. Gonna find it.
Only because, as Debbie said, they are adding new stuff to it. Right, or more things to the auction.
I'm gonna post the page again.
Hey, Darcy, there's pH and TDS meter in there.
I don't need one. I got a good one.
Oh, I know.
I was looking at a couple things in there though.
There's a yawn for you there, right there, Nick.
You
laughed.
can help with the girls again.
Okay, I'm shutting off the chat. There you go. Check out the page. This is for Chris Packers. CSP. CPS. Auction to help fund
The East Coast Cannabis. No, the East Coast Cannabis. You've got me.
Substitution.
Yeah, substitution project or program.
Program.
I don't know.
One or the
P.
other. It's a P word.
But there's some cannabis related things, there's some growing related things, and there's some non-cannabis related things in there. I think I saw a toaster in there at one point.
I saw a toaster. I saw a hoodie. There's the toaster right there. It's a Black & Decker. That's a $20 toaster, easy.
Yeah, bid on it. Give
So
$50
you bid
for
on
it.
each thing, or you bid on lots?
You bid on, I would imagine, each thing because it's got a number on it.
That's the
Project.
It's a project. Program.
Just program in there, yeah.
Can't make up his mind. It's a P.
It's a P. We did the same thing in Hamilton. Sometimes it was project. Follow like program.
I can't see why not. They'll see they're a novelty.
They are.
Perfect.
Aren't
These
they?
are perfectly legal until you germinate them.
So there you go. That's who your this option. Thanks for helping, Marcel.
Well, I couldn't. You were talking, or I mean, coughing.
Okay, this is the auction. This is who the auction.
this is who the auction is for.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, kind of through a cough. But yeah, if you can, if you're in the Halifax area and you want to help out, by all means.
Very worthwhile cause.
He'll take all the help he can get.
Yeah.
All right. Let's say good night.
Good night.
Good night, because I was going to choke to death if we don't.
I want to go choke to death.
Thank
Darcy?
you very much for joining us. You guys are welcome anytime. Please let me know when you have a video for us to laugh at.
Yeah,
I will.
And good
Darcy?
luck. And good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
I really hope
Art?
I'm able to do so. So only $565 left, and I can do it. So.
Any donations, guys? Share it. Get the word out.
Get the word out.
Yep.
Thanks for having us on. I really
Oh,
appreciate
very
it.
welcome.
Coming on.
Yes, thank you for coming.
And don't hang up right away, Darcy.
Okay.
You have a bad
All right,
habit.
so say good night, Marcel.
Good night, Marcel.
Good night, Marcel.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our VAC Roundtable number 51. Needless to say, we're back for more, and we brought somebody else who we have a great deal of respect for and towards, and this is Dr. Brian Adenoff, and he has been around, needless to say, a little bit. Go through a little bit of a bio. Dr. Adenoff is an addiction psychiatrist in academia. He is presently a clinical professor at the University of Colorado Anschutz Medical Campus. He retired in 2018 as Distinguished Professor of Alcohol and Drug Abuse Research in the Department of Psychiatry at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center, and as a psychiatrist for 30 years with the Department of VA Affairs, where he served as Director of Substance Use Disorder Treatment Programs at both the Charleston, South Carolina and Dallas, Texas VA Medical Center. He is also, of course, with and representing the Doctors for Cannabis Regulation. So thank you, Dr. Adenoff, for joining us this evening.
Sure, it's my pleasure.
I would also like to thank Veterans Action Council members Al Byrne, George Armstrong, Pius from over in England, Wade Laughter, and Michael Green for joining us tonight. So we'll start off. We're here to ask some questions of the fine doctor. So we're going to start off with the first question, which will be a simple one that all of us are kind of curious because everybody has a unique experience regarding us. Dr. Adenoff, how did you first get exposed to cannabis? When did you first hear of it? What was your first exposure to it?
So this is with the assumption that I have used it, which is a fair assumption.
Maybe you never have. You know, it's up to you to tell us truth or no.
And there is some risk actually in that Well, I guess you're talking about a long, long time ago. So it's an interesting. Well, all your questions are interesting, but that we have lined up. But this one got me thinking back, and in fact, I was texting with my brother and sister about it today when I was 13 and we went to Haight-Ashbury on a family trip. And I remember this, we were walking through and there was a tall guy with a beard and long hair, a hippie. And he looks at me, kind of nods his head like, hey, brother. And I thought, hey, that's cool. And I was very aware at that time that when I get a chance to try cannabis, I would. And a couple years later, a good friend of mine, I heard that he had been using, and so I said something to him. We rode the bus every day together, and I don't know, probably a couple weeks later was the first time I tried it, and I don't think it did much for me. I actually tried it about 4 times over the next 6 months. My friends were more active than me. I've never been big on using drugs or drinking through my life. But one of them got caught by his parents and he told on the rest of us. And my parents get this call at 2:00 in the morning and they come and wake me up. And I said to myself, I'm busted. And I mean, this is, what are we talking, 66? I mean, it was just so upsetting to my folks that I didn't use again for a year and a half until probably late junior year, senior year, at which point, enough was enough. And I used more frequently at that point. So it was a kind of rocky start.
Interesting. Well, everybody has their own unique situations that we've experienced. So very interesting. Haight-Ashbury. Right on. All right. Well, next up will be Council Member Al Byrne with our next question.
Doctor, again, we as a group and me personally, we're very welcoming to you. You've got a hell of a resume, sir. Very impressive. And part of that resume was that you were a NIDA researcher, National Institute for Drug Abuse work. And I'm curious, this is my question I submitted, that when you work for them or when you were around them or however you want to describe that, did you find a bias within that organization towards studies, research, ideas even that might come up with a positive for cannabis as a medicine or recreational use or whatever?
Well, let me back up a little bit. I did research primarily in brain imaging that was funded by NIDA. So I actually worked for the VA, and I worked for the last many years of my career for the state of Texas at University of Texas Southwestern. So I was never employed by NIDA. What they did do was fund my research, primarily in imaging, but also treatment. But I didn't do anything in cannabis. But I think your question is, did NIDA have a bias? Now, NIDA is, as you said, the National Institute of Drug Abuse. Their job is to explore, understand, and to treat drug abuse disorders. So they are not it's not part of their mandate to do research on cannabis as a medicine. So if you're looking to see, well, does cannabis work for PTSD? Well, that would be mental health. If you're wondering, is it good for pain? Well, that would be for an institute that studies pain. And so people often blame NIDA for not doing these studies when it really was not something that they're funded to do, and they would have a problem with Congress if they were doing these kind of studies. That being said, NIDA has done a lot of the work in terms of the animal studies, the preclinical studies, that has really done a lot to advance our understanding of cannabis. Now, but I think the question to me is, when they were looking at the downsides, the damages, the consequences of drug use, was there a bias towards finding things bad about cannabis? And were the researchers biased? And were the journals biased? And the answer to that is their job was to find bad things about drugs. Their job was not to find good things. So as a researcher, if I found that cannabis had a good effect and I wrote that up, I wouldn't be able to get another grant, because what do I have to go on? Their job is to find out bad things. And so all we did was find out bad things about it, because those were either, the researchers were, I mean, we're always biased to find what we're looking for, whether it's conscious or not. And I'm editor of a journal, the American Journal of Drug and Alcohol Abuse. And, you know, I prefer to publish a study that shows a difference one way or the other than one that doesn't show anything. So if all you got is a bunch of, you do all this work and find that, oh, geez, there's no consequences to kids using cannabis. Nora Balkow, the director of NIDA, doesn't want to hear that. She's relented a bit, quite a bit actually, she's pulled back, but that there is, by nature of what the Institute's mission is and the need to get funding and who's funding it, we have to pose our questions so that it's of interest to the funder, and we have to package our results so that they can get published. I mean, so if we came up with a study that was looking at cannabis use and kids and found that all the kids, like the ABCD study, a giant multi-million-dollar study that's looking at brain imaging and all sorts of other things in over 10,000 kids starting at 9 years of age, I'll be very interested to see what happens if all of a sudden we find out that the kids, I don't think this will happen, but if the kids who are using cannabis, the earlier they use, the better they do in life. That's going to be really tough for the Institute to deal with.
No, thank you for bringing that.
That was very good.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, that was a very good avenue. Thank you very much.
It's clear. It's also it helps people understand, because they have this curiosity about how science is funded and how do we arrive where we are currently. And sometimes people don't understand the basics behind, you know, what these organizations do. So having someone like yourself who has not only immersed yourself in it, but, you know, survived through it, it's just a reality that people need to be aware of, because you know, that's just, you have to get yourself financed so you can get yourself published, so that you can get peer reviewed, so that the discussion can actually, you know, take on further. It's not an easy thing to do.
We all answer to somebody, and we all get co-opted by something.
Yes, so there's always an editor out there somewhere. All right. Well, thank you, Doctor. The next question will go to Councilmember Michael Krawitz. Councilmember Krawitz.
Thank you, Etienne. It's great to see you, Dr. Adnoff. I wanted to preface this question with just a brief statement that I believe if cannabis were never put under control in the first place, that it would have been, I think, like Kenzie, our good buddy Kenzie Rivulet said, it would probably have been regulated a lot like capsicum. You know, that the plant itself, you can grow hot peppers, chili peppers in your yard. If you want to make an herbal medicine or something like that, you can. If you want to make a pharmaceutical out of that, the pharmaceutical rules control that. etc. If it's a food, the food rules control that. In other words, the product is what's regulated, not the plant. And I think that that's the way cannabis would have been, but here we are, where cannabis was highly regulated and even prohibited around the world, and we're coming out of that. And I realize when we're in Vienna that we're talking about cannabis medicine. That's what we talk about in terms of medicinal use. But they think pharma, they think pharmaceuticals, they think, oh, we need to, what was that use again? Oh, do we have double-blind placebo-based studies for that particular use? And I don't think we need double-blind placebo-based studies for every single use that we want to use cannabis for. That it should just be an herbal medicine that you get, and that it's free of pesticides and stuff like that. So, this medicine versus medicine problem, we have our idea of what medicine is, and they have their idea of what medicine is. And that just prefaced the question that I wrote, which was, how do we define medicine in the 21st century without winding up in a conversation about pharma?
Yeah, this question got me thinking as well. I don't think in the world we live in, you can discuss cannabis without pharma. They're too big, they're too powerful, they're too rich, and they're too influential. So they're there. Now there's a couple things you mentioned that I think you get to the crux is we have the plant, and then we have the extracts, the synthetics, the cannabinoids, various cannabinoids, terpenes, flavonoids, and so like Marinol, where you can make a synthetic THC. That's where I see pharma or Epidiolex. So in order to presently, the way the FDA is and has been since it started, they look at a very isolated compound, an isolated molecule. And they're not really set up to look at a plant. So the FDA is going to presumably continue to study, assess applications from pharmaceuticals for isolated cannabinoids or other constituents of cannabis as medicines. And they will go through the regulatory process. Now, what's really difficult, and this is particularly going to be an issue on a federal level in terms of how are we going to regulate the plant. There is no good answer for that. The way it presently is, there's botanical, a division of the FDA that is focused on botanicals, but still they're looking at extracts of botanicals. And to meet the criteria for the FDA for a plant, you would have to have it exactly the same strain is going to be exactly the same every time you grow it, wherever you grow it. So it's going to have to be grown under the same humidity, same temperature, the same genetics, and I don't know that can actually be done. And each medicine that is approved by the FDA takes about $100 million. So, you got to walk into a dispensary, you've got several dozen strains to choose from. No one's going to spend billions of dollars to get all these approved. So how is that going to work, and who's going to regulate it, and who has a system to regulate it? And that's very unclear at the moment. So I think pharma is going to have a place for the cannabinoids, but I struggle to see how it's going to work to have a pharmaceutical be in charge of the plant or have input into the plant. Does that make sense?
Yes, definitely.
And I had, incidentally, I had an interesting conversation with Amanda Kane at Dave Joyce's, the Republican congressman. Y'all told me was the real deal, and boy, they're very knowledgeable, really good folks. he is sponsoring a bill called Prepare that is going to be trying to get all the different parts of the government that might have a say in cannabis and figure out before we actually have the federal legislation, how is this going to work? Because his office really recognizes that this is going to be a big problem that we haven't had to address before.
No, and that's something we spoke with their office when we visited with them in September, and we'll carry that conversation forward when we meet with them again in May. Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Thank you for that. It's very insightful, Doctor. Next up will be Pius with the next question. Councilman.
Hi. My question is, do you recognize the value of real-world evidence in terms of assessing the safety and efficacy of cannabis as a medicine? And if not, how do you see whole plant cannabis being fitted into the RCT model?
Okay. So do I value real-world evidence? That'd be a tough one to say no to, I think. But saying that, we all presumably believe what we see and believe what we feel and believe what we hear, yet we all have much different perceptions of reality. I mean, look at politically. We're all living in the same country, and yet we can have dramatically different perspectives on things. And also, real world evidence as a physician, one is always suspect, and why we turn to the FDA so much, because we can be unduly influenced by our own experience and the recency. So if we give a medication to somebody and they get better right away, and then another one does, well, we're going to be more inclined to prescribe that medication, which may or may not. We were working from a very small sample. So we rely on randomized controlled trials, or RCTs, in order to take away our own bias and do these studies in the most unbiased way you can. There's no reason that you can't do a randomized controlled trial with cannabis. You could extract out the THC from the plant, give one group cannabis, one not. I think that's tricky because, number one, well, getting back to all the strains, we have so many strains. Are you going to do a randomized controlled trial that costs hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, on all the different strains? That's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, and really not feasible. Can you do a double-blinded study with cannabis? It's like psychedelics. They do double-blinded trials with psychedelics. And personally, I wonder if it's even ethical, because you are putting somebody in a study in a placebo group where they're not going to get any benefit, and it's a waste because, boy, you can tell the difference between tripping and not tripping. I mean, there's no placebo there. And I think the same would be true certainly for cannabis if you're looking at THC. So I don't know. Right now, we've been doing a lot of more what you were referring to as real world trials by asking people, and there's a lot of, I think industry and different dispensaries are looking at just questionnaires. There's recently a study published looking at, what was the outcome? You've seen it. I think paying opioid use in those who are published in the I think a JAMA journal, looking at lots and lots, thousands of people, their opioid use while they were taking cannabis, and their opioid use went down. Now, it's not the same as a randomized controlled trial, but it's powerful evidence.
Thank you, because this was the issue we're facing here in the UK, specifically because our government is asking for, we want RCTs to make this more widely available, because here in the UK, specialist doctors are actually able to write prescriptions for cannabis, but it's considered an unlicensed special. So at the moment, the organization I'm involved in, along with a charity, helping assist in operating a registry of 20,000 patients, collecting all of this data to try and gather as much evidence as possible to then submit here to the MHRHR version of the FDA, because we're trying to look at, well, if whole plant cannabis can't fit into the RCT model, how else can we collect data? Because we're finding children, especially with refractory epilepsy, aren't responding to, say, licensed medications like Epidiolex, but are then responding to unlicensed medications, which are whole plant extracts, like Bedrolite from Bedrocan. And a recent study we just published recently found that children given a whole plant extract found a 98% reduction in seizure rates compared to a 30% reduction with just Epidiolex. So I just think it's how would you kind of balance that, because you're trying here in the UK, we're trying to please all the pharmaceutical standards and it being treated as medicine, it's all EU GMP. But it's very difficult to gather evidence that the government and the MHRA or even the FDA would find it acceptable to approve this as a medicine.
Yeah, and you raised an excellent point with the GMC. Any of these strains that you want to study in these kind of studies, at least in the US for FDA, you have to give a CMC, chemistry, manufacturing control, which can cost tens of thousands of dollars for an individual strain. So who's going to do that? So dispensaries now think, oh, it's going to be a lot easier to do research. Well, they're still going to have to get an IND, a new drug number from the FDA, and that's going to be enormously expensive. Thinking about, yeah, I once heard I heard a great talk about, well, actually, let me say this before I forget. Another issue in this country with doing randomized controlled trials is if you're participating in a study, you have to go to the lab, get whatever they have, which can be relatively low potency of a particular strain, take a risk of getting placebo, and then do all these, jump through all these hoops. Or you can walk down the street and go to a dispensary and get anything you want. So presently, it's very hard to do these kind of studies in cannabis legal states. The other thing I was going to refer to was cannabis. This gets to George's comment about how it would have been regulated differently. That we all have really horror stories. Got me thinking. I think I'm pretty sure my dad died from a COX-2 inhibitor, which was a non-steroidal pain reliever. This is 15 years ago or so, that was used widely, and then it was found and approved by the FDA, and it was found to cause cardiovascular events. And my dad, he was 81, but he was in really good health. He had just been to a computer class, came home, had a heart attack, and he was on COX-2 inhibitors for hepatic pain, neuropathy. And we all had these kind of stories with medications. And cannabis, we decided as a population here, either legislatively or through ballot, that it is safe enough. So does it really need the kind of evidence that we usually look for, or is it safe enough to trust that it's going to be okay? And so far, I mean, we have our naysayers, both doctors and non-doctors, but in general, there's no state that has tried to go back And we now have 3/4 of the states have approved medical cannabis. 91% of the population is in favor of it. So it seems to have worked well, even without the regulatory control that we're used to for medicines.
Thank you for that, Doctor. Next up will be Council Member Wade Laughter.
Yes. Again, thank you, Dr. Adenoff. This is a fascinating conversation. As an addiction specialist, and looking through your CV, it was pretty amazing. I'd ask you to rate 5 substances by how addictive they are for most humans. And honestly, I want to add to the list, but I'll stay with the original 5 here. Cocaine, caffeine, nicotine, sugar, and cannabis. And I really want to throw opioids in there, but I'll leave it to you to discuss as you will. And I think back to Michael or to George's point about the plant versus the drug. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, your question. Now, how you measure addictive, I'm going to go with reinforcement. So you put somebody in a lab, you give them access to the drug. How many times are they going to push a button, or how many times is a rat going to push a button to get that drug? Or what are they going to give up? Or how much money do you have to pay them to make it worth their while not to use it? So let's go with that. With that in mind, I'm going to take sugar out of this, because sugar is a food. It's we need to eat. We need carbohydrates. And the pathway for sugar is much different than it is for drugs that we like to take. So it's really hard to put them in the same category. And so I'm not going to try and do that.
Would you consider substituting alcohol for sugar? Thank you.
Sure, except now it's gotten way trickier. I would go with cocaine is the most addictive. I'd go with nicotine. I hope someone's not looking at the data and gonna fault me on this. So actually I looked for it and it wasn't easy to find clear data that actually ranks them. You can look up harms, how harmful it is to society, to a person, but it's different than addictive. So I would go with cocaine, nicotine, alcohol, cannabis, and caffeine. What do you think?
No, I appreciate that. One of the ways that I think of addiction potential, if you will, is how readily is that substance available to a person. And I think most of the people who have ever smoked cigarettes might put nicotine higher on that list. I don't know, but I really wanted to hear your opinion. Thank you.
Well, I had it right after cocaine.
Cocaine's pretty hard to find if you don't know the right people. You can find cigarettes in every store in America.
So yes, availability, it's going to be, okay, you were defining it differently than I think of it. I was thinking for someone who has taken it, how more likely is it that they're going to go out and use it again?
Yeah, because I made sure sugar was included because one, yes, it is a food. However, it was also one of the first drugs I ever took that gave me that, and they gave me that kind of now, and I've seen sugar be abused, but more importantly, in the last 30 years or so, I think we're also seeing abuse more so of corn syrup. which I think has replaced sugar, which was necessarily a real food. But I think the dietary reality around, high fructose corn syrup has become a major health problem around the United States, especially among Native populations, and definitely of those that, as we see as it spreads around the world, it seems to be a problem. But I'm surprised you kicked sugar out initially, because I've seen abuse of sugar, and especially it's more common in younger children, why we have to hide sugar away from kids and why we just don't give them the full bag of M&Ms.
Well, I didn't mean to imply that it was not addictive, that it was not reinforcing. It's just trying to put it in a category with drugs was what I was struggling with. How can I conceptualize? How could I conceptualize where it stood? So, for instance, it's pretty hard to get animals, rodents, and things to take cannabis. You can get them to take sugar, but again, what's the concentration? And it's just more tricky to put in a line with the other drugs.
Right, because you need a baseline, and everybody's baseline is different depending on, a diabetic versus somebody who is not.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Maybe we need to get better clarification for ourselves. The doctor was very, very clinical in his breakdown, because as somebody who's used nicotine, and I maybe have done cocaine once or twice, I would say nicotine was much more addictive to me than cocaine was, and was definitely a hard thing to kick. But again, it's all on individual subjectivity here. So
it really is. You talk to people that had one drink of alcohol and it changed their life. They said they never felt anything like it, and they knew they were addicted from that moment on.
Absolutely. All right. Well, our next question will be to Michael Green. Councilmember Green, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Adenoff, it's a real pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much. We didn't have an opportunity to meet when you were last at the meeting. I actually have two questions, one that the group worked up, and I have my own individual follow-up, if you will. The question I was presented to ask was, according to the FDA, the packaging on the prescription drug Marinol suggests that that a patient is acclimated to the synthetic THC, which is the basis of the drug, that they can actually return to driving a vehicle once they're acclimated. So the question becomes, in your opinion, you believe that that is a good baseline, that acclimation, to judge the ability of a patient to drive as it may equate to cannabis consumption? So I think we're differentiating, correct me if I'm wrong, between Marinol in this baseline and hypothetically and cannabis, which may be consumed in one of a number of ways.
Yeah, this was, I have to reluctantly admit that I did not know this was on the package label. And so, of course, I went to look, and yeah, it is there, which is really interesting. I guess it's probably not too dissimilar. I didn't look, but is it the same for benzodiazepines and opioids? That it warns you not to drive unless you're acclimated to it, because there's tolerance to all those drugs. Is it a good baseline? It's as good as anything else. I mean, that's trusting somebody to have the knowledge of whether they're incapacitated or not, or whether they should be driving or not, which is always tricky for anybody. I mean, there's a lot of demented people out there that think they're just fine. Certainly there's a lot of drunk people that think they're just fine. But I don't know anything better. There isn't anything better at this point, which makes it really difficult. We don't have any good way except field sobriety tests that are, I think, somewhat iffy, certainly for cannabis. And we don't have any way to measure intoxication. And in fact, so you read how many people are showing up with positive THC metabolites in their blood, or even THC. And there's been studies showing that THC, the level of THC, is not at all a good measure of how uncoordinated you are, or how ready you are to drive. There's just no relationship. So that's as good a way as any. The problem to me is, well, what do the police do with that? What do we do with that as a society to protect us against people driving intoxicated from cannabis? And I don't have a good answer for that. But what we have now is, well, let's look at 5 micrograms of THC or the metabolite. Well, that's not really, as I said, it's not a good measure of anything. So it's not really telling us whether somebody's impaired or not.
Yeah, I'm not aware, and I don't know if anybody on the council is, of any really comprehensive study that actually shows that consumption of cannabis necessarily incapacitates someone when they're behind the wheel. So the mere presence of it in the blood,
well there's
other tests may not be determinative for that.
There are lab studies where they have, they spent millions of dollars designing these very fancy systems that can measure real small changes in coordination, how aware you are, how alert you are, how coordinated you are when you're using various doses of THC. And they do find decrements. That the real world studies in terms of looking at widely in overall at accidents rates and death rates, those are more problematic. From my read of the literature, being intoxicated from cannabis is like having a BAC level of 0.05, which is below drunk driving. And your risk of getting an accident is maybe 1.3 to 2-fold higher than people who are not on cannabis. This compares to 20-fold higher on alcohol. But also, there's all sorts of medications that people take. If you're texting, if you're sleepy, if you're on Benadryl or Ambien for sleep, or benzos or opioids, all these things also increase our risk for getting in a car accident. So we're talking about, yeah, it may increase risk a little bit, but so do a lot of other drugs. So do a lot of other behaviors.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. ETM, can I proceed with my question? I know there's
absolutely. Go ahead. And Pius has a follow-up after that.
It's been I am a patient of the VA. I enrolled in the system in 2013 or so, or 2014. I've received a tremendous amount of my health care now as a senior citizen, as a veteran from the Healthcare Administration, the Veterans Healthcare Administration. And I know that my research is approximately 317,000 medical professionals tied to the VA. I know there's some adjunct practitioners as well. I'm aware that there's about 115 VA medical centers, plus, I don't know, over 1,000 outpatient clinics. My question goes to is me as a patient, when I engage with somebody in the VA system, there's generally an absence of any background information, medical information, about cannabis, the endocannabinoid system, things related to that. And that's in my feeling as a patient. If I present that, I would want my healthcare professionals to have some kind of basic understanding. Do you have any suggestions or ideas what this council may be able to do, or I as an individual, to have the VA health system begin to train its medical professions in the fundamentals of medical cannabis science?
Yeah, that's a great question. And this, I just want to make it clear that this is not a VA specific question. This is a question for medicine generally. the endocannabinoid system is the most prevalent neurotransmitter system in the body. And to this day, from what I understand, relatively few medical schools address it. There's no reason for that from a medical scientific perspective. And it's only, we've known about the system for 30 plus years. And yet, we know about cannabis as a therapeutic for millennia. And yet it's all but ignored. And doctors, I think, are feeling very uncomfortable with it because, Michael, you go to your doctor and try talking about it and they don't know what to say, and you know about it and they don't. And it puts them in a really difficult position. So it's something that I think needs to be addressed, not just through the VA, but through the medical system overall. Colleague of mine recently said, and it's Rachel Knox, you may know her, she's on the board of DFCR, a brilliant woman. She suggested, because there's always these questions about for cannabis docs, do they need special training before you become a cannabis doc? And she suggested just teach them about the endocannabinoid system and let them figure it out from there. Once they realize how prevalent, how important it is to the homeostasis of the body, keeping the body healthy and on target. Once they understand that, and they're hearing all this stuff from their patients and the news and it's in the journals, they can start putting it together and figuring out maybe how they can use it in their practice. So I would do, on a one-to-one basis, I would do what it sounds like you're doing, which is talking to them about it and engaging them in it and getting them to think about it and maybe inspire them to go look it up.
Thank you for that.
But
And
overall,
brought up-
I think there's some question.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Let me just add, I think there's a question federally, what should we be doing? Should we be, we hate to mandate, med students, schools don't like being mandated, but do you mandate to medical schools that they address this? If so, how many hours and what do they teach? That's a hornet's nest. And remember, every time you teach something, you're taking away time from something else that is somebody's expertise.
Excellent, thank you. Again, I was just going to comment. The reason I picked the VA as an example is, number one, we are the Veterans Action Council, but two, the Veterans Health Administration, is my understanding, is the largest single healthcare provider in terms of maybe in the world, but certainly in the United States. Place to start. I certainly agree that the entire medical profession needs to open its mind to what may be available in education. Thank you so very much for the answer. I really truly appreciate it.
Yeah, but you raise a good point. You know, when I was at the VA, you're always getting, you need to take this test. I mean, it's all computerized, and you need to, take 20 minutes of your time, and you need to take this test. And if you don't, they'll shut down your computer. They've actually done that. And you won't be able to see patients or getting your work done. And so we're used to doing that. There's no reason there's reasons, but they could just throw in, a 20-minute course on endocannabinoids.
Beautiful. Thank you again so very much. Appreciate it. And let me mention too, when I do visit the VA, almost everybody I talk to, medical care professional, they are receptive to hearing this. It's just the system is not built to support it.
It's good to hear.
All right, Pius, you had a question.
Yeah, I'm curious about so in the UK, cannabis, one of the most prevalent conditions cannabis is prescribed for here is substance use disorders. And I'm interested in hearing what your thoughts are on cannabis being used to treat substance use disorders, say like opiate abuse or benzodiazepine abuse.
Okay, so is cannabis useful for substance use disorders?
Yeah.
This is where we get into the I think it was George, the question about real world evidence. Maybe it was Dale. There's been no randomized controlled trials, to say the least, with this. And I don't even know if we could get an IRB to approve a study using cannabis for a substance use disorder, probably somewhere, but it would be tricky. And it would be, I can't imagine NIDA funding it, but I also couldn't imagine NIDA funding psychedelic research, and they're doing it now. So there's many things that have happened in the last 10 years, 20 years that I wouldn't thought I'd be having this conversation. So things change. But there's people, Peter Grinspoon, who's on our board. He's Lester Grinspoon's son. Lester wrote the first real, very famous book on cannabis, medical cannabis. And Peter he wrote a book on this, so I'm not betraying any confidence. He had an opioid addiction and got busted, and he said cannabis took him out of it and helped get him off opioids. And, I didn't buy, when I got into this whole area, I got into it because of my concern about social justice. I used drugs when I was younger. Nothing ever happened to me, but I was aware it happened to other people. And I didn't realize it was just typically Black and brown people. But the medical cannabis, to me, and the Drug Policy Alliance, it was really the low-hanging fruit. Well, how can we get people to approve it and vote for it? And let's go with medical cannabis. I didn't really buy into it. The evidence wasn't there. But, once I talked to 5 or 10 or 100 or 200 people whose life has changed, whether it's PTSD or pain or sleep, then I start going, well, gee, maybe there's something to it. And I think we're there with substance use disorders, and hearing from people that say it really helped them. Now, on the other hand, when I talk to colleagues who are psychiatrists, most of them are very anti-cannabis because they see people with PTSD or anxiety or depression who are using a lot of cannabis and doing very poorly on it. Because the people that are doing well on it aren't showing up in their office. So it really depends where you're looking. If you're working in an addiction clinic, you're going to see people who maybe were using cannabis to get off, and it made them worse because the ones that did well aren't coming to see them anymore.
Thank you. That was a really interesting answer.
Councilmember Byrne, you had a follow-up.
Well, just to support you, Doctor, over the course of the last 3 or 4 decades, I've probably interviewed a couple of thousand veterans. And I have yet to have one tell me that cannabis did not help them in some way to reduce their use of opiates, alcohol, nicotine, in a lot of instances. I mean, a lot of percentages down to 0. Thousands of them. Now, I know that's all, in the press and in your world, that's anecdotal. But to me, when I hear a couple of thousand people tell me the same story, it's beyond anecdotal to me. And I think, I think that really the medical profession is starting to understand that about cannabis. Is the things they can believe with their patients. They should believe their patients. And the patients are telling them this is helping me. And I'm just repeating, but I'm supporting you. And the other thing is, back in 1995, the organization I started went to the American Public Health Association meeting and proposed to that meeting, that conference, that they adopt a policy about medical cannabis, saying that it should be available to the public at large under medical supervision. And it was approved by 95% of the groups of attendees. And the 5% that did not vote yes were the psychiatrists. So they're still holding strong since 95.
I was on a call last week or this week. It was so disappointing. Just the vehemence.
Well, I'll read it. Our doctors that have led this incident, Dr. Grinspoon, Lester, Todd McArea, these guys are all psychiatrists. And they have taken, over the years, they have taken incredible abuse from their peer group. Yet they were right. But I think the psychiatrists, I mean, I'm just supporting you again. The psychiatrists, they just don't want this to happen for whatever their reasons are. But thank you.
Thanks for sharing that.
Well, all right. Well, thank you all very much. And I want to first of all thank Dr. Adanoff for being so gracious to accept our questions and have this discussion. We hope that you'll come back and join us again in the future. I know we'll have more questions, needless to say, as things go on. But thank you for joining us tonight. Is there anything, Dr. Adanoff, you'd like to plug or anything you'd like to state regarding the Doctors for Cannabis Regulation?
Yes. So doctors, thank you. Doctors for Cannabis Regulation, we started in 2015. It goes to many of the things we talked about in terms of organized medicine, remains generally quiet, if not antagonistic towards legalizing cannabis for medical or adult use purposes. And David Nathan, our founder and first president, started DFCR in response to that because so many of his colleagues said, you know, we ought to legalize this stuff. So we are to my knowledge, the only medical group out there, or physician group out there, that supports the legalization and evidence-based regulation of cannabis. We've got several hundred members, 300 of whom are physicians. And this is the kind of stuff we do: education, a lot of testimony, working with legislators, both federally and local. So I really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you all. And obviously, I'm not a veteran, but someone that's been working with veterans for my career, it's always great to talk to a bunch of veterans.
Well, it's been an honor for us, and needless to say, thank you for your decades of hard work and dedication. We definitely have great respect for that. But thank you for joining us for our questions, and we look forward to working alongside you at the national and international level. So I'd like to thank our VAC members, Al Byrne, Michael Crowitz, Pius, Michael Green, Wade Laughter. Brian Buckley showed up, and Pearson made a showing in there as well. So thank you, everybody. I am Etienne Fontaine. I'm your host tonight for the VAC number 51, which is Dr. Brian Adanoff. So thank you, everybody. We'll be back in 2 weeks with the VAC Roundtable number 52. Have a great rest of your night, everybody.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. Radio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone, and as always, welcome to the Pace Radio Show. Good evening, Tamara. How are you tonight?
Hotter than Satan's balls. Let's put it
What?
that way.
Oh.
Meanwhile, I
I
got
wasn't expecting that, I'll tell you. But you got a fire going on behind you.
Well, because I don't want to have Trump or something, that's
Yeah, right,
distracting. So I just read that because it's just a kind of bad. But yeah, it's like 31 degrees here.
Oh, so we got more of that coming then.
It's
Oh,
supposed to go down. We're supposed to have a thunderstorm, which we're kind of like, it's kind of brewing up right now.
Yeah.
You can see because it's been hot for the last 4 days. And then we're probably going to have a little thunderstorm. And then it's supposed to be 33 and 32 all weekend.
Oh, so the next week for us, gonna get another round of scorchers.
Well,
that's August weather.
Oh yeah, like my air conditioner was in the living room, my little portable one. It's now in the entranceway to my bedroom, and I haven't left this little area because it's so hot.
I was out for a walk with the dog before the show, and talking to a friend on the phone. It's just crunchy. The grass is just crunchy. It's so dry.
Rain. Like we had I went out camping last week, like Wednesday through Friday, like I had mentioned to you, right? And then Friday or Thursday night it poured, and I was a dumbass, left my sunroof open in my car. So I with this much water, and like it was just not smart. But again, we weren't expecting rain, right? So it rained Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then it got hot Monday, and it's been hot Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So,
well, they said it's dry.
It's still dry. It's still crunchy.
Dry.
Like that's the thing. It's still crunchy. Like I went to thinking I could mow the lawn, but it's better to leave the lawn longer because it's been so damn hot. But the grass is brown even with the rain.
Yeah. Just quick note for our viewers on some of our notifications that we sent out when we started the broadcast. It mentions that Haley and Cheryl Rose were going to be our guests tonight, and some of the notifications don't say that. Just that Facebook wouldn't let me change. Wouldn't allow me to change it.
We were right up until Haley just had a rough like night because of the weather,
Yeah.
right? The weather's changed, and she's just super tired, and she really wanted to come on tonight because
Yeah.
she had so much to say on Monday on my show. Like we went over because she had a list. She had made a list of all the updates that she wanted to get on. So we were like right down to the almost the final one on the list, and and I knew I had a little more time, but I didn't want to go over.
Yeah.
We were already over 15 minutes as it was. Like I could have gone longer. I says, "How about we hold it? We'll have you come on the Pace Radio show on Wednesday night because we have 90 minutes, and then you can make another list, and then we can go through that list, right?
Yeah.
Let's do that." So she's just tired, but they will come on next week. Like she said, we'll just reschedule
Yeah.
for next week. I said, I'm sure that'll be fine, but of
Yeah.
course we're all patients, right? We all have our medical.
Exactly. Exactly.
And-
We're all patients.
Yeah, and sometimes at the last minute we have to tap. I've been there. I was
Yeah.
supposed to go see Michelle Rainey like the weekend that her and Jeff were in Calgary for a Cannabis Cup, and I ended up that I couldn't get off the toilet all
Yeah.
weekend.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that was the only chance.
No, I understand. Believe me, I understand.
Yeah. So I couldn't make it there, and I was so disappointed because that was the time I was going to meet Michelle, and then I never got to meet Michelle in person. Like talking to her on the phone.
Oh,
and
you
stuff.
never got to meet her in person?
No, because I was sitting in the toilet that whole weekend, right? And like I said, I talked to her on the phone.
Yeah.
And my colonoscopy, the day I got my colonoscopy for my diagnosis was the day she died.
No, that's yeah. Oh, look at that. Looks like the stream isn't showing up on.
Lincoln.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
They're working to fix it. So there you go. We just
I have these.
And just so you know, when I came into the studio, I don't know if you noticed it, whether you saw it or not, but there is a notice there that saying that the StreamYard streams are having issues with some browsers and being able to work
Well, I know
on
last night,
music.
Rachel Gilmore was doing a live stream on TikTok, StreamYard, and Instagram.
Yeah.
And she had 3 screens going, and she was having problems with StreamYard too. And that was last night.
Yeah.
It kept glitching on her and stuff too. But she's Rachel Gilmore's a journalist, a Canadian journalist, and she runs kind of like her own independent because she was supposed to be on a panel with CC, the election cycle, and she's got a lot of hate. So because of the hate from the right, they actually pulled her because they didn't want the controversy.
Oh.
There's a couple of them. Same with Bridging the Gap. He's that paramedic in Calgary that really puts out what's going on in Alberta. And they actually gave him a cease and desist and made him stop and made him take down all his content. And then he won and was able to put everything back up. So, yeah. And I'm not surprised about it because it's a US base and TikTok too. They're going to change everything.
Right. Talking about Calgary, before we get talking about Alberta, I got some stuff to talk about Alberta. I was going to bring that up, being you mentioned Alberta. But before we get into that, CSP. I know we bring it up every time we have a show, and I know there's been a bit of, the last time we were talking, a bit of a struggle.
It's
So
still. We're still sitting with no supplies. I mean, I've got like toothbrushes and mitts and socks and all that kind of stuff. But as far as supplies go, and I've got no funds because I'm not working anymore. Like, let's face it. Like when I was working, I was supplementing and buying stuff because I could. I shouldn't. I promised my husband I wouldn't. But again, when you're doing what you do, sometimes you have
when
to.
you have a big heart and you're helping people, right?
So what I got left right now is I've got 2 packs of CBD cookies, and that's it. But apparently, I've got an anonymous donor with a package sent to me. So
good.
We'll be back up and running here as soon as I get that package, and then I will run out to the Dart and see if they've got anything for me out there. I just don't go out there very often because I take them a lot of stuff when I go, and I don't want to be that person that's in there every other day looking for.
No. You gotta give them time to sell stuff.
Right.
No, exactly.
And I haven't been out there now for probably about 6 weeks.
Because I just say go once a month type thing,
Yeah, because
even at that, it's just going in and touching base, saying hi. It's.
I've been out there a couple
times.
To buy stuff, and they haven't had anything, right? So like I said, so it's been about 6 weeks probably since I've been out there. But again, I got my car fixed, so now I can go other places, and I won't sound like a driving down the street.
At least this way, maybe you'll have some funds there, and you can pick up some supplies.
Well, and like I said, right now, like I've got no RSO. I've got a little tiny bag of decarbonized shake that was sent out to me like in the very beginning. So it's
Right.
probably enough to do one batch of butter, but I've been kind of hoarding that, hanging on to it, and I've got a little bit of THC drops left too. But I've been, like I said, kind of hoarding that, hanging on to it, so that when I
Right.
do get things going again, I can use that to bake. There's no point in baking stuff because it goes bad, right? Like I can't bake cookies now and then hope that in 6 weeks I end up with some, some other supplies so I can go out. I
Right,
have to
yeah.
wait. It's just all timing, right? Things are all about timing, and like
Yeah,
I said,
getting enough supplies to go out there with, instead of going out there just a dozen cookies or 2 dozen cookies.
well, exactly. Like I've got this
Yeah.
that one of my lovely gave to me, and it's about this much full of for pre-rolls and stuff. But that's a great. It's great. I appreciate it all, but again, it's just not a lot.
Yeah, it has to be part of. Yeah, it has to be part of
Right?
something else that's going.
Right.
Yeah.
So I've been adding to it. Like every time I empty a jar,
Sure,
so I've been
yeah.
adding to it, right? So I mean, it's getting pretty full, right? And
Yeah,
this is
no.
all stuff that I'll do pre-rolls with. But again, like I said, that's probably only going to do maybe 30 joints, maybe if
It's
I'm
that,
lucky,
yeah. It depends on
right?
the size of your
Then
joints.
when you've got 40 people out there that you're usually regularly handing out to,
Yeah, correct.
joints, and then it's like, right? Because I usually don't even do that. Usually it's 2 grams in a bag with some papers, usually one edible, and if I've got some RSO or whatever, right?
Right.
There's some candy and some, but I'm also not working at the store, so I'm not getting all the chips and the write-offs anymore either, right?
No. It's right, and it's not a location where people could come and bring you stuff either.
Well, anybody could drop stuff off at my house. And that's what I say to people. Like I've got, like I said, but I've got socks and I've got but we don't need tubes
Right.
right now, right? I got stuff still left. I got boxes of it. In fact, I just took it all out of my car so I could clean my car so I can go car camping.
Oh yeah, I seen your post about car camping. Yes,
So my mattress came because
car life. Let's car life.
Yeah, well, because I can't do a tent. Like with my arthritis, there's no way I'm going to get down on a mattress on the ground in a tent. So
Get one of those thick mattresses or get a cot.
I got a blow up one for the SUV that just slides right into the back of your car. You put your seats down, you pop the little popper in, the air pump, and it blows right up and it fits right in the back of my car. So then I can just open
Put all your gear in the front seat.
Yeah, got a little cooler that's like it's a fridge. You plug it in and it runs all the time, so there's no ice, right? So it's one of the little electric coolers, and then I can just open the one side door and jump into my bed like I would here.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be so that I'm hurt. We haven't done it yet, but because I can't afford a camper. Let's face it, and I don't have anything to cope. Anyways, this was my solution to not having.
Right, okay, yeah. Have you ever slept overnight in your car? Okay.
Oh, in my car. Yeah, I have.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say my suggestion would be to, if you can, crack a window.
Oh, this is the best part out. I have mesh window coverings that you can leave the windows down and it's mesh. And then you can leave the back door open, and I got a mosquito mesh that covers the back door. So you can leave everything open and
Really?
Yeah,
Nice.
that's what I mean, car camping. So they've got all these things so that you don't have to worry about cracking a window or doing,
Yeah, because you got a hatch crack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got a wagon. I've got an EcoSport. So my door doesn't go up. My door goes out like a fucking station wagon.
Oh.
It doesn't. Yeah, so it opens like a station wagon, right? So that
Oh.
gives me that extra little bit of door space too, right? But yeah, it's a station wagon. So yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I was picturing like a hatchback, and you just put it over the
that too.
hatch. Yeah, and that's how they go on.
I also bought one of those mosquito net tents, the
Yeah.
that you take for camp. Like I said, a firm is a bad thing, especially when you're attention deficit and you're night shopping, and you can hit a firm and you can make payments.
Yeah.
Because that's what I did. Like my daughter says, "How much money did you spend?" I said, "I don't know." I said, "I get to pay it off on a firm."
As I mentioned Alberta earlier, do you know they've approved farm gate for the cannabis in Alberta?
Oh, you mean like the pharmaceutical?
No, like a licensed producer producing their cannabis, obviously on at their site, but they also have a store on.
Oh, yeah.
That's farm gate. So,
Farm gate.
yeah.
What a weird Who would make that up? Why? Why do they call it farm gate?
Well, it's an agricultural. Number one, it's an agricultural product.
Well, I get it, but farm gate. I get it, farm, but it sounds like farm. Like that's where
Well,
I kind of
no, it was. I think originally the idea behind it was the small craft producer.
I get it.
Right.
But Farmgate just sounds like Pizzagate. It just makes me think of
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. No. This is cannabis and politics. Yeah. So they've started Farmgate in Alberta. They say as of July 2nd. It says, yeah. So it's just started a week ago.
Nothing surprised me coming out of that place, especially now. And like I said, because we had such a hard time, like
it would allow a license. This license allows cannabis suppliers to sell cannabis products produced at their processing and cultivating facilities directly to consumers from a store at the production facility.
So cutting stores right out, basically.
Yeah. Now I would assume, I'm just looking for it here.
That sounds good for the licensed producers, but it doesn't sound good for the small business owners.
Yeah.
Like the people that have already invested into those businesses. Because I mean, but again, like how many producers are actually in Calgary? Like how I know.
Now they say that not all producers in the province are happy with the new changes, since the rules only allow a producer under the Farmgate model to sell their own products and cannot participate in the same kinds of online sales that other retailers can utilize. Some say they don't see the benefit. So they can't even have an online.
Oh, so it's either storefront or online. You get one or the other.
Yeah, a Farmgate location or online.
That sounds like no freedom. I thought that was Alberta. Are they conservatives? Aren't they all about freedom? That sounds like it's a very free market. That sounds like it's being regulated.
Yeah, this one guy that they're talking to, he says that he built the facility thinking he could get a store, but the Farmgate model has no upsides, no improvements in the economics of participating in Alberta, and restricts online sales and limits products only to those we grow ourselves.
You know what? That just sounds like a rich guy crying that he can't get richer. Wow.
He says the industry was not properly consulted on these new rules. I can see that.
Well, they never are.
Yeah.
They never are, especially because every province, again, it's a federal law, but then it was kicked back to the provinces to all make their own legislation, just like healthcare and education and everything else.
Yeah,
right?
he says that they were at an AGLC symposium 2 weeks prior to this announcement, and nothing was even mentioned to them at that time. So, but yeah, they've gone to that, and that's what I figured that would be one of the concerns, is the fact that they are restricted. I think even here in Ontario, they're restricted to their own products. Now, there's another thing to this.
Yeah, of course, other licensed producers are going to share. Like, they can't be a store. They can't have it. They can't have it both ways. You're going to be selling your product and only your product. Yeah, that's what you wanted. You wanted a farm gate, right? It's like an orchard, buddy. Like, the farm down the road. He's going to sell his own produce. He's
going to have his own apples,
right? He's going to go across the street to buy apples from somebody else, so he can sell them at a store.
Now, what wasn't mentioned in that article, but it was mentioned in a previous article that I've seen. Another twist to this, and this is the same thing here in Ontario. When you send products to the store, the product goes to the cannabis liquor.
Yeah, it goes through the
right?
the here too.
And then it goes out to the stores.
Yeah, same thing.
Well, with the farm gate, it just goes from the production facility to the store. It never leaves the property. Okay.
Yeah.
But in both instances, the provincial governments want their cut as if it went through their distribution warehouse in order to go to the stores. Even though they don't touch it, they still want their their hand in that
Well, they're
in that
gonna
out of
get
that money.
they do get their hand. They get their PST.
Oh
And they
no,
can-
yeah, no, they want their other money. I realize they're going to get their tax.
The tariff from the farmer, right?
They want, yeah, that's what it is.
That's the thing. The farmers don't actually pay anything. They just get it taken off what they get paid. So it's a tax off their income. So because they're sending stuff to the Alberta, to say the Alberta or BC government or Ontario government, right?
Yeah.
The OCB or OC whatever it is in Ontario is the customer. They're selling their product. So when they get when they sell their product to that store, the store's taking or that OCB whatever, taking a cut of what they're paying them. So they're just taking a tax off of them. These guys aren't giving these guys a check. Like they don't.
No, they may receive back what their profit it would be on
Right,
it
and
as
they take
far
it off
as
the profit of what they bought from the
yeah.
right. But
Yeah,
they're
they
not
obviously it's sold to the province at a lot lower price.
Here's the thing. They're starting to sound a lot like the premiers of the provinces that say they actually like transfer payments. Nobody writes the federal government a fucking check, right? That doesn't happen. Everybody pays the taxes and it all goes into one coffer. Nobody's writing a check to the feds. The feds are writing checks back, right? Living in Ontario, the farmer is getting a check, right? They're not giving a check to the Ontario government. They're getting a cut off of what they get paid. But they make it sound like they're writing a check and it's some boohoo story, victim story, when it's actually not. They twist it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. As far as everybody gets paid,
Yeah. And they make it sound like they're actually like having to write a check to the government, right? You do once a month PST checks and the GST checks.
Oh yeah. There's those checks and all that. But as far as the when the product goes to like here the OCS, when it goes to the OCS distribution,
there's an admin fee. Yeah, there's an admin fee for their handling, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and it's
that fee is still applied when they don't even touch it.
Well, they shouldn't do that. But again,
yeah, but they do. And that's where I was going.
I think it's like an HST, kind of like a handling fee, right? No, they shouldn't. But they're still getting their cut. Like no matter how, they're still getting.
Oh, they still want their money. There's no doubt about that. Yeah.
And even when you go to the res, like I'm not kidding you. Like you buy from the res, what they charge me tax. I don't know who they're paying, but they're charging me tax on the res.
Maybe that's the band.
Maybe.
Band council.
There's a fly flying around.
Now, I see there's another country now that is looking at legalizing cannabis.
Oh,
Switzerland says that they're going to open consultations on cannabis legalization. Now, this was announced back in February, but they're moving ahead with it.
Well, Germany has, right? Germany's legalized, right? Poland's legal. Even with what Norway did with Amsterdam and stuff, it's still not a crime, right?
It's low priority type thing. Yeah.
Right. It's not like they're out rushing around trying to bust people for cannabis. And like I said on Monday with the show, like I said, a lot of us will never we had to grow up where you had to sneak around and buy from a seedy guy, but our kids will never have to feel that. Our kids will never have to worry about getting busted for a joint. And if they start legalizing in Switzerland and other countries, that's even better because that means that their next generation populations will never have to be persecuted for a plant.
Thank you, Caroline. I'm just reading this. Something doesn't seem right. I keep getting stopped at one spot. It says, public health and youth protection must be placed at the heart of a renewed cannabis policy. Adults must be granted strictly regulated access to cannabis. In addition, to ensure that consumption is not encouraged, cannabis products must not be sold for profit. It must be subject to an incentive tax. We may not be sold for profit. How does a business operate if they're not being sold for profit?
You don't open an incorporation. You open up under a non-for-profit. Because non-for-profits can still. Hi, Carolyn.
Good evening.
We can non-for-profits can still pay staff, right? Pay for rent.
Yeah, true.
So, you know what I mean? So if for profit instead of an incorporated business, then you're not making any profit because your profit's all going into paying.
Well, yeah. Now it doesn't. Okay, it doesn't say it must be a not-for-profit business, but I maybe that's what they're talking about. Yeah.
Well, that's the only thing I can think of that makes any sense. Like, there's no way you can business or have any brick and mortar of anything unless your staff's all volunteers. Like, do you plan on having volunteer staff? Like, volunteer growers? Like, who's going to grow? Like, are your nutrients free? Like, what about the lights? Is the government going to give them their light bill for nothing?
They say this lays the foundation for possible legalization.
Yeah.
Okay. Now they're going to consult with the public, but we know how that goes, right? No, they say that this is some of the key points that are in this. Cannabis will remain classified as a narcotic. Adult residents can cultivate up to 3 plants in their private residence. So that's in their private residences. So that means indoor only, from what I'm looking at that as.
Well, it says indoor residence.
Yeah.
You would think so.
Now, it doesn't say adult residents can cultivate. Like, I'm wondering, it doesn't say residents. So that would mean that if there's like 3 people or 4 adults living in a house, could you grow 12 plants?
Well, that would make sense. I guess I think it's kind of ridiculous in Canada. You can only grow 4 per property because what if you have a situation where you've got tenants or you've got 2 of you that need but again, you've got 2 adults.
Okay. There you go. Eventually, sales will be subject to a state monopoly. Sales must not be for profit. Any profits are allocated to prevention, harm reduction, and addiction support.
That makes no sense.
If you can't have profits, how are you going to get any profits? Now, I like the idea of the profits going to prevent. Now, unless that's just towards cannabis, not for a harm reduction for all drugs.
That doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how anything can run without profit.
No advertising, including for cannabis seeds and cuttings, and accessories related to the cannabis consumption. So you can't advertise bombs. Oh, yeah. Okay.
But it sounds like they've been taking, a few notes from the Canadians.
Well, the tax rate will be tied to the THC content and the type of consumption.
Like I said, I'm not saying that children should be handed a doobie at the age of 10 either. Like, I'm not promoting usage for children. That's not what I mean. But even when we went to the consultations and stuff with them, it was all about safety and harm reduction, or safety and public health and safety. Baseline. That was always something that we come up with. Well, this is for public health and safety. It's not supposed to be an industry. They never wanted the stores and all the fucking hoopla that's gone on with this. They never wanted to have edibles and stuff in the stores. They wanted it for public health and safety. And Trudeau would have stood right in front of you and said, I didn't plan on this being a fucking gold rush or a green rush. And he didn't. And
that's what's happened to it. Now, penalties will be increased for people who evade the legal market, and zero tolerance for driving under the influence.
Okay. Again, these sound like barbaric rules for something that we know.
There would be a possession limit for personal amount of cannabis, but that hasn't been decided yet.
You can call, like I said, it's going to be henny penny like it was here with them, and eventually all those laws that they're trying to will get laxed and they'll get changed and tweaked. And because I mean, look at how many things have changed even in the last 6 years or 7 years now. We've had legalization, farm gate and now lounges and the edibles and the drinks and stuff that they slowly brought to fruition. And again, they did the consultation about raising the limits. Again, in 5 years they'll do another one. Maybe by then we can get through them that we need it raised. Maybe by then they'll realize that the sky hasn't fucking fallen and nobody's eating too many or too many gummies from the store because, oh my God, 10 milligrams might put you up.
Well, I was away with some people there over the weekend, and they offered me some gummies, and I said, "Oh, cannabis gummies?" And they said, "Yeah." I said, "How strong are they?" And they said 5 milligrams. they don't cause me to trip out really bad.
Well, some people don't want to do that.
Exactly. Not everybody wants a high dose THC.
And the thing of it is, when you're a patient, you need that high dose. It's not because you want to trip out either, right? Like, and I can't eat it because if I do, I'm asleep, right? I'm non-functional because I don't make anything light. And if it's light, I don't really feel it. Like if I eat a 10 or a 20 of anything, it's like, am I getting anything out of this? 30 is like, okay, you know, I can kind of function. If I get into the 50s and the 100s, I'm out.
Right.
And it doesn't matter. I'm sleeping, right? And some of the cannabis, like I said,
I've been affected at different levels.
Right.
And I've tried to try to figure out what it is, but it hasn't. I haven't got the exact numbers yet. So.
Well, and everybody's different. We're all individuals, and we're all going to have different reactions.
Did you use chocolate when you were consuming that? You know. So
well, you know, they say that mango enhances the effects.
That's because there's a terpene that's similar or the same between them.
Yeah. So I mean, like, you know, depends on your individuality. Period. Like that's, you know, because this
we're gonna head for break. We're gonna have a break. We can talk melons when we get back.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. All right. Other than that, we'll head to our break, and when we get back, we'll continue our talk. We'll find out what those packages are from Tamara, and who knows? I got some other interesting stories and some studies here that we're going to discuss throughout the broadcast. Other than that, we will be. I gotta find they've changed the way they lay out StreamYard, so I gotta find things, right?
You know, just women when weed, and I'm like, no. I did the same thing.
All right, we'll be back in about 3 minutes. Time to Shirley.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. See that I was playing with the board, going, because as I mentioned before the commercial started, they've changed things. So
I was like, blip, and then I was like, oh, now we're here.
Yeah. So I thought I would see if I could reorganize it, because in the past I could reorganize the list while things were running. So that's what I went to do. I went to reorganize things, and all of a sudden that re-roll on Saturday.
Oh, you can't touch it or it'll start playing. So it's like super touchy. You can't move it. It just wants to play.
It wouldn't. Yeah, I couldn't move it. It just went to play.
Oh, but so in other words, once you touch it, don't touch anything else.
Yeah. So let's try that again. All right. I'll just so you know, just so that we don't run the same thing again. I'll look. I have to look now for a different.
Time to get a fly sweater
for a different one. Yeah, because they've moved everything around.
I know. I noticed that too.
Okay, I found one. There we go. We'll try it again. We'll be back.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, They offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live. And during that break, not only did I have a problem with running the new way layout is, but all of a sudden I couldn't draw on my vape cartridge. So then I looked in the end, and it was plugged. And I thought, what? So I thought I'll take that cartridge off and I'll put a new one on.
Oh
and
no, the bloody thing busted again.
Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Like
Yeah.
I was thinking.
There you go. It
Yep.
leaked. Look
Yeah.
at that.
Yeah.
The son of a bitch.
Mine it depends because I've got one here too somewhere. Well, maybe
Yeah.
And like this one here, this is a new one we tried. It's a box puffs, and we got it at the store. It's a grape something. Taven wanted to try them, so and I mean it's been pretty good, but but it's close. You gotta. But I don't think it's doing that. Hang on, let me look because it could be wrong. Yeah, this one's see, look at same thing, Al.
Yeah, leaking out.
They all do a little and this is one from the legal store. So
Yeah, that one was too.
and again, I usually I try and keep them standing up. That's why I've been looking for a stand, but I got this stupid.
Well,
little
this was
stand.
standing up. It's been standing up
But it's
for because this is one I rarely use.
my battery won't go in this little stand that I got. So
Oh, wow. Damn cartridges, because then they can. At least it didn't pull the wires out of my battery like the last time this.
that's why I like these Kudos. These Kudos are the best little batteries ever. They're like $20, and they got the heater. And
What do you call it?
It's called a Kudu Pro, Kodo, and it's a Yokan. So they're made by Yokan, but it's the same as you can put your heat levels up. It shows you the battery life.
And it shows you the number of puffs.
Yeah, no, it doesn't show you the number of puffs. It just says
Mine does.
And you can
Mine does. Mine's by Tribal. Look at mine. It's the same design as yours.
Cool.
But yours has got your name on it.
Right. So yeah, I got this, and I like it because, like I
Oh,
said,
you don't have puffs? Mine does.
Mine says
The bottom number. It's on the bottom left-hand side. It's underneath your voltage reading.
Oh yeah, I do 152p.
Oh, is that all? You just got that?
Yeah. No, it's almost done.
No, but yeah, I know. But you're gonna change the cartridge, right?
Yeah.
But as far as you just got that battery.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 152. Like I'm at.
Oh, I see. I mean the battery life on the battery.
No. The number of puffs on the battery.
That's what I mean. Like that'll be your battery life kind of thing, right?
No. That number keeps adding up, no matter after you recharge, unless you reset it.
Oh, I understand.
Leave it.
I
If you just
understand.
leave it, the number just keeps accumulating. You can change the cartridges and all that, and it just keeps adding up the number of puffs.
I gotcha. I know I getcha. Okay, so yeah, I've only had 152 puffs on this because this is the first cartridge it's had.
Right. Okay. I got almost. I was 235 or something around there, 250 with my first cartridge, and right now I'm at 1500.
Oh yeah. This is like I said, this cartridge I bought when I bought the new battery because I have a brand new one laying around, a green one, the same.
Yeah.
On it, I put it down somewhere, and I still haven't found the fucking thing.
Oh. I'm just gonna try to clean up this.
I just remembered that I haven't found that. It's probably a good thing because I'm probably gonna scroll out for the next night now looking for it. Anyways, I did buy this stuff. It's a new one, right? New powered by SITKA Sika.
Yeah.
And, it's called Grenade, and it is packaged May 20th, 2025. Grown by Sitka Weed Works Inc. I have no idea. It says 250, so it must be in BC somewhere. Sitka Weed Works Inc. It's brand new to the store.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sitka grows and collaborates with the legends of the industry to supply premium cannabis that speaks for itself. We always have and always will support the legacy-founded businesses and producers of the cannabis industry. That's written on the back of this.
Oh yeah.
This is an indica dominant. It says 36%, 3.4% terpene.
Yeah.
Clean, beta carotene, and linalool.
Oh, terpenes. The I see here that they've got this. They've done a study. They've released a study that says that these are the reasons why senior citizens are consuming tons of cannabis.
Because they're smart. They always did. They just finally jumped into the closet.
Let's see what it says here. Oh, I thought it would list things, but it doesn't. Let's see what it says. Okay, 65 and up, that age has consumed more cannabis than any other age group recently, according to this new poll. So they're puffing up a storm. I'm almost in that list. I'm almost in there.
Right? And they were hiding it, and they had kids. You know, they were talking to boomers like my mom.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's legal. Finally, we're in our 70s, and it's finally legal. Fuck, let's go. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Hiding it from everybody else because it's been the thing for, like I said, we should have had legal weed in Carter. Jimmy Carter was looking at legalizing cannabis. Like, this should have been done in the 70s, not the fucking 2000s.
They say that according to the recent study, which was published in the Journal of American Medical Association, 7% of elderly adults admitting to using cannabis in the last month of back in 2023. These figures had increased from 4.8% in 2021. Now, what else?
They all know the world's going to shit, so they're just going to fucking smoke themselves to death.
Yeah.
They smoke themselves to death, so at least they can be happy while they're having to deal with the world's shit.
Now, they say that the study results show that the researchers found a more significant increase in consumption among older adults who suffered from chronic health problems that ranged from heart disease and high blood pressure to diabetes, COPD, cancer, and more. And there you go. People dealing with COPD, breathing, lungs, all that, consuming cannabis in order to help them.
It's like coughing your fucking brains out. It's going to get rid of some of that shit that's caught up.
Yeah. They say that approximately 1 in 5 older adults reported to have consumed more cannabis over the past year. The researchers found that 21% of the poll participants over 50 years of age said that they would consume cannabis, while over 60% said that they rely on it for better sleep, relaxation, and pain relief.
Yeah, you betcha. And
Yeah.
and that's the thing, like, you know, like you can take amitriptyline, you can take, you know, what is it, Imovane, and all the, you know, the pills the doctors will give you. You still
Yeah.
aren't gonna anywhere as good as you will if you smoke. I do.
And they say that
Something else,
they say it's worrying though that less than half of them said that they discussed cannabis use with their healthcare providers.
Well, it's another business. That, you know, health is your business.
Yeah.
Your doctor, your 90% of the that's because seniors aren't stupid either. They know the stigma. They know they've had to hide it for 80 years themselves. They know their doctor's probably going to look their noses down at them, and they probably had a good, you know, relationship with their doctor. And these times with doctors being so slim and you can't with their doctor, if they might have any inclination that doctor is not going to approve, and have a possibility of that doctor like saying, I'm not seeing you anymore because you're choosing cannabis. Or if they have to take the pharmaceuticals, I've heard this happen before, where a doctor will say, well, you don't need the hydromorphine because you're using cannabis, so why would I prescribe you? If you say you're using cannabis for pain, then why would I give you that? And then when it doesn't do what it's supposed to, and they go back to the doctor looking for the pain meds, the doctor's thinking you're drug seeking.
Oh yeah. They say the older you get, you know, things change in your body, and they say that people find that as the older you get, lower doses of THC can be strong for them. You know, we talked about that 5 milligram gummy while I was away there the other weekend.
Well, our bodies.
Yeah, and they're suggesting here, as we as advocates have been doing for years, you know, start low, then go up, right?
We always have, and we've always said we've always said low and slow.
Yeah, always. That's what they're still suggesting.
That's always been the you know, the suggestion that I've given anybody, and I also tell them straight out, I'm not a medical professional. I cannot give you any medical advice. I'm giving you experiences from my usage, and that's it. I'm not even explaining to people what other people have told me because it's not my story to tell. They want more information from other patients. They can watch our shows. They can, you know what I mean? Like, there's so much information on our shows and stuff. Sit down and watch us even for 15 minutes. You'll learn so much, right?
Now, they go on to say that, okay.
We're going to start this. I finally got it rolled. We'll see.
Now, according to a 2022 study, whose results were published in Drugs and Aging Journal, Canadian researchers analyzed cannabis consumption patterns amongst 10,000 participants, aged 65 years and up. The patients were patients were observed over the course of a 6-year period. All of them had valid prescriptions and licensed doctors in Canada and consumed medical cannabis products. They consumed either oil extracts or cannabis flowers, most of them with high CBD percentages. They found that many patients admitted they could reduce their prescription medications after cannabis use, and researchers found that specifically 36% of participants consumed less opioids, while 20% decreased benzo consumption.
Well, that's one milestone.
Yeah.
Right now, she's coming off her benzos. She's coming off her medication.
Well, there's more of that the harm reduction end of things.
Okay, so this is the group.
Right.
This is what this stuff is. Burning gray, and it's actually got some nice flavor to it.
Does it?
Yeah.
So what are you smoking?
The grenade. This is this stuff.
Oh.
Grenade. What is it? Grenade. Grenade. And
Grenade. Yeah, I got it on the screen now.
So I just picked this up today.
Fight Club. So is the brand Grenade and the strain is called Fight Club?
No, it's powered by Sitka. So Sitka, I was just reading what it says on the back. Powered by it's called SITKA, Sitka, and it says Sitka grows and collaborates with the legends of the industry to supply premium cannabis that speaks for itself. We always have and always will support the legacy-founded businesses and producers of the cannabis industry. This is produced in, like I said, in BC somewhere,
Yeah.
But it's called Sitka Legends.com.
Oh.
And it's like I said, it's tasty. It's good. It's brand new. I just got this today. Like I said, this is my taste test. That's the first joint I've smoked out of this bag.
Yeah. And how is it?
It's good. That's what I was just saying.
Yeah, I know. yeah.
It's got a nice flavor to it, and it's supposed to be 33.6% THC. That part's sleeping. It's good.
Yeah. As far as these seniors, to say for aging individuals who are interested in cannabis, researchers still urge them to consult with healthcare providers. Yeah.
I don't even talk to my doctor much about cannabis because I'm getting prescriptions for methotrexate and stuff with the RA.
Right.
And if I just don't even bring it up because she just poo-poos it anyway. She just
I've talked to my new nurse practitioner, and she told me that if I needed the signature, that she could send me somewhere to get that done.
But she wouldn't do it herself.
Well, that was the thing, right? I didn't go anywhere. I didn't go anywhere with it because I already have a doctor that signed.
I know, but again, like, why does she have to direct you somewhere else? Why can't she just do it herself?
Yeah, exactly. And who knows? Maybe she doesn't realize that. I don't know.
Probably does. But
Yeah.
like I said, my doctor, when I went to get my renewal too, like it wasn't that she could. Ken Brown, who owns the clinic doctor, he doesn't want the stigma attached to the doctor.
Yeah.
He doesn't want the College of Physicians looking at any of the doctors or for anything that they might be doing that the College of Physicians don't want, because then it puts a black mark on the clinic, right, and on that doctor.
Right.
And as it is, my doctor's already the drug addiction doctor in town. She's the one that does. Because only certain doctors apparently can prescribe methadone and Suboxone. And I wasn't aware of this. They have to have a special licensing for that specific harm reduction drug. And I didn't know that. It's different. They can all prescribe narcotics, right? They can all prescribe opioids and all that else. But you have to have a special licensing to be able to prescribe methadone and Suboxone and Acadia, the new one. Well, my GP is actually the addiction doctor. So she's got enough stigma because of that, because this town's so conservative.
Right.
For cannabis, it's like, no, we're not going to touch that. Add another knock to the clinic because the College of Physicians don't like that. They don't want.
Yeah. I talked to my new specialist because I have a new specialist. Mine is retired. And I talked to my new specialist about it. I told him I use cannabis and so on and so forth. And he agreed with the benefits and everything. And I didn't need a signature at the time, so I didn't ask for one. But I feel comfortable that he'll sign mine when this one that finally arrived. That started the process back in late January.
I know it's been a while.
It was mailed out. I got it right here. Okay. It was issued to me. It expires on June the 11th of 2026. Okay, so June 11th is when it was granted to me.
Right.
I sent it in originally in late January, but there was a problem. They didn't like the old. I used the old form, and they wanted their new form used, so I had to resubmit it. I got that back. I got that back in. I'm going to say by the 1st of March. It returned to me. It was the middle of February. I got it right back out within 24, 48 hours. So they would have received it, before the 1st of March. It was approved June the 11th. It was put in the mail June the 24th.
March, April. So March, April, May, June. Only 3 months.
It was approved on the 11th, and it took 2 weeks for it to get in the mail. Took 2 weeks. So the license is only really good.
You got it today.
Then it's got to be mailed.
What's the date today? July the.
No, I got it. I got it about less than a week ago.
I know, but still, it still took 10 fucking weeks.
It was another 2 or 3 week, another week or two in the mail before it
But
got.
it still took 10 fucking weeks. Like it's like
Yeah. Oh.
they always say it could take up to 10 weeks, and it's like they hold
longer.
it, right? Well, like if you count the weeks, because it's been 3 months, right? So you got 4, 8, and then you got it mid-June, June-ish. No, yeah, 8, 12. So
No,
yeah.
I got it in I got it in.
So we were talking 15 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 14 weeks. It took 15
It was
weeks.
close to 2 weeks before it got to me.
So 15 weeks it took to get you. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's way more than 10.
Well, so much for that 6 to 8 weeks.
Oh yeah, like
And
I said.
you know, I gotta say, in all the years that I have gotten my license, this is the longest it's ever taken.
Well, it might take longer now because now they're going to lean up the ministries. Remember, they gave the Ministry of Marijuana a little more people, and they gave them a little more budget so they could actually expand it because of the licensed productions. Now I almost guarantee that's going to get slashed back again. They won't. They still don't got a new lamination machine, right? So
Yeah, we'll never see that
I don't
again.
have to send pictures in anymore. Like I didn't have to send pictures in like the last time I had to.
No.
Or any ID or anything. Like,
No.
that's a
No, but you gotta fold up that great big piece of paper that's in this legal size envelope and put it in your wallet.
I don't. I leave it at home.
So do I. I carry an old expired card with me. The old laminate.
Carry an old expired license with me and tell them to get that.
Yeah. I carry the old card with me, and now, like in the early days, legalization wasn't here. Now, if they see you smoking a joint on the sidewalk, they're not as if they're going to come up and arrest you for having smoking a joint like they used to, right? So
no, they probably wouldn't. They
probably
wouldn't even waste your time. But again,
Correct.
I don't know. They had the rally in Vancouver, and apparently the cops showed up there to
Okay.
a little bit of a hassle. And it's like, but again, they're selling illegal product, right? And that's not legal. Like whether we like that or not, you can't take your brownies out to a park in Vancouver and put up a canopy and we're having a pot sale. That's not legal.
I know a guy who goes to a market. I'm gonna say with about an hour from me. He goes to a weekly market on the weekend, and he's posting all the time about his CBD products being available at the market.
CBD products.
Yeah.
They're getting away with C because Jen here with her body butter too. It's a topical. It says CBD, right? Because that's.
It's still controlled. It still hasn't got
They're letting her in the farmers market too. Just saying.
Yeah.
But that's not brownies, and that's not bags of weed, and that's not rolled up joints.
No.
Right, but these guys are doing rolled up joints and like bags of weed.
Yeah, this fellow that I'm thinking about, he's just selling salves and stuff like that. I don't know if I'm selling any plant material. I think it's like capsules and.
Like I said, again, that's not something that you're gonna have to explain to a child that's at the farmer's market what it is, right? Even though we should be teaching them that, hey, this is cannabis. It's used.
No, we should. People, yeah, I agree that. I didn't.
They don't want it. They don't want it. They don't want it out in the open. They don't want it advertised. Like I said, the only reason why they took the blinds off the stores is for protection of people. The stores from not getting robbed.
Yeah. Yep. What we got less than 2 minutes before we go to break.
Well,
when we get back from break, let's get into some studies, some health studies when we get back from the break. I've got a couple here.
I wonder if Israel's had any time to do any cannabis studies between bombing people.
I know that they've removed the thought of applying that 165% tariff on the cannabis that Canadian producers send there.
They have 125% tariff on our cannabis.
165% tariff is what they were threatening to do. I heard or read that's been stopped, so that's not going to happen.
How about we just don't send them any at all? I'd be down with that. Don't send them any.
I know you would, but the patients. Think about the patients.
Grow their own.
grow their own if they can. So, all right, let's head over for break. I gotta see if I got everything they said before that last break. I don't want to mess up again, right?
You know what? Shit happens. That's how
It does.
Shit
And
happens.
that's what you can always tell we're live because we didn't edit out. We don't edit out bloopers, right?
No, and there's plenty.
Yeah, they do happen. All right, there we go. We're gonna head off for break, and this time we're gonna be just under 3 minutes. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, you're back with the Pace Radio Show. We're live, and we're just talking about studies and cannabis substitution programs and a few other things. I'm gonna do a shout out.
Awesome.
Biggie Big Buds, Stevie Biggs.
Oh, Stevie Biggs. Nice.
Oh, he saw me post a picture of my rolling papers, my gazette papers.
Yeah.
Right? And then he says, "Hey, you looking for some? I got a box or two laying around here I can sell you." And I said, "Hey, yes, I will take those because my present supplier can't get them."
No.
So a box of these has got 20 packs in it.
Right on.
So right now, my inventory, I've got 58 packs.
Well, I ran out of my
That's
blue
5,800 joints.
Yeah, I ran out of my blue zigzag, so I had to borrow a pack of these, and I actually haven't been minding them. They don't burn bad. They're nice. Like I'm not a huge fan of the brown papers, but it's unbleached, all natural Arabic gum, and it's unrefined pure hemp paper.
Yeah. He also sent me some gifts as
Nice.
well. So I'm going to on Tuesday on the Hi Guys, I'm going to be testing out this shatter that he sent me
Nice.
on as a gift, and it's a blueberry kush and a berry white.
Nice. That's beautiful.
Yeah, and then I had a friend give me a Snoop Dogg blunt wrap.
Ooh, I haven't seen those before.
He got it at actually, I think I know why. I thought I had seen that it was only available in the US. But no.
That's awesome.
Yeah, maybe it was something else. It was I went to a friend's place and he went to the Grow Up conference in Toronto. So he got some gifts while he was there. And he got a couple of those, so he gave me one, and we tested one. We actually smoked one while I was at his place.
Great. Well, that's nice. Let's try
Yeah, it's there's no tobacco. It's crafted with all natural acai, ACAI, and herbal
Acai, yeah.
and herbal tea leaf.
Oh yeah, acai.
That's what it's made with.
You can drink acai too.
Can you?
Yeah, it's lovely. Like
It
a
was-
strong acai, it's just a beautiful drink. You get them at Starbucks. It's nice and refreshing. Like this I don't usually do.
Smoke
Starbucks.
some, then you can smoke the leaf.
Yeah. And then you can drink it too.
You can drink it. There you go. All right. Now I mentioned excuse me, some stuff about studies. I've seen one there that says that frequent cannabis use tied to lower cancer screenings.
Good.
Yeah. It says that frequent and moderate users of cannabis may be less likely to fall through with recommended screenings for various types of cancer. Why? Why is that? Okay. And they aim to elevate the relationship between cannabis use and frequency and adherence to recommended breast, prostate, cervical, and colorectal cancer screenings. Just trying to see where there's some numbers here. They analyzed data gathered from a behavioral risk factor surveillance system surveys. And they focused on men and women deemed eligible for recommended cancer screenings.
People that use cannabis don't go get them. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, that's what it looks like it's saying. Yeah, I was thinking it's less likely, but yeah.
People that use cannabis are less likely to go see
Yeah,
a
they
doctor.
they did 229,000 patients.
Yeah, but
They were included in the analysis.
how many people have we met over the years that were using cannabis for medical but didn't have a medical doctor? When they were going to see a medical clinic to get their medical licensing for cannabis because
Yeah.
they use the cannabis, if they ate it, if they drank it, if they smoked it, if they shoved it in every orifice of their body, was going to keep them away from the doctor because they didn't want to go to a doctor to have to deal with what they might have going on.
So you think that they're not going because they're starting to feel better?
Either that or they're just, their symptoms are at bay. They're not,
Basically, fuck it. I'm not
they
gonna
don't
do
want
it.
to see a doctor. They're scared of a doctor. There's
Yeah.
trauma. Like a lot of the patients that I helped get licensed didn't have a medical doctor. They had a diagnosis, and since they had that diagnosis,
Mhm.
the doctor wanted to prescribe them a whole bunch of pills and a whole bunch of stuff and a whole bunch of treatments that they didn't want, right? And
Yeah.
I'm just there to facilitate getting them the licensing so they can grow their own, so they can do whatever they want to juice, they want to do what they're growing their own, right?
Yeah.
It's me to tell them that they have to see a medical doctor. Now, if they've got the diagnosis paperwork that they need to go see that medical clinic that we have to have, if you go see signing doctor. They don't just sign you because you sit there and say, well, I've got this and I got a headache, my tooth hurts.
Yeah.
And I get, I don't sleep very well. Like, that's not going to get you these doctors that do sign you to sign you. That's not going to fly. I had to have paperwork from my GP to take to the doctor in Ontario. He had to see them, right? It wasn't like I could just say, hey, I've got this. He wanted to see the paperwork. So I had it. And then it was kind of different because I had a doctor in Hannah that would sign for me, right? Once I left Alberta, well, I didn't leave Alberta. Once I left Tabor, once I moved to that farm, my doctor in Hannah that I had believed in quality of life, and he said, I don't know whether it helps your colitis or not, but I believe it makes your life quality of life better. Charge me it. And it was his clinic, and he signed it every time until I moved. And then my doctor here signed it the first time for both Alvin and I. And then we went to get renewed. Licensing had already, legalization had already come in down back. And she said, why would I prescribe you this when you can go to a store and get that? Makes no sense to me. And I explained I wanted to grow my own and stuff. And then it was kind of like, well, the clinic kind of, gave me a bit of, grief. And it was like, okay, wait, you're right. I've got me.
Yeah, they didn't want you to grow, right? Yeah.
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 So I just left it. And I've never gotten a license since. No, that's not true. I did get one right after that, but it was like just a possession, like no growth. And if I wanted that licensing to be able to grow, that clinic that I used wanted $850 for that paper.
Oh. I paid for one. That was $50. That was almost 20 years ago.
Right, but it was an LP. If you were signing up for an LP, it was free. No problem. Right? So you had to pick the provider.
The LP stand for it.
Right? But if I want to beg, and that's what I said, what if I want to grow my own? Well, that's another form. I said, no, it's not. I said, you have to fill that form out and then you have to flip it over and sign the back of that form in order for me to have to use the licensed producer. So no, there's no extra form. Like thinking that I'm stupid or something, right? I realize that, you know the form. And she goes, okay, well then they phone me back. She goes, yeah, we can do that. It'll be $850. And I just kind of like, are you fucking kidding me?
$850.
And I said, well, I guess I can't afford that.
I'll
just take the
whatever. They're trying to reclaim the money that they would couldn't. They can't bill the government for.
No, again, is that how much the licensed producers were paying for licensing to these doctors? Like, if that's like, if they were trying to, like you said, are they recouping the money that the licensed producer would have paid them for me to?
Yeah. Licensed producer would have paying that clinic.
Right. So is that the amount that the clinic was getting paid by the licensed producer?
Maybe, or maybe it's less, and they're just scooping some more money off of it. Right?
Maybe, but I'm just thinking that. But it could be like maybe that's what the licensed producers are paying. Like maybe that's what the $850 is what that registered nurse or practitioner is getting paid to see that patient from the fucking licensed producer, because they're not getting paid through OSDP. They're not getting paid through the government, and it's a licensed or a nurse practitioner that's signing the papers. So I bet
I know
$50 was probably per patient to the licensed practitioners.
I know with Limestone City Hydroponics, like there's a fee that goes to the doctor who's doing the paperwork for their time or whatever. I don't know what the fee is offhand, but there's a charge there, but it goes to the doctor or the company that they deal with.
Right.
They're dealing with a company, it goes to them, and wherever the money is distributed is distributed.
The company that did this was that fucking Namaste 420 Cannabis. It's probably the same group they're working with, because it was all under the same clinic. Because when I went to do a clinic here with that fellow from Quebec, I found out this group of doctors that they're using are the same group of people that are doing almost every clinic across Canada.
Yeah. Well, there's lots of people out there that are needing them. So,
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying I think but I mean the price, the cost. I don't doubt that a doctor should charge that. Like $850 to see a doctor for that. That's what the doctor's charging though. It is a doctor. I don't know.
Yeah, it's costly. It's awful costly. Talking about doctors' costs, we'll move on to another report. It says that Poland has done a study that finds that hemp seed oil mitigates eczema symptoms.
Orally or topically?
I am going to say it is topically, but I haven't found that yet. It talks about what this condition is. This was done based in Poland with a researcher affiliated with De Montfort University of Leicester in the UK. It was in the current issue of Pharmacy and Medical Sciences. And it says the epidemiological studies conducted over the past 35 years indicate a twofold rise in incidences linked to environmental factors. It goes on about atmosphere pollutions and so on and so forth. They used a transdermal delivery, so it was a patch with an emulsion compounded with cholesterol ointment. They used hemp seed oil, white petroleum jelly, purified water, and ura to the skin of hands of a 23-year-old male patient, resorbing the stuff since infancy. Yeah. The emulsion was applied to the skin once daily before sleep and covered with cotton gloves for the night for the occlusion effect for a period of 3 months. So cover your hands in the stuff, put the gloves on, and for 3 months they did that. It reduced the inflammation, and then there's some other words that I can't pronounce, as well as the scaling of the skin. Oh, and some more words I can't pronounce. So it looks like there's like about 6 different benefits. When I do the news broadcast, I try to say those words.
It's funny because I've asked the doctor, because Taven's got eczema too, right?
Yeah.
And he's been struggling with it like most of his life. It's on his legs, it's in between his legs, it's in his groin and his elbows. Like it's, and it's painful, right? In between here, like, it gets sore and red. And I asked him about like a biologic or like, like we've got Humira and all these
It's an autoimmune condition, correct?
right? And they won't. It's all topical. Even the pediatrician said, no, he's not. I wouldn't start him on that. No, let's see what we can do.
For eczema, for psoriasis, I've seen them use biological. These medications that I've been on.
Well, they see the commercials in the States, right? So maybe it's medications that we aren't able to have here either because of our FDA and stuff. But I see they've got, like I said, oral medications for these kids that are like, 2 and up that have got eczema that they're, using in the States. And I'm thinking, why won't they just give that to him so he doesn't have to struggle with this? Like, the dermatitis on his back and, all these things from COVID and God. And now this, and I gotta, he needs to do this.
I'm just looking at this other report here. I think we know. I haven't read these or anything. I'm just going by the headline. So it says, "What gives cannabis strains their distinctive smells and flavors?" Terpenes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, is this a trivia question?
Yeah. A new scientific review sheds the light. It says.
Oh, it's so funny. Is this trivia night?
Yeah.
So like some people don't know that. Like they think it's, I don't know what they think. But again, like if you don't know, I guess you don't know.
It says here a wide array of molecules, which include terpenes, flavonoids, phenols, aldehydes, ketones, esters, and sulfur-containing compounds are behind the sensory profiles of cannabis.
Oh.
Which terpenes are the most prominent ones. So it's more than just the terpenes.
Wow. Well, I'm always about the taste and the smell.
Yeah.
That's a big thing for me. Like if it doesn't taste good and smell good, I don't want to smoke it.
Right.
Like if you get the bag and you pull, take your first little puff on it, and it tastes like it's been eradicated. It just tastes. You can tell that there's just nothing. It's just like.
Now they say the productions of those chemicals or those different terpenes and stuff is determined through both the plant's genes as well as metabolic and environmental conditions. So if
Oh,
you're
yeah.
growing in a shitty spot, it's going to affect the flavor of your
Oh,
plant.
for sure. Like you don't want to have, yeah, you don't want to be like in a room
Yeah.
next to a room that's you're cooking, and you know what I mean. Like all that stuff absorbs. Why you don't
Yeah.
want to go wearing perfume, pull your hair back, like make sure you're. Yeah, it does. And when you're drying it, like you don't want to be doing any air diffusers, any air freshener.
Yeah, exactly.
Any of that, because when you're drying or curing your cannabis, if you're
I can remember years and years ago there was some that was around, and this was well before legalization. But it always tasted like that air freshener, the orange citrus air freshener. When you think, oh, is that person trying to hide the smell of their cannabis by using an air
yeah,
freshener?
like you're growing it probably in a
Yeah.
plant or something you're not supposed to. So they've got an ionizer going, and they're running it probably
Yeah.
diffusing every air freshener they can to hide the smell of cannabis being grown. Meanwhile, that plant is absorbing that air because that's what plants do. They absorb the air and the oxygen and put it, or to put out carbon monoxide. Like they're the same as any other plant, right? At
Mm.
night they're putting out carbon monoxide. During the day they're putting out oxygen. Same shit. Cannabis or not. So they're absorbing that crap out of the air that you're spraying every time you spray it, and yeah, your butt's gonna taste like air freshener.
Yeah, they say robust agricultural properties such as optimized nutrient and water use, temperature tolerance, pest resistance, and shortened grow life remains critical in order to, for your cannabinoids and aroma profiles, which is so true. Yeah.
That's decent cannabis. I'm liking that.
Yeah.
Yep, I would buy that again. I would
Well,
give
yeah.
that. I would give this probably, and I would say a 9.
Oh, really? Yeah.
That's good. So Fight Club
Yeah.
by Grenade or Sitka. It's a BC company that, like I said, powered by Sitka. SITKA.
Now, for those who ask, what's the THC levels again?
33%.
What?
33.6% total THC.
I'm sorry, but when I hear about those, I like to see an actual retest of that.
Well, I'm telling you, it kicked me in the ass. So
Did it?
yeah, like it's kind of laid me back.
Is it indica? Sativa?
Yeah. I got no smoke. Because usually, if I smoke sativa, I'm sleeping. Like sativa puts me right to fucking sleep. It burns me out, and I'm wanting a nap every time I smoke it. Or if I smoke it, if I can't sleep, I buy a sativa so I can go to bed. If I'm having issues, because like I said, you get that little bit of a whatever, and then it burns me right out. So then I'm just like, oh God, I'm tired. So sativa, no. I've been smoking. I smoke indica because it doesn't make me go to sleep. Like it makes me just kind of like, okay, I'm feeling okay, and now I can get up, and I gotta go, finish shampooing my car, and it gives me that, I get up and want to clean my house.
Yeah.
Hey, I already vacuumed the car out already.
What's that?
I went out there and vacuumed the car already before the show. And then it was like 5:40 or whatever. No, it wasn't 5. It was 5. It was just after 5. It was 5:04. I come right out. I just so to make sure I wasn't late for the show.
Yeah. Let's see. What else have I got here in front of me? Do Americans support cannabis legalization? Wow. The Pew Research Center conducted a survey from January the 22nd to February the 2nd of this year. And they say those who answered, they said that 87% believe that cannabis should be legalized. Over half of that group, which is 54%, said the plant should be legal for both medical and recreational use, while the remaining third only supported medical use. They found that 52% of the adults in the country believe cannabis legalization is beneficial to local economies, and 42% believe it makes the justice system more fair. 27% believe that if cannabis were legal recreationally, people would use heroin, fentanyl, and cocaine less. which is good news. People believe that is helps with the harm reduction. And 21% believe it would make communities safer in general. Does that mean that 80% of the people think it wouldn't make it safer? I don't know. It doesn't say.
Oh,
right?
Because was it 2 weeks ago, or maybe it was a month ago now? Because this last month was kind of a wash. It's market anyway. So maybe it was before. Maybe it was in May. We had that story up that Texas was trying to take the medical.
Yeah, correct. I think that got vetoed.
Did it? Okay. So
I believe that's what I read.
Any follow up on that? So I was wondering because I know that the state of Texas was trying to take their legal market away from them. And I don't think Louisiana. I should get a hold of Jerry and see if we can have him on the show or something and get a update of what's going on in Louisiana too, because there's different times down there. That's for sure.
Things are constantly changing down there.
Blink, 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 blink. Like you don't ever know what that orange potato is going to do now.
All right. You got anything else offhand? I haven't got any more. Well, I do have. Right. Forgot all about this. Holy crap. Can't forget about this. Okay. Now, what you got here? This looks like a Canadian cannabis leaf flag.
It's a Canadian cannabis flag, and because I'm little, I can't hold it up. But I took this to TY in 2013.
So that's the Treating Yourself Expo.
Yeah. So
in 2013.
Yeah, so I ran around and got everybody's signatures on here. So I have.
Let's see who we got.
Okay, so we have Debbie Stelz Giffen from Mom.
Yep.
Right there. Can you see it?
Okay, yeah, you don't have to show it. You don't have to show it. Just read them on.
Okay, so then we've got. Let's see. I've got to read. Judy Enright, and then we've got Deb Marpa and somebody I can't read.
Okay.
Somebody else I can't read.
There's gonna be a few of those. Leela, okay.
Yeah, Leela. This is in green, it's hard to read. Kirk Tusaw.
Yeah, lawyer Kirk Tusaw.
Nathan Bonet. Caitlin Walters or Walton. Or Walton. Puff Mama, Lisa Kirkman.
Okay, I know those two, obviously.
I have no idea. I can't read it.
Puff Mama, she's having a big event. I don't know if it's a fundraiser or not, but there's something to do with the comedians and all that she does for her shows.
Oh no, I'm talking Lisa Kirkman, but Joanna Puff Mama. Yeah, no.
Yeah, Joanne, correct.
Yeah, but this is Lisa Kirkman. She's Mama.
Yeah, Mama Hawk. Not Mama Hawk. Sorry,
No.
That's Cheryl. That's Cheryl. Sorry.
I can't even remember anymore.
It's been so long. It's been so long.
Lisa Kirkman. I can't even remember what she goes by anymore. Because she just goes by Lisa Kirk. Puff Mama. No, yeah, Puff Mama.
No. This is two of them. Joanne, Puff Mama too.
Is she Puff Mama?
Yeah. Okay, so keep reading the names off.
Jared from Medtainer. Oh, that's John Burfello, Medtainers, Canada.
Yeah.
Pierce Farm, Saskatoon. James Eagle. One Love, the Hubbles, which is Caleb and his wife Kimberly. So Caleb Hubble.
Yeah.
They're from Saskatchewan too. He's a Saskatchewan. Okay, we got. Puff Mama on here again, and I think this is John Conroy.
Yeah. Lawyer, another lawyer.
And
very instrumental on where we are today.
Yep. So that's it. That's all I've got on here. But that's all I can. Yeah.
I guess I just flew by wherever you were with that.
You know what? It's hard to say.
I was there.
Yeah, and I mean, it could be that I think I only brought it the one day because I was there, and then I just kind of didn't bring it. That's probably what happened.
Yeah. And if and like I didn't have opportunities to like hang around or.
No, I remember you busy running around taking pictures, doing interviews. You had your own booth going on, and you and Deb. I remember Deb being there.
Yeah, Deb was there.
Yep. But I do remember meeting you.
Oh yeah. We got together. Yeah.
Yeah, I just like I said because you were busy and I was over. Well, depending on what year, because the first year I went out there, I went out with Dana Larson, right? Like, and I was with in Prohibition booth, right?
Yeah.
And then the second time I went out there, I was with Normal Women's Alliance.
Yeah.
So I've been out there twice, and those were the times that I worked at the booths, right? So.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now we can fold it back up. That was a project, but but I found it, and like I said, it's more memorabilia that because I'm going through stuff to throw stuff out. But this is one of my things that is not going to be thrown out.
Yeah.
This stinks.
It's this round. All right. Anything else offhand? I'm gonna sign us off.
Have a great week. We'll be back on Monday on Cannabis and Coffee with Marijuana, and send money for CSP at tamaraleigh9@hotmail.com. And thanks to my sponsors that have been helping and will continue to help me help others. And
All right. Talking about sponsors. Thanks to our sponsors: Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, at ease.ca, and next week we'll be back with Cheryl and Haley Rose. Got the call last minute, for the show, but they couldn't make it, and but we've asked them, or we've rescheduled them to appear next week. So we'll go with that. Other than that, thanks to everybody for tuning in tonight, and good night. We'll see you all next week. Bye bye. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
We have today on the spot, D.E. the Bud Guy. D.E., I dragged out that E.
I told you, you're supposed to say, what up, D?
What up, D? What up, D?
You can tell he's the newbie. He lives to the name.
What up? Thanks for having me on. I'm really excited to be here.
So
thanks for coming.
Like D the Bud Guy is a very, very obvious. You're in the cannabis industry. You're the oh no wait, I guess that could be non. Yeah, you might like Bud the beer. Actually, I never thought about that. Okay, but so when you go out and you are D the Bud Guy, this clearly is part of your identity and your journey. And that's what we're really interested in talking about on this show is hearing people's journeys, hearing why they're in the space, what they're doing in the space, and how they got into the space in the first place. And me being a newbie and MJ being a doobie, our listeners come from both worlds as well. And we really believe that people's stories are the best way that we can probably begin to really break down the stigma. So where does your story begin in this? How do you become D the Bud Guy?
Okay, so I'm very much a newbie and a doobie myself. I'm new to the whole social media section as far as I've only been doing this for a couple of years now, and it kind of started when I began growing. The doobie part being the fact that I am a recreational smoker who's become a medical licensed grower. My journey began a little over 2 years ago, and for me, it started with an outdoor grow. You know, this is actually my third outdoor grow, I should say, was just completed last summer. So with the legalization in Canada, much like everybody around me, it was like, hey, are you going to grow? And for me, it was definitely yes. You know, my wife is a great gardener and we have beautiful space. So it was a chance to kind of start things. So my journey really began outdoors. It progressed from there, of course.
So being a recreational user became a medical grower. We've often talked on the show. MJ is a medical consumer and grower.
Okay.
We've talked a lot about how there's a lot of recreational users are in fact medical users, and many of them don't even know that or are aware of that. They think they're doing it recreationally, but ultimately it's causing some sort of balancing effect within them.
Yeah, even as
absolutely.
Preventative, yeah.
Right? Like in my opinion, even as a preventative measure.
I agree. I agree. It's definitely safer for the people around me if I'm consuming.
Right? I smoke weed for your protection.
Yeah, but all kidding aside, Timmy, I really agree with what you're saying. Like, I think that the danger in that though is that we as people have a habit of self-diagnosing ourselves too. So you want to be careful that if this is your reason for doing it, it doesn't become a suppressant to something else. Like I know in this case, a lot of people use it to treat depression, but it's you don't want it to. I don't know. I don't advise maybe using it as that kind of numbing agent that like maybe alcohol and some other drugs have been kind of prone to do to people in the past. And do you know what I mean when I say that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you know, it can easily be used as a. We were talking today on. Now, this might not be the same day that this obviously comes out, but this morning in real life is Blue Monday. So it's the day where depression by statistics seem to peak in North America due to the fact that we're right in the middle of winter. Christmas bills are all now starting to become realistic because those credit cards are calling and all those overspending. And people's have already within about 2 weeks they've all their New Year's resolutions have failed, and so people are in this intense state of depression. And we were talking today on my I do this show in the morning on Instagram called Smoothie Avocado and Chat. And we just chat about different things, but I'm on a health journey myself, and we talked about the fact that that there is medicine that's needed for some people that are battling depression, but there are also some people out there that are using other things in their life to sit and say, oh well, I'm depressed, that's why I drink, or maybe in this case that's why I smoke. And we went back to a lot talking about the fact of well, have you tried sleeping better, getting more exercise, and eating better? Because those three things might solve your problem before you start pretending that something else is actually and it's just an excuse to smoke or to drink or whatever.
100%. 100%. That's the basis of any good medical practice, I believe. I mean, I think that's the first thing that any doctor should or usually does actually ask. Is they're going to look at your sleep routine, your diet, and the aspects of your life before they even begin to try and diagnose you with anything or even look at any secondary treatments, Timmy.
So in your particular life and journey, because you acknowledge your description of yourself right away was I'm a recreational user, but you're a medicinal grower. So
that's right.
Where does it? Do you feel that for you cannabis is simply recreational?
No, and I'm glad you asked because I do a lot of like live feed discussions on Instagram with my friends, and this topic comes up often. And see, here's the thing: I really like I myself. I'm just gonna say how I do things, and at the beginning of the day and the end of the day, I start with a concentrated rosin. I do what's called dabbing. Okay, so if you're unfamiliar with that, it's basically a product called shatter or rosin. It's a much stronger version of cannabis, and it has secondary cannabinoids present, things like CBD and CBA, and and again, I can explain some of these things to some degree if you like, but it's been decarboxylated, which enhances it. So there's a lot. Those are kind of the reasons it does that. But what I find by doing that is that it gives me a much more different cerebral high. It's a much more concentrated and consistent euphoric experience when you are dabbing than you are, say, hitting a bowl. Like I'm a big advocate. I have glass. I use pipes. I pretty much consume it any possible way that most people do. But for me, it's a different experience. If I find that if I don't start my day with a dab or end my night with a dab, I either don't sleep correctly or I don't really, I don't know, I kind of get like, I find that smoking joints, pardon the expression, it's a completely different high altogether. It's a great experience though. Like it's important to, what I like about a joint or the dab is that it slows you down. It makes you it brings you back into the moment a little bit. And a joint will help you lose the moment. And that's what I like a joint is a good way to meet people. I like the sociability of a joint where like, like especially now, it's not like you're carrying a bong somewhere with you. And I think that if you're hitting a pipe, people are usually looking at you and wondering what you're smoking versus the fact that you're smoking a pipe. There's all kinds of thoughts that come into it. And I got friends that recovered from other addictions that refuse to smoke a pipe because of that, because it's too much of that process for them. There's too many similarities for them. So in a long-winded way, yes, I'm a strong believer in medicine. And I also like, I have great stories of how that really has affected my family on a medical side as well too. And if you like, we could certainly get into that. But just to end that point particularly, I really find that for me, it's definitely medicine. And there's a recreational time. It is definitely a social practice for me. If I go and I meet my friends, this is the first thing we're going to do. Alcohol to us is kind of like a maybe.
I thought it was interesting that you threw in. You said smoke a joint, and then you said pardon the expression. What is it about? Because MJ and
I think it's an old way of thinking. Okay, I think like terms like weed and joint and stuff like that. Blunt's a very kind of like blunt is a very specific thing. It means like you're smoking a blunt wrap or it's a much larger cigar style type of a thing. So if you're not familiar with the definition, that's the difference. But what I find is that when we use older terms and if we, like there's a balance that we need to get to with cannabis between old habits of calling it like the hippie names, and pardon the expression for calling it a hippie name, there I go correcting myself again, right? Versus getting it mandated as a full-blown medicine because, with pharmaceutical classification, there's a whole other box of things that will be opened up. And, we could go there and not go there. It's just, I have an opinion on that as well, obviously. But what I do think is that until we get to the point where it's readily accessible to the people that need it, we need to keep it as it is. We're not ready to grow as a society until everybody catches up. There's a lot of people in the States that can't get a concentrate, so they'll never really, or potentially not legally, be able to have the experience that I get medically. And that's not right to me.
Well, up until I can't remember what year it was 2000 something. But you probably know this, in Canada, it was legal to have a medical license to consume flower, but it had to be in combustible. You could not bake with it. It was actually illegal to turn it into any sort of concentrate, including butter. So children, this is what it meant. Children who had medical cannabis licenses for whatever reason had to smoke, or they had to burn it in a vaporizer and put a mask over the child. And this was like, it didn't make any sense. This is what you're like, I agree with what you're saying. The rules still we need to grow where we are to get better rules. in place. Now this is it's been overturned because it was a stupid rule to begin with. You should be able to give your child cookies over making them smoke.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and especially now that they understand how it differs, like, you know, the thing is cannabis now, because it's accepted and it's looked at as a potential medicine. Okay, and I'm just going to call it potential because not everybody's on that agreement with it. Now the studies are happening, so we like now they're making up for all this time that they had. You know, when they were busy jailing people and kind of calling it the devil's lettuce, they weren't looking at it. But now, if you look, like I'm not 100% on this, but I know at one point, and I thought I read that it's the current, like medical cannabis is the current potential thought process at the American Diabetes Association as a potential, like, actual cure.
Right.
So with that being said, like, you know, I guess that brings me, like, I wanted to share a story with you, if it's okay, about medicine and how it affected things, and about perception. Okay, so I'm going to tell a very personal story. My mother doesn't consume cannabis, but she's never been super against it. She's always been surrounded by people in her life that when they used cannabis, it led to stupidity. It led to people hurting themselves by getting on, you know, quads and stuff like that and breaking their collarbones. Or it was the time that, you know, like I was coming home late, or the times that we eat edibles and get a little too stupid or something like that. Like, she looked at it as a very juvenile. She had a very poor perception of it because that was her vision of it. Okay. And then her sister got really sick. And her sister went from, so my aunt, one of my favorite aunts, okay, the leading thought at the time is that she may have had diabetes. Of course, diabetes is almost a rush to in my family because it's been so prevalent, and it's such a huge cause for a lot of things. Like, its symptoms are so similar to a lot of other symptoms too. So they always kind of start there. I don't know if you've noticed that, but it seems to always come up. And in treating her, they gave her all kinds of heavy medications, things like morphine and stuff like that, which caused her to go from 160 some odd pounds down to like 80 pounds in a very, very, very fast time. So you can imagine how we felt looking on the outside in. It just looks very, very, very scary, right? And so my aunt's a long-term recreational smoker. She's always been for it. She was the cool aunt that used to sneak a little bit to me when I was growing up. Like, you know, she was cool like that. But she reached out to me because she knew I had some friends and, you know, a little bit of, you know, connections when it came to the medicinal side of things, because she heard about some of the stuff I was doing with some of the friends that I made, and she asked me if I could find her some help. And I had a really good friend of mine, okay, a company called Leaf This, if I could say that. And what she provided me was an RSO oil for my aunt, okay, which was really good because the RSO oil really, really helped her. What it did is it gave her that pain-killing effect. It took a lot of, like, gave her the ability to rest and to kind of, so it gave her that dormancy, I hate to say it, but like that part of it that she needed to fully get better. But she also gave her like these things that were natural and that gave her energy and gave her appetite and things like that. So I gave it to her on a Sunday night. She finally kind of came out, seeing everybody, and I gave it to her on a Sunday night when I was finally able to give it to her. And she texted me the Monday morning, and she was up making breakfast for her family for the first time in 2 years. Okay. And like, she sent me this text, and it was like this very heartfelt, thank you, bless the person who made this. I've never, this is the best I felt in 2 years. Like, I feel like a person again. It gave her dignity and energy and the strength to fight off what she's going through. And she's still at the process where they're still sorting things out with her, but she's a lot stronger, and she doesn't look like that person that kind of really, she doesn't look like, you know, like it's winning, if I could say that. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I have a story also with pharmaceuticals, and it's amazing the list of pharmaceuticals that can be replaced, or at least that were replaced in my personal journey by one plant. I can't say one plant because it's multiple plants and different strains, and I had to find all that out, and it's not going to work for everybody. Like, it's funny because you said cannabis slows you, like dabs and smoking joints, they slow you down. And that was what Timmy didn't like about consuming when he did smoke a joint. However, we smoked a joint and then went bowling. And then another time we smoked a joint and tried to have a conversation. Like, it's what you're doing. Like, if we were having a dab or a joint and then going to bed, it would be totally fine, right?
Yeah, well, I think one thing that I've on this learning curve that I've been on is I tried cannabis for the first time 3 years ago.
Okay.
There's a few different times, and like one of them was the bowling. And once I saw that it was ruining my bowling score, I gave it up. Like, some things are not worth the risk. I'll tell you that. But one thing that I'm learning is this concept of how complex the plant is, and realizing that there is so many different dimensions in regards to strain, environment, dosage level, how you receive it, how it's grown. So there's all this thing that's going on, and we have somebody in our life who was adamant about the fact that the cannabinoids, and I'm a skeptic by nature, so I've come into this industry growing up in the church. 35 plus years, going to become a pastor. We didn't talk about cannabis, and when we did, it was equated to cocaine, heroin. I mean, it was up there with everything that you shouldn't.
It's a drug.
Take that, you go to hell. That sort of level of thing. And
that was information then. Okay, I get it.
Yeah. So when this friend of ours, Reverend Kelly, she was talking about the cannabinoids.
Yeah, about comes in the breast milk.
Yeah, and that everybody's kind of got this thing in their system, and that everybody needs it. And at first I balked, and I was like, no, I don't need it. Like, I'm pretty healthy. Like we talked earlier, I focus on eating better, sleeping better, get more exercise. If I do those three things, I think I can combat a lot of the other things.
You're really healthy.
But what I'm discovering though is that there might be a strain. And maybe we're already discussing adding CBD oil just into my my breakfast smoothies, and that maybe it isn't the THC. And so I think within my skepticism that I had growing up, and my healthy skepticism that I still have now, has at least transformed to the fact that I now see the benefits. I see that there is potential. The word that you keep using is definitely there. And so I stand on now the side of the advocacy of it. But now the skeptical side is continually going, well, show me the science, show me how this can help me. And if it can, I'm in, but show me how it can do it.
But see, I look at that like it's personal. Everybody is different. Everybody's genetic makeup is different. So you have to find.
But you know how we're all the same? Timmy, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
You said that you're looking at other forms of just overall health, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Are you, like, am I correct in assuming that maybe some of it's dietary? Like, are you looking at like those kind of principles as well? Are you vegan or vegetarian or anything like that?
I tried veganism for a year. I ended up adding meat back in, but yeah.
Me too. Okay, but let me. So you'll understand where I'm going with this. When I was vegan, one of the things that I kind of learned was just that the whole concept of what you put in your body is kind of shelved around this concept of whether or not you can consume it by ripping it open, whether it's natural for you to actually consume that. And that's usually like the way that we kind of looked at things that we put in our bodies when at least that's the vegans that I was around. And that was the education kind of about it that I was given. And the reason I bring this up is this. If we're not designed to consume cannabinoids, then why do we have cannabinoid receptors?
That is something that I've been learning more about. Yeah, the endocannabinoid system. Yeah, so it's a legit thing.
We actually have a system designed to deal with it. So is it fair to maybe just say that it's likely on that notion? Now you see why I brought up the other thing first, though, right? Like you see how it kind of, because anybody who takes any real, like anybody who takes a bit of education and learns about the things that they put into their body, and I'm not going, I'm not picking vegan, this and that. I'm just saying in general, anybody who looks at nutrition issues and looks at what they put into their body, these are the questions we ask ourselves. So I think there's an answer there. And I think that the skeptic in you should know that there's a cannabinoid system in your body that's designed to deal with that. So I got to think that it's there for a reason.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm on board with. I think I've really come to understand that there is something within, and just like sitting there saying, look, I want to make sure my iron levels are high. I want to make sure my magnesium, all these things that are below.
That's right.
Vitamin D. And so then you have this other thing that is high or low as well. And I think for me, the big step forward was separating the fact that as I grew up, all I saw was the stereotypical, let's use the term smoking the joint. And to me, I equated that with smoking, which I equated to unhealthy living and all this other stuff. So, but now that I found out though about the other ways to consume, and now I'm like, okay, you know what? I had a CBD cookie.
He had 4.
I ate a lot of them. They were really good cookies. But that opened my
My
eyes
wife
tremendously.
uses CBD.
What's that?
I said my wife uses CBD products.
Yeah, and that to me really opened my eyes, and I went, oh, okay. There's another way to possibly receive the benefits and to get the cannabinoid thing, and
that's right.
To me, the whole when I talk about being a skeptic, I say it from the standpoint of I have crossed the line into the advocate side of the skepticism. Now it's a question of, and that's why I enjoy these conversations and the show that we've been doing, which is not just about teaching me, but teaching other newbies.
So, and you know what, MJ will appreciate this. MJ, I presume you grow likely organic as well.
Just thinking. Sorry, Timmy.
You said.
I actually am probably one of the most healthiest looking unhealthy person you would meet. I eat the same crappy processed bagel with cream cheese and microwaved bacon every single day for breakfast. And I say breakfast, but it's like 1 in the afternoon.
But mind you, she does have a cannabis leaf every once in a while on her bagel. So.
Yeah, when I do the cheddar cheese. So it's funny you say cannabis leaves. So cannabis was prohibited over 100 years ago, right? And we have this endocannabinoid system within our body. There is a theory, and maybe it's just my theory, but I'd like to think it's a theory that's actually out there. So there's a theory that says that when they banned and made it prohibited, what happened was our diets then started getting, our system became deficient in the cannabinoids. So we started getting sicker. Cancer is doubling, like they're like at a crazy rate. I think that I heard about Dr. William Courtney, who believes that cannabis is a vegetable. It's actually a plant. You can eat it like lettuce or juice it. His wife actually was told she would A, never have children, B, wouldn't live past 30 or whatever. And with just cannabis juice alone through a wheatgrass juicer, he was able to save her. She was a patient, and then it's like a love story. They ended up getting married, and now they have children together, just from cannabis juice, right? Like it's and it's inexpensive to do. You literally can do this at home. You just keep a plant in vegetative state. You know how easy that is. Just lots of light.
Just keep the light cycle above 12 hours. Give it 13 plus just to be safe. But yeah.
So you're saying your wife consumes with using CBD. Does she also smoke or no?
No, my wife doesn't. And mind you, the last time my wife consumed cannabis, so here's the thing. In high school, she smoked cannabis, but she didn't like the effects that it had on her. So it was very juvenile to her. Her friend who's about 60, she's 67 this year. About a year, almost two ago, gave me and her our first dab the first time, like same night in our backyard. She's a dear family friend, and she's the one who got me into dabbing. And actually, the video's on my YouTube if you ever want to watch it. It's really neat. She throws out a couple of old war stories and stuff like that too as an old timer. But anyway, she educates me on the process, and you kind of see how I experienced it for the first time. And my wife did it then, and she really enjoyed it. She would be the first to even admit that, but she didn't see it as something that was going to be a long-term thing for her. We're not big drinkers either. We're not, we're not super healthy. We eat a lot of fast foods as well and stuff, but we are somewhat conscious. The things that we do eliminate into our bodies are chemicals. So, like I'm a fully organic grower, and the reason I asked about the organics is here's another thing to look at, Timmy, is the source of the cannabis that you get. I grow mine, so I do consume secondary source cannabis. But that being said, primarily my grow is what I grow, and I don't put any chemicals of any kind in my plant at any point. Not even grow things like I can add things to my grow that make it look even better and stuff. But they're usually synthetic based, or they're kind of assaults. And I'm not saying that they're super bad for you, but they are definitely eliminatable, and there's an organic thinking that the more pure something is, the better it would be. And because I'm now at the point where, as a grower, I'm now getting to the point where I'm able to kind of process this into some of my medicine for personal use. I'm really cognitive of that. So I have a rosin press, which is like I prefer solventless extractions, which means you don't mix a chemical to it to get the cannabinoids out of it to make the shatter or
you're looking at rosin or hash,
right? Or like, but I've also recently tried alcohol-based extractions and things like that. So I'm learning things, and certain things are better at extracting things than others, and certain things have other considerations, like what you're using to extract it and whether or not it all gets extracted. But then again, certain things are okay to smoke. Certain things are okay to smoke, but certain things you can't consume if they're made with certain things, because then you can hurt your digestive system. So, I urge anybody, if they're growing or they're considering to do all this, to get all the information you can and to speak to other people that do know what they're doing. And there's lots of people out there that I have access to as a grower, and they ask me about growing, and they'll teach me about extracts and things like that. It's a great community, and there's always lots of people that are willing to help direct you the right way. Through, I'm sure you notice that through your own dealings, like with your channels and stuff. Like, the cannabis community is one of the most biggest, hardest communities you'll ever meet.
Yeah, we definitely love the plant. It's the one thing that unites all of us.
There is a very strong unity there.
Well, even like, it's one thing to smoke it and to enjoy, like you say, the rituals of like rolling a joint and smoking with your friends or whatever. But when you grow and you raise that plant from, I've got a jar right here of my blueberry headband, and I mean, the buds are not the biggest. I absolutely, but like, I gave some to a friend, and I always do this too. Her husband
smells like weed.
Her husband found the jar because it was curing still, and she's like, he picked it up and was like, "Oh my God, you're hiding the good weed." Oh, we can't see it. Oh yeah, because it's green. So he's like, "You're hiding the good stuff," and I was so impressed that he called it good stuff, because that means my shit is the good stuff, because it's gassy. It's this blueberry headband from Humboldt. So
that is very delicious. I've had that before.
Oh yeah, so good.
Any band strains, but also like blueberries. Okay, so here's another thing that we can kind of touch on. Okay, so there's a thought process, like in the medical cannabis community, they have certain strains and profiles that they've traditionally used, but they've expanded that. And a lot of them happen to be the berry-based strains and stuff. Now, me thinking the way that I do, a mad scientist-y kind of thing, goes, wait a second, aren't blueberries and cranberries and all these things rich in antioxidants anyways? So maybe there's a correlation. And the thing is that cannabis terpenes are derived from the same terpene profile as fruit. So with that being said, there's definitely a similarity, and there's a correlation there. I'm not smart enough scientifically to know, but I'm willing to say that I think that there's evolution that's being made, I think, in that kind of category, and it's something that we should definitely be exploring more of. I think it's only a matter of time. Like you said that your friend considers cannabis food. Well, then it's only a matter of time before the FDA has it anyways. Right?
Yeah, that would be nice.
So everybody has their own theories on this, but why do you feel things went so wrong with cannabis? Why did it get put on the blacklist when it clearly seems to have so many useful benefits? So what is your theory?
Cannabis?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so like, I don't know, I guess the obvious answer is to blame the war on drugs. So I do believe that there was political aspects and stuff. And I only say that because, like at the time, the war on drugs became a problem when the U.S. was suffering themselves and the government had to do something, right? And what they did is they had these impoverished neighborhoods in the U.S. where people were getting super sick. And on the other side of the world, they were going after these guerrilla growers and stuff like that. But really, history said that there was more to it. And I'm not going to get into that. The people can read about it and see what they say. But I will say that was probably some of it. And the other aspect is like, the other thing too is like, there's a lot of people that, like, MJ, was it you said that you got rid of a lot of medicines and then just kind of now you one plant? I think that's the answer. I don't want to say anything that's too kind of specific because of the way that these algorithms work, but I think people know where I'm going. I think you know what I'm saying. Like, I really think that, what will your parents think when they find you dead from marijuana, I think is what they said, right? Like, there was some real funny shit, that they have.
Well, Reefer Madness.
She made me watch Reefer Madness, and that movie was
that
was crazy.
He at the end of the movie, he just kind of like looked at me, and I'm like, "What?" Like, should I like be worried?
I thought she was going to end up killing
tonight?
me. That's the way it looked, anyway.
But like history has shown us. Like, have you guys ever seen the movie Thank You for Smoking?
No.
I might
look it up. Okay. It's pretty interesting. It's a good movie. Watch it. It's kind of interesting. It's about industry and the people that ran different things at a certain time, and it's kind of based on a true story. But it's done for a more entertaining like version, of course. But it's like the tobacco and the meat people, and they all get together. All the lobbyists in the States and stuff. So it's kind of an entertaining movie. But there's a lot of 50% of truth is said and just, I think is what they say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree.
I love quotes.
As a you have a social media presence that probably is different than your personal social media, I would imagine. Or is it one and the same?
Yes and no. Like my immediate circle knows me as the bug guy to some degree. Like my family knows what I do and they support it to some degree. But for the most, as long as I don't become the bug guy when I'm with them, they're okay with it, But they're happy in the sense that I help them with their personal growth and stuff. But like when I walk around my hometown and stuff, like it's D or people will call me Dwayne,
right.
And I have like personal accounts that I don't post my cannabis content to my Dwayne account.
Right.
But
okay.
But I do share bits of it if I think it's important.
So what is it? What drives you? Because some people don't talk about it at all, and some of those people are for still stigma-related reasons. Some of them are for they're just more personal. Like if I started to consume again in some form, if we didn't have this show, I probably wouldn't talk about it. But then there
Yeah,
are
okay.
others who feel very.
Are you gonna talk about me? Like I walk around wearing cannabis
No,
and everything,
no,
head
there's
to toe, and I'm
Got
like
some
sometimes I go
socks
out in my
and-
onesie. Like I am Mary Jane Baker, 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Everywhere I go, this is.
With a name like Baker, though.
But her
What's that?
and Mary Jane.
Yeah, and
But
Mary Jane, like seriously.
But her thing, her in her, like when we had to put bios together for the show, like it was very clear that she had to put, advocate in her thing. Like she has, this is not just a part of what she does, or what she needs as a
It's
medicinal
not
user,
just a passion,
but
it's a
she wants to
lifestyle.
advocate for it.
Yeah.
So there are people who choose to just kind of do it personally, and then there's people like yourself who have a personal presence. And I'm always interested to know what that purpose is for you. Like what are you hoping? Like, do you have an angle? Do you want to teach people about the science? Do you just want to encourage people? What is D the Bud Guy about?
All right, so there's two stages to that. The first one's very easy. It's a connection. I came and when I started growing, and long before I was any good at it, I presented it. Okay, so I was okay with that. I've never been a very competitive person, but I do like connection. I like connection through these platforms. And there's a lot of people who will say that like they're the place where people bully you and stuff like that. And I've had my experiences with that too. But that being said, I find genuine connection. I've met really, really super people. I met you two at Lyft. I went to Lyft to be with other friends of mine. I think that was one of the things I even said to you. I said, I'd love to stay and chat longer, but I'm coming to meet my friends.
Yeah.
And the thing is that I went to Lyft to learn about cannabis industry, to be a part of it, to feel part of it, but for the connection. I made that series, the Cloudy and the Six, my video series, and I did that because it started as a bit of promotional thing with Raw and with Aim High, but it became a thing about connection. It was always about the people in the cannabis industry. It's about me going into dispensaries and grow hydroponic stores and meeting growers and seeing their gardens and stuff. And so there's that connection. Like D the Bud Guy started at the beginning when they took our ability to connect away. So all of a sudden I put everything I could as a person into this projected outwards to try and draw people in and try and learn things and feel part of something, as a grower, and work towards that acceptance as a grower and hopefully earn people's respect as a grower. Learn some things along the way. The growing part of me started because I learned from the University of YouTube. Okay. I watched every growers. There's a lot of amazing content growers, and a lot of them are Canadians, guys like Pigeons 420 and Mr. Canuck. And if you grow cannabis, you know who I'm talking about. These guys are Canadian. They're out there, so they're out killing it, And I kind of wanted to do a little bit of that. Like I've taught people before. I was in the automotive industry. I was in the Canadian Armed Forces. I started as a cadet. Like I've always been comfortable speaking and teaching and things like that. And I've always felt like a bit of a teacher. So for me, it's like this door opened, this rush gate opened of opportunity with the legalization. It was legal for me to do it. It was something that I was enjoying. And I really believe in it. Like my saying is this: growing medicine is my medicine. Do you know what I mean? Like, so the thing is I also believe that nobody told me not to do all that at once. So I felt like there were steps, there was information missing, and I wanted to dumb it down, because what I didn't like was that all these great, not the guys I mentioned specifically, but at the time, but a lot of guys would be like, oh, here, you can have all this, but you needed like thousands of dollars worth of stuff. And I just, like, it broke my heart as soon as I got off, and I was like, oh shit, that's $1,200. Like, but like as a grower, I was joking with my buddies. I said, like, I'd watch a grow video, and then it'd be the equivalent of a kid watching a kung fu movie and going and beating all his brothers up. Like, I'd have to go out and treat my plants with all this new knowledge and stuff, right? So
There
the
goes
science,
another like however much money also.
yeah. But I mean, like, so my wife said, no, babe, like, don't go and spend all your money on this. Show me you can keep plants alive and then do it. And she was right. And what it forced me to do, I learned how to make my own plant medicine. I made videos on how to make CalMag. And then next, you know, I had companies reach out to me and go, you know, if you don't want to make your own stuff, I'd gladly sponsor you. Like, that's really informative and innovative what you've done. By the way, I really like your plants. And I'm like, I'm growing with a house light and tinfoil.
Yeah.
You know? So a lot of what I do, like now, is this year I'm going to make a grow series for my YouTube channel, and it's going to be basics, very basics. Okay, I've already done a video that shows you how to set up a basic setup if you don't have equipment. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a seed through the process, and then it's going to be a base that I can build an advanced growing series off of, where I can share some of the tips. And like outdoors, I do living soil. I build my own soil systems. You asked about sciences. I am all about the sciences because I'm a student and I can't wait to share it.
Awesome. And you know the great thing nowadays with YouTube or university, as I like to call it, which is why I'm there. Anyways, is that no matter how many people are out there doing the exact same thing, showing people how to grow, you know as well as I do, that when it comes to growing, everything will be different. Something that works for you might not work for somebody else. So if I watch somebody else's video, I might be completely useless when it comes to that. But your video might be the one that is like, oh my God, are you kidding me? That's what I need to do.
Yeah.
So
I try to draw people in with, like, if you look at the content that I do create, I try to draw people in with music in a little bit more upbeat tempo so that I don't lose you. Like, I always found school boring. Okay. Like, but the teachers that came out and did this, like, things slightly different, they really got through to me. And because of that, I mean, I became a student of humanity, I think, you know, like, in the sense that, like, my favorite teachers were the scientist and the librarian and like the history teacher. Like, these were my favorite teachers. It wasn't the English teacher. Like, you know, the math guy was cool, but like, it didn't make it fun. There was no fun in that for me, you know. But the science, like, my science teacher ate chalk, and everybody thought that shit was weird. You know, like, it was enough to break down that barrier and just like, what is it? Like, you know, it took my interest, and I try to do things flashy and loud because everybody's done boring and slow.
Oh, that is true. Well, it sounds like
it's great stuff. Like, I learned it through boring and slow. I just think there's a more fun way to do it. That's all. It gives me connection too.
We absolutely agree. Well, and you keep go ahead.
I actually learned through mistakes. I make lots and lots of mistakes, but I'm like you, constantly making videos and showing people what happens when you don't put your plant into a bigger pot, or what happens if you forget to water and let the soil dry out. You know, like all these things that people will do. So
I think that there's a lot of value in we often, I've talked about this in my own personal journey about, I'm a very private person, and I like to show people the end product. I don't like to show people I don't like to show people like the journey all the time, because the journey is filled with, you know, errors and failures, and so you just kind of want to work through and get that done. But what I'm finding is that well, I've always known it to be true. Believe me, if it wasn't in the public eye, I might not even be on social media. Like, I don't need to be on it personally.
Yeah.
But I have started to understand the importance of it from the standpoint of letting people see the failures and the things, because that is what we learn from. And, you know, my dumb questions that I might ask as a newbie in the space is valuable. And that's what we noticed very quickly, that there were people that were watching our stuff that, you know, a group of cannabis people might go, that's like the most basic of questions. And, you know, it's almost, you know, not that you would do it, but some people might, that's kind of silly. It's like, well, no, it's not actually. It's from that very basic thing that a lot of other people are going to be able to learn from asking that dumb question, that question that doesn't,
That's funny. You said notice very quickly, and the first thing that I noticed very quickly was the unit sitting in front of Kermit the Frog.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm going to say about that unit? Do you see the water in it?
I'm going to say that it looks very clean.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we did a video the other day on how to clean a bong, and that is how you should. If you're going to leave it for another sesh, that's how you should leave
see
it.
that?
Clean water and not.
I was impressed by Kermit. She was impressed by the clean bong. That's the way our
It's
world
hot
goes.
that he's wearing a Supreme shirt.
Equally impressive. Equally impressive. Very perceptive, by the way, too. Yeah, you know what? Kermit was my wife and I was telling you earlier, love thrift store. And so we found that at a thrift store, and I had to take Kermit home. And the bong is the bong's nice. It's a 2-piece freezable beaker bong.
Oh, you got that. Oh, the icing.
It actually, yeah, it's glycerin at the top.
So you put that in the freezer, right?
Oh.
And it doesn't.
Yeah,
It
so-
doesn't actually freeze. It's like a cooler pack. So
Yeah,
when the
so it's
smoke
pretty slick.
goes-
Yeah, no, that it looks so. It's so.
cooler coil. That's what they're called.
Like, okay, I mean, like glass. There's a whole other conversation too. I mean, like I worked in a cannabis glass and accessory store for.
That's how I
for
got
the better-
started.
Better part of a year. So, I learned so much about people, cannabis users, and their preferences through that. Like, there's a lot of really golden experiences through that. Eh? So, you said you worked in one too.
Yeah, so it's so funny. One day back when I actually used to eat McDonald's, it was like 2014 because that's the last year I ate McDonald's. So I was in the drive-through and I was like, puff, puff, pass. What's that? I know what puff, puff, pass is, but like there's a store, and then as soon as it opened, the first week I went in there and I was like, what's going on? I would love to like get a job, and yeah, I started working there, and there was like a lot of downtime because in between customers. So I had my laptop. I spent a lot of time on the computer watching documentaries. And then when customers would come in, like you're saying, you talk to them and then they'd be like, I use cannabis for cancer treatment, or I use cancer for insomnia. And, do you have, I learned what a pollen press was when I was working there, and like the honeybee extractor for the butane and all that stuff. Like I didn't know any of that, and it was a great learning experience talking to everybody.
Yeah.
And I love
Right.
upselling. Like you bought a bong, you're gonna need a bottle of cleaner because trust me, you're not gonna want a dirty bong. And bong, flavored bong water. That was like, I love that stuff.
Well, we know you're in Canada, getting your jacket on and everything.
Chilly, eh?
Oh yeah, it's I smoke in my garage. It's my man cave, right?
Yep.
It's definitely
Okay.
very much. It definitely feels like a cave today. So
yeah,
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking about Blue Monday earlier, and in real life, it's Blue Monday. It would be hard not to be blue today. We literally got slammed with the biggest snowstorm.
yeah, I shoveled my snow. I did my driveway right before I came in.
Now, is that space that you're in? Is that just a man space that men tend to have their men cave, or is that a way for you to get away because your wife doesn't consume? I'm interested in that relationship because we're in a relationship where I don't consume at all, and she does, and you've talked about how your wife.
I did just consume literally.
That's true.
So
Yeah.
it's both because it's not even just about consuming cannabis. It's also about content creation, right? So as I mentioned earlier, I do a lot of like lives on Instagram and things where I'll have
So it's like a
conversations
studio as well.
Yeah, so it is a bit of a studio in a sense. That's why I chose to kind of come in here, and it allows me to just smoke and converse with you and not affect her. Like right now, she's not feeling too well, so she's resting, and that way I don't have to be intrusive. If she wants to watch her show, she can watch her show. But although she doesn't consume, she does assist me in a lot of ways. And I mean, like you both are a testament to it. I mean, like when you do content creation, you're not really just you. I mean, like whether you recognize it or not, you're not usually just a one person gang. There's usually other people that are assisting you along the way, whether it be with the actual filming or like if I do a giveaway as an example, my wife will help with the data input of the names and stuff like that. And people will send her roses in the chat, and like it's become a bit of a personality in it within the Bug Guy brand, as everybody knows Tony, you know, and I think it's great. Like they're the unsung heroes. Is the spouse of the grower, the spouse of the content creator, the spouse of the, you know, newbies and doobies of the world. Like, you know, like without that right support system, it's hard to do what we do.
Yeah, well, you can't see it, but we've got our 12 wives on the other side of the camera.
Yeah.
Excellent.
They help get everything going. Has there ever been? You were talking. I mean, you talked about you and your wife knowing each other back in high school. Is that correct?
Well, no, we didn't. Here's the thing: is we actually I can tell you our story. Our story's kind of neat itself, I think, because my wife and I have only been together for 4.5, maybe 5 years.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm connecting where I thought the story was. Yeah.
We went to the same high school. We had all the same friends and never met.
That's crazy.
We live in a small town, so statistically, it's just really weird. But I will tell you that when we did meet, I fell in love the instant I met her, and I really mean that. I went home. I called my mom and I said, "Mom, I would never believe that I would ever even fathom saying this, but I'm telling you straight up, I met the person that I love the most in life." And I told my mom, I said, "Write this shit down, Mom. I found her." And the crazy thing is like we like realized like we're on the first date, and she goes, "Well, what did you look like in high school?" And I go, "Well, actually, a friend of mine tagged me in a post recently. Like, here." I pull out the picture and I show her the picture. You know what she says? She goes, "That's me on the other side of it." Shit you not. That was her on the other side of the same fucking picture.
What?
Sorry. Oops, sorry.
No, that's crazy.
You can say picture on the show.
Yeah, sorry. So I mean, like, it's really just kind of weird. And then I remember feeling like, when you meet somebody that you love so much, like you almost like, especially in my case, like you feel like, wow, like why? Where were you all my life? Like, and you start to almost feel cheated out of that time a little bit. And then it dawned on me, like, honestly, I had a lot of growing up to do. And I think everybody deserves the person that is good for them. And I try to be the best person I can for her too. And I mean that. I'm not trying to swallow myself up. I mean, I really do mean that. And I maybe just wasn't ready to be what she needed yet. So I'm a firm believer in that. And I think the destiny brought us together when it was right. So
well,
I'm grateful for it. Like I couldn't be D the Bug Guy without T the Bug Gal, you know?
That's sweet. Yeah, the universe works in strange ways. Like Timmy and I, like I feel like the universe brings people back in around the same area. Like we had been close to each other vicinity wise many times over the years of our lives, but we just didn't meet until it was like the right time, I guess. But like our parents live like a couple city blocks away from each other in Toronto, and like 20 minutes to walk from one place to the other. It's crazy how close they are.
Yeah.
We'll get ready to let you go and make sure that she's doing fine. What was it? D the Bud Gal? T the Bud Gal?
T for Tony, yeah.
Was there though a moment of hesitation for her or stress at all in the relationship based on your consumption? Because people often look at us and ask those questions to say, well, one is a consumer, one is not. Oh, that must get, stressful or is
you
there...
had some people in your life that might have been concerned. I might turn.
Yeah. Like, so was there anything in that? Like, it sounds like you guys are in this great space, but was there anything that was connected to that where it caused maybe a hiccup, maybe with outside family relationships and stuff as well?
Not the consumption itself, but the creation. Definitely the creation. Okay. I think when I became a creator, there's a time where you kind of like all of a sudden you're doing things that you're not used to, and things become you feel a little bit like Dorothy and Oz, and you can get swallowed up pretty quickly and easily in it, and you can lose sight of things right in front of you by being in here. So the thing is that like I was never in real super threat of anything, but you know, the important thing is again, it takes a strong person to be able to communicate with you. And it took me a while to see that I was like maybe not as aware in real life as I should have been. So I really offer balance. Like the thing is if you're going to do creation and you're going to have a garden and you're going to work, you have to have a life too. And everything requires kind of somewhat of a balance because it is symbiotic. You can't have it all and just shit on one, right? So you know, as a content creator, like what you do learn is you learn to make your content more accountable. Like you maybe just you spend a little bit of time less, and you take the time to value the time. And I think the other thing too is when you do spend your time with the ones that you love, is you make it count. So you do all those things, and as long as there's good communication, it's always going to work out. But from a consumption standpoint, no, because I grow. Otherwise, but that being said, like there's always that concern that I might be having. Like I have a plant count that I have to keep within, and she's aware of it. You know, she keeps her eye on that and keeps me from maybe overstepping my boundaries a bit. You know, getting that. She keeps me from making those really stupid ideas otherwise. That's for damn sure, you know?
It's so easy to go
If you
over
think the stuff I do is stupid now, you should just imagine how I'd be without Tony, right? So, like,
Well, and
you
it's
know,
so easy to go over plant count too, because when you're making cuttings or popping seeds, you want to make sure you do enough because, you know.
yeah, you do, like, you gotta play with those new rules for sure. And you gotta take time. And I don't know, like, I'm a big fan of it. Like this summer, okay, as an example, I had a pretty big grow last summer, but this summer I'm not even gonna grow like outdoors cannabis this year. I don't think, not necessarily at my house. I might do like an offsite something maybe, but in summary, my wife and I are gonna grow sunflowers there. I have some beautiful selection. Another grower that I met, that connection that I was looking for. That's the benefit of it. Like, you know. So we're at the infamousy of it, but we're going to start a sunflower growing contest on Instagram. Nice. So we're going to spread love and sunshine through Instagram with sunflowers.
I like it.
That's amazing.
You know, put that in your devil's lettuce and smoke it.
What I really liked about this conversation, Dee, is you're clearly a doobie, but you talk and communicate on a newbie level. And I was really caught up in the numerous ways where you used terms or whatever, and you immediately caught yourself and either adjusted or altered it. And there is definitely a teacher in you in that regard. So from a newbie, I just really enjoyed hearing somebody who, once again, is clearly a doobie, but speaks on a newbie level, and that's not easy to do. And so you know,
we definitely need more.
Yeah, so I would encourage people who are listening and following here to connect with Dee on social media. Where can they find you, Dee? Where can they hook up with you? Or not hook up with you?
Yeah, that's Dee's job.
So hi, so I'm at Dee the Bug Guy. So as it likely says in the titling there. DTHEBUDGUY, and I'm also Dee the Bug Guy on YouTube. So I do have a WeedTube account, but I haven't really used it. So I'm kind of guilty that way. But I wanted to put my focus there. And for the growers that are interested in following some of the autoflower stuff, I do have a Grow Diaries account as well. So they're welcome to see some of the more detailed auto grows. I'm kind of coming to fruition as a grower when it comes to autoflowers, and we're always welcome to I can explain some of that to you one day if you like. I'll try and newbie it again. But the correction is because I really think that if you're going to come out and be an ambassador for cannabis, or even take the time to speak on behalf of yourself or anyone else, that we want to be good ambassadors. Like, you know, so we as cannabis ambassadors, we can't all sound like that typical stoner type, and we can't be that puff of smoke at the kids' playgrounds and stuff. Like, we really do have to be cognizant of everybody around us. And if we do that, we're going to be better ambassadors and we're going to be more welcome. So if you're at the beach, take your shit with you. Don't
There's
leave
that
it.
raising the bar again. Raise the bar to break the stigma.
That's it, right? Like, you know, and if you're using cannabis or considering cannabis as a medicine, then take the time to make sure you understand it. And if you've had a bad experience, then maybe consider trying something different. And I'm not trying to get you into it if it's not for you. I'm just saying is that, Timmy, you'd commented yourself, like maybe a different strain or a different type of consumption might that might be the difference for you. That might be the difference that puts you as a doobie too.
You just well, Dee, you just ultimately proved my point. My final question was going to be, because of everything I've seen about the way you communicate, it was going to be share something for the newbies out there, and you naturally just went in and shared a very specific message to newbies. So I'm not even going to ask again. We just really enjoyed this conversation. MJ, any final thoughts, words?
I just want to thank you guys for having the platform that you do and for asking the questions. Like, it does take bravery and it takes commitment. The level of professionalism you both have is second to none. I've done all kinds of talks and different things in that, but nothing on this well-organized level. And normally organization comes at a cost of fun, and you both have not done that. This is one of the most, if it isn't the most fun time I've had discussing this in at least a long time, if not ever. So once again, I look forward to meeting you again in person one time. And being we are so close in that, I know that because of your involvement in the community that we're going to see each other. I will see you at Lift this coming year.
For sure.
I don't know if you guys have reserved booth 0 yet, but
yeah, we're getting it.
We'll be
for
there.
sure.
We'll have our onesies. We'll be there.
I really, and for anybody who doesn't know what that is, I mean, I just think it's so great that you're like, the hell with it, I'm going to Lift anyway. Then you set up, I got my own booth. You clearly decided and you went that it was your event, just like I went and decided that that was my event. And I love that you did that too. So I think that's why we had so much fun.
That's awesome.
But,
well, we definitely enjoyed meeting you there. We enjoyed this conversation, and we do look forward to connecting again.
Yeah,
Yes.
the only one thing I would say touches on content creation, and I'm sure you know this. It's the reason why I think we are being as successful as we are, why we make it look as easy as we do, is because when you're creating content for yourself and not for so much for, like, we do create for other people, but we enjoy what we're doing. And I think that's the most important part, because if I actually cared about how many likes or how many views or all of that stuff, I would lose sleep. I would probably have a lot more gray hair and I would be discouraged to continue on. But I love doing this. I want to educate. I am passionate about cannabis. And the more people like you that we can connect with, the more knowledge we can share. And I'm just happy to be on this journey. So thank you again for
Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you, Dee, for joining us here on the spot with the newbie and the doobie. You can follow Dee the Bud Guy, like you said, both on Instagram and on YouTube. And from there, I'm sure you'll be able to follow everything else. Hugs to T the Bud Gal for us. We'd appreciate that.
Hope she feels better.
I appreciate that.
And we will connect with you again sometime in the future. Thanks so much, Dee.
Awesome.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
We're still in entertainment. Bring it on.
I've got a dewdrop to
Oh,
test
yes.
to test out
So
today.
you
And this is
showed that
made-
to us, but
This is
how does
made
it
by
work?
Dave.
Yeah,
Electric.
Dave, and I'm gonna mess up pronouncing his last name.
Pereras.
Pereras, correct.
Yeah.
Or Electric Dave on Instagram.
Yeah, and he's
He-
also the maker of the Happle.
Correct. And I've got that.
So
right
it's
here.
it's not Electric Dave though.
No, it's electric.
Electric. Electric.
Yeah,
Just so you know,
yeah, correct.
when you're looking for him.
ERRLECTRIC.
Electric.
Yeah.
Electric.
So there you go. This is his
Here,
dewdrop.
hold on now. Here, hold on. There you go.
This is
Yeah.
the dewdrop. As you can see, it's nice and clean, and it's nice and clean because I have not used it yet.
Okay.
On the top of the stem, this is the piece where your hash will stick to.
Mhm.
You light your hash, you stick it in here, and
You
it
like
will
the
flow.
water?
hash?
Yeah, I've put
Hash goes
water.
in the water.
Yeah, no,
Well, no.
there's a glass enclosure.
Oh, okay. I see.
All right, and then
Here, let's make you bigger.
Nice.
Oh.
Wrong one.
Uh-oh. It's not going bigger than that. No. Okay, just go ahead, Al.
Okay, it's probably So there you go. It's hand blown. Dave does them all. And we've seen Dave at many events.
Yeah.
And so now
He's
he
very,
does
very
it.
well known in the community
Correct.
and an amazing blower.
I've got some hash here. Now, what I have found, some hash will work really well, and some hash will melt.
Uh-oh.
And when it melts, it makes it a little harder for it to burn because it's melting.
So yeah, because it's also dripping.
Correct. Exactly. So I got leaves falling on me.
Yeah, you know what? It's really weird here. It was green up until about 3 days ago, and now everything's starting to
Falling.
turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've got some hash burning here.
Do you find you waste a lot with these toys?
No.
No.
Yeah, just gotta make sure it's burning. It's not burning. Come on, hash. I should have maybe put some on here previously. Tested it out. But then I would have smoked it all. Yeah, I got her going.
I haven't had any hash in a while.
So I put it inside there. You can see it filling up with smoke. You just see it doing its thing. It sort of looks like our background.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth. Oh,
Wow,
yes.
nice.
Yes, I like this.
And you could flavor the water as well, eh?
Yeah, I imagine you could. Yeah.
Put a couple of droppings of some terpenes or something in there.
And it's very, very nice. Dave says it's got a new reinforced stem on it here. And I'll tell you, this lid, it's just glass on glass. I have to tilt that to clear the chamber. It seals that well. Yeah, it's got the little bubbler in the bottom. Fork holes. And the handle for this has got some ridges on it, so it's not a completely smooth surface, so it's good to grip onto. And, you know,
and
the thing about smoking hash too is it goes forever.
and what's the price range on those? You could have just said you don't know. Al.
I don't. I don't know. I don't know. Now I can tell you, the apple that I've got, the apple here.
Yeah.
I purchased it at Spirit Leaf in Campbellford, and it's a smaller version. I gotta clean it. This was $55, but it depends on the store, right?
Yes.
So if anybody's interested in one of these,
you can buy direct from Dave.
Correct. Yeah. Check your store, your local store, if you see if they've got one. Oh, stuff.
I was checking out another store. It says it's $55 too.
Pardon me?
I was just checking out a couple other stores. They're $55 too.
$55.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, it's coined one of the best hash pipes in Canada.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
no wonder Nugs was like, we want to brand it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you got a little cough on me, but
yeah, but that's a concentrate for me.
That's right. Exactly.
Any concentrate can make
nice,
a hack.
Nice, and it pulls nicely. It's easy to hold on to. And then it'll be easy to clean, just like the apple will be easy to clean as well.
I put my student glass, I take it apart and put it in the dishwasher on the top.
Well, there you go. I don't know if I put that in the dishwasher, but
yeah, it might be a little too thin.
Yeah, but it's
no.
it's good stuff. So you can check out Dave's Instagram at Electric Dave, ERRLECTERIC Dave. Should have probably pulled him up on Instagram. And here is his page right here. There we go. Electric Dave. Some of his posts of his stuff. Oh, look at that. He's put an e-nail on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see, I was wondering if the top had a different feature because it looks
wow. That is cool. I might be able to do that. I might be able to do that.
You know what? I enjoy I use the student glass more as a bong than I don't even have water in it at the moment.
No, you just use it dry.
Just use it dry with the module as my vaporizer, and throw some shatter in there or some diamonds. I got one scoop of diamonds left. Yeah,
right.
It's my movie watching bong. I don't own a bong. That's the only thing. I use my shatterizer and my student glass.
Now here it is with a banger on it. Is that a banger?
Oh,
on
yeah.
the front of it there?
Yeah, that's. I was wondering because the way the thing, it just looks different.
Yeah.
Here, let's make it
Yeah.
big, Al. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
There you go. Yeah,
that's cool.
funny. I've got like 6 bongs and I don't use any of them. Oh, 7, 8 bongs.
Now he's got.
I've got a glass one, a raw one up there on the shelf, but I don't use it.
See, he's got a bowl on it.
Yeah,
there.
he basically made it like an it's an everything.
Yeah,
That's gonna smoke everything. Flour, concentrates.
yeah. You can see he's changing it out, eh?
Yeah.
The drop.
You're a genius.
Yeah, he did.
Fucking
Yeah.
brilliant. I wondered because as soon as I seen that, I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, I've seen the hash kettle for years, but you look at the hash kettle prices, holy fucking shit. You could buy like 6 or 7 of the Happles.
Yeah.
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 Why would you buy that other thing?
Steven, fuck off.
There he is. Okay, yeah.
That's the e-nail.
With the e-nail on it. Yep,
Oh.
carb. Nice. Nice job, Dave.
Just beauty.
Yeah.
Very
Check out his
nice.
Instagram. Check out his products. No doubt about that. It looks like it's
So
multifunctional.
that's the dewdrop.
Yeah.
Dewdrop.
Yeah.
How many dews does a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Dave.
You should post that in our chat. Post a link to his Instagram in the chat here in the comments.
Yeah,
Oh.
but I think. Oh, hang on.
Yeah. How much dew would a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could
Okay.
drop dew?
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
just repeating to see if I could say.
How much
by the
hash could
seashore.
how much hash could a Happle hash if a Happle hash could Happle hash?
If a hash could happle, or if a happle could hash.
Sound drunk. Yeah.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It is happy 7/10. That's right. Today is July the 10th. It is 7/10. Welcome.
I have
to
my
second-
dabs on my table. What is wrong with you? Oh my god!
That's right. Today is Dab Day. That's right. 7/10. Just as we were going to the opening, holy fuck yeah, it's 7/10.
I wish we had realized that like a half an hour ago. I would have my dabs out here and my torch.
Yeah, well, maybe you can run and get it during the commercial break.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
do
so
dabs in
yeah.
the second half, folks.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, it's 7/10, just like 420.
Yep.
So it's a day to celebrate. I haven't been on Facebook or any social media to find out if anybody's posted anything about it, but I'm gonna assume that there has been. So yeah,
There must be somewhere.
somewhere. Oh, I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. So yeah, there you go. So it's new and exciting. Besides, it's 7/10.
It's 7:10. I just found out it's 7:10. What is new and exciting? Oh, there's ever so much. I am preparing to go back to school yet again.
Oh, yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, so I'm pretty excited. I am when I head out west in August next month. I am going out for two pieces of education. When I return home, I will be a breathwork facilitator and a combo facilitator to add to my list of medicines I work with.
Excellent. Nice.
Yeah.
Good. Always good to get that education in and learn different ways in order to help other people, right?
That's right. That's what it's all about.
Exactly. Well, Buddy Weed says happy 7/10. Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
It's It's not as well known, I would say, as 420, but eventually, hopefully, it will.
Yeah. I'm just playing with settings on my streamer. Everything's new. Again.
Yes, exactly. Remember, I was telling you before the show how last night during the Pace Radio show, all of a sudden something else started to run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there used to be a screen down in the corner on my. Yeah. It's.
Oh, that black screen. Okay, what that black screen is in your comment section. If you go into the comments, you'll see at the top there's a tab. So now, whenever anybody comments, just say Buddy Weed says, "Hey, happy 710 now," or something else, it will show up in that black square. All right. Okay. Just so you know, you could actually say hi everybody and put it in the comment section, and it should show up there. It'll show up in multiple times because it'll go to each of our feeds. See that?
Because I'm everybody today.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. That's cute. Look at that. Oh, I just learned something new. Thank you so much.
There you go. That's right. Exactly. Well, talking about learning something new, we got some stories today in the news that I find, and our watchers and listeners will find that are educational and informative to them. So why don't we get started and get into the news?
Sounds wonderful.
All righty. Today's, we always like to talk about other countries when it comes to cannabis legalization and so on and so forth. So let's get started on that.
Yeah, today, coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference, Switzerland to open consultation on cannabis legalization.
All right, good stuff. Back in February of this year, Switzerland's Social Security and Health Committee of the National Council gave preliminary approval to an adult use cannabis legalization plan by a 14-9 vote. The successful committee vote started Switzerland on a path to modernize its national recreational cannabis laws, potentially. Now, according to the National Council's Social Security Committee, the committee states that public health and youth protection must be placed at the heart of a renewed cannabis policy. Adults must be granted strictly regulated access to cannabis. In addition, to ensure that consumption is not encouraged, cannabis products must not be sold for profit and must be subject to an incentive tax. This is what is provided by the draft by the committee, as I mentioned. So there you go. No profit allowed.
No profit. The Swiss government is reportedly continuing to move forward with the proposal, recently announcing that it is set to open up a public consultation period to allow people and entities to weigh in on the proposal. The legalization of cannabis in Switzerland has reached a new milestone. Last Friday, the Health Committee of the Swiss National Council approved a bill that provides for strictly regulated access to cannabis for adults. This lays the foundation for a possible legalization of cannabis with a focus on public health and youth prevention. This is reported by Cannabis Industry in its original coverage.
Yeah. Now, the legalization of cannabis plays a central role in this bill, which will be submitted for the consultation at the end of August. Civil society organizations, government bodies, and other stakeholders will have the opportunity to voice their opinions until November. That's according to what the outlet says. Now, below are some of the key points of the proposal being considered in Switzerland. So go ahead, get started.
Yeah, so the first few are cannabis will remain classified as a narcotic, and I can roll my eyes at that one if I want. Adult residents can cultivate up to 3 plants in their private residences. Eventual sales will be subject to a state monopoly. Sales must not be for profit. Any profits are allocated to prevention, harm reduction, and addiction support.
Okay, a couple questions on there. Is that 3 plants per adult in the residence?
Adult residents can cultivate up to 3 plants in their private residences.
So like,
I would say that, yeah, like if I had an apartment in Switzerland and it was a 3-bedroom apartment and there were 3 adults living there, we can grow 9 plants.
9 plants. That's the way
That's
I
how I would read it. So.
Yeah, yeah. Now, is the money that's for the profits allocated to prevention, harm reduction, and addiction support, is that for people who are dealing with cannabis, or is that for harm reduction and addiction support for all drugs?
I'm reading that it's it's for narcotics. They're going to keep cannabis classified as a narcotic, and I read that as if sales must not be for profit. All profits are allocated to prevention, harm reduction, addiction support. My guess is going to be for all narcotics.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, vertical integration is prohibited. Advertising is prohibited, including for cannabis seeds and cuttings and accessories related to the consumption of cannabis. So you cannot advertise bongs and pipes and stuff. Tobacco products, that's right. Cannabis products will be subject to an incentive tax in order to limit consumption and directed towards less risky forms. The tax rate will be tied to THC content and the type of consumption. Cantons may levy a monitoring tax and fees.
Okay, so I get the advertising is prohibited. They set that up further, but the accessories to use it again, like as you said, we can or they can advertise that as tobacco use, but. Yeah. So what are they going to do? Put $1 per percentage of THC tax on it or something stupid like that?
Yeah, they're going to tax it by THC content. Yeah. You guys see Buddy Weeds wrote back. He says, "Hi, Cindy, now." In that little spot there. So, yeah. They're going to tax rate, the THC content. So obviously, if you're doing dabs, being at $7.10 today, if you're doing dabs, you're going to pay a higher tax than if somebody was just buying pre-rolls because of the fact that your THC content is much higher. It's like over two times, almost 3 times the strength of a
gram
pre-roll. Yeah, well, even higher than 3 times, depending on the THC that's in the pre-roll. So
so penalties are going to be increased for people who evade the legal market. Yeah. A zero tolerance approach to driving under the influence will be instituted, with anyone proven to have consumed cannabis being considered unfit to drive.
The legalization proposal being considered involves permitting adults to possess a personal amount of cannabis. However, a specific possession limit has not been identified yet. According to the previously cited committee press release, maximum quantities for private and public possession apply. But quantities were not ultimately not specified. So 30 grams or 150 grams, who knows? Currently, Malta, Luxembourg, Germany, and the Czech Republic have all approved national adult use cannabis measures in Europe, with Czechia's legalization law set to take effect January the 1st, 2026. Additionally, Uruguay, Canada, and South Africa have also adopted national recreational cannabis legalization measures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right here in Canada. So there you go. Switzerland is moving forward with their plans to legalize their cannabis. So that's good news.
That's another country on my list of places to visit.
Another place to visit, yeah. There you go. Put it on the bucket list.
On the bucket list.
Moving on to the next story.
Oh, coming to us from Marijuana Moment.
There we go.
DEA said marijuana rescheduling process is still stalled 6 months into Trump administration.
Nice bud. The Drug Enforcement Agency has again notified an agency judge that the cannabis rescheduling process remains stalled under the Trump administration. It's been 6 months since DEA Administrative Law Judge John Mulroney temporarily paused hearings on a proposal to move cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 of the Controlled Substances Act that was initiated under the Biden administration. And in a joint report to the judge submitted on Monday, DEA attorneys and rescheduling proponents said they're still at an impasse.
To date, Movin's interlocutory appeal to the acting administrator regarding their motion to reconsider remains pending with the acting administrator. No briefing schedule has been set, the notice says. This comes 90 days after both parties sent the judge an identical update, albeit with a different acting administrator was in charge.
DEA and the witnesses involved in the interlocutory appeal must provide another update in 90 days, but for the time being, any action on the proposed rule to reschedule cannabis is evidently contingent on the DEA acting administrator, Robert Murphy. Murphy's appointment as acting administrator wasn't widely publicized, but he's replaced Derek Maltz, who subscribes to the gateway drug theory for cannabis, in the role as the Senate considers confirming President Donald Trump's pick to lead the agency's Terrence Cole.
Whereas Maltz, the former acting administrator, made his opposition to cannabis reform known in numerous social media posts and TV interviews before taking on the leadership role, Murphy's position on the issue is less clear, though it is notable that he did speak at an event hosted by prohibitionist organization Smart Approaches to Cannabis in 2018. A summary of the appearance from the group says he addressed the conference on the reality that black markets are thriving off cannabis originating in the states that legalized the substance, and took a moment to remind everyone that medical and recreational cannabis is still illegal under federal law.
Hey, I finally found you. I'm sorry, but the marijuana moment is just jumping all over the place. I'm sure anybody who's watching the screen bounce around understands what I'm struggling with. In May, a Senate committee advanced the nomination of Cole to become the DEA administrator amid the ongoing review of the cannabis rescheduling proposal that he has so far refused to commit to enacting. Cole has previously voiced concerns about the dangers of marijuana and linked its use to higher suicide risk among youth, said in response to senators' written questions that he would give the matter careful consideration after consulting with appropriate personnel within the DEA, familiarizing myself with the current status of the regulatory process and reviewing all relevant information.
However, during an in-person hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee in April, he said, examining the reschedule proposal will be one of my first priorities if he were confirmed for the role, saying it's time to move forward on the stalled process. But again, without clarifying what end result he would like to see. Mulrooney, the agency judge, initially agreed to delay the proceedings after several pro-rescheduling parties requested to leave to file an interlocutory appeal amid allegations that certain DEA officials conspired with anti-rescheduling witnesses who were selected for the hearing.
Yes, I remember reading those reports for sure. The DEA judge initially agreed to delay the proceedings after several pro-rescheduling. You've already read that, right? Stop bouncing around.
Yeah, we're at originally hearings were set.
Yeah. It's not allowing me to go anywhere. I'm trying to go up.
Yeah. So I'll just continue. Originally, hearings were set to commence on January 21st, but those were canceled when Mulrooney granted the appeal motion. He ordered DEA and the witnesses to provide a joint status update within 90 days, which would be this coming Sunday, which it was this coming Sunday, as in like 3 days from now. The appeal came after the judge denied a motion that sought DEA's removal from the rescheduling process altogether, arguing that it is improperly designated as the chief proponent of the proposed rule given the allegations of ex parte communications with anti-rescheduling witnesses that resulted in an irrevocable taint to the process. Yeah.
I've just shown the headline because I can't follow along. It's just going nuts on my screen here. So
okay, did you want me to keep going? It's quite long.
No, I think we've got the gist of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, I'm
It's
going to close that one.
over double in length long, from what we've just read. It's a huge story.
Oh, yeah, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I find it reviews things, but yeah, it was just taking over my screen. So there you go. You got a bit of an idea. It's being installed. It's got another 90-day extension, so there's another 3 months. So you're looking at 9 months by the time that gets to that point, right?
If they
So
even do
that's never
anything
good.
then, right? Because in 90
Yeah,
days, it could
yeah,
be more of the same.
Yeah, exactly. So that's not super good news off the front. So let's move on to the next story and see how things are going there.
Okie dokie. Coming to us from Green State, hemp industry takes another damning hit.
Hemp continues to be a hot button issue across the nation, especially as the market for it grows. The definition of federally legal hemp, cannabis that contains less than 0.3% THC by dry weight, has allowed for intoxicating weed products to sprout up even in states in which cannabis is not legal. Since the definition only names THC, products with other cannabinoids like THCA are legal to sell. With drinks, the dry weight distinction allows for high amounts of THC as water and sugar weigh much more. Many lawmakers have dedicated themselves to closing the alleged hemp loophole that retailers have found. In a recent blow to legalization efforts, Senator Mitch McConnell is seeking a ban of all consumable products with qualifiable amounts of THC.
McConnell led hemp reform efforts in 2018 when the Farm Bill was passed, but has changed his tune. He now finds himself working alongside people like Representative Andy Harris, for whom restrictive policies like the Harris Rider are named. According to Marijuana Moment, while the bill text has not yet been released, sources say the provisions will be identical to the ones passed by the House Appropriations Committee this past June. If passed, all products containing THC, regardless of amount, will be banned. Holy shizzbot. And because it's virtually impossible to extract the cannabinoids found in the plant from each other, CBD items will likely be banned as well. Last month, Harris clarified that the bill does not intend to ban industrial or non-intoxicating products with trace or insignificant amounts of THC, but the bill's language will indeed do so if not amended before Thursday. Today.
Hemp champion Senator Rand Paul has openly opposed the bill, telling Marijuana Moment that it would completely destroy the American hemp industry. In many states, restrictive hemp-focused legislation has already been passed, specifically to regulate the sale of products containing Delta-9 THC. As the hemp drink industry grows and it's projected to reach a $30 billion valuation before 2035, local governments as well as alcohol wholesalers are pushing for the closing of the perceived loophole that hemp retailers exist in. Ooh.
Yeah.
Now, Paul filed an opposing bill proposing that the THC limit be for federal legal hemp 3 times increased. Now, Francis Creighton, CEO and president of Wine and Spirits Wholesalers of America, has also come out against the proposed legislation, suggesting that only synthetic cannabinoids should be prohibited. He and others are adamant that despite Harris's clarification, this bill constitutes a ban.
It sure does, and I'm with him. Let's get rid of the synthetic cannabinoids. If passed, McConnell and Harris's efforts will. Yeah, it was one of my addictions, actually, synthetic THC, and to get off of that was it was one of the hardest things to get off of. So I'm with let's get rid of the synthetic BS because they didn't make it out of love. They made it so they could make money. Yeah. Anyway, If passed, McConnell and Harris' effort will effectively kill the consumable cannabis industry as we know it. It would maintain the legal status of only industrial hemp, which will allow for the plant to be grown for fiber, oil, cake, and other edible products intended for consumption. Other CBD products will be banned, despite containing virtually no THC. The determination for quantifiable amount of THC will also be shifted. Now it will be based on substance, form, manufacturer, or article as determined by the Secretary of Health and Human Services in consultation with the Secretary of Agriculture.
The legal cannabis industry has taken hit after hit for as long as it's existed, and to make matters worse, former allies are now going back on their word as new policies on hemp are proposed and passed. The growing market might be stopped in its tracks before it really has the chance to bloom. And so, like, back to back basically bad stories on the cannabis hemp front, right? So how do Americans feel about cannabis and hemp and all that? Which brings us to our, I just got to find to our next story.
Yeah, this is coming to us from, what publication is this? Let's get pop-ups out of my way. Coming to us from Green State. Do Americans support weed legalization?
Good question. Well, it says here, it's easy to feel like advocating for legal cannabis is a rare position these days. With widespread proposed bans on hemp products, the vicious tax hikes that threaten the still budding legal market, reaching full acceptance is still an uphill battle for many in the cannabis space. Fortunately for them, prohibition is an increasingly unpopular opinion. According to a survey from earlier this year, only about 1 in 10 Americans are fully against the legalization of the plant. Only 1 in 10. The Pew Research Center conducted a survey from January the 27th to February the 2nd of this year. And of those who answered, 87% believe that cannabis should be legalized. Over half of that group, 54% of all respondents, said that the plant should be legal for both medical and recreational use, while the remaining third only supported medical use.
A 2024 survey, also by the Pew Research Center, indicates that 52% of adults in the country believe cannabis legalization is beneficial to local economies, and 42% believe it makes the criminal justice system more fair. 27% believe that if cannabis were legal recreationally, people would use heroin, fentanyl, and cocaine less. Yes. 21% believe it would make communities safer in general. In all of the above questions, more people responded that cannabis being legal would have no impact. Than that it would have a negative impact. Perhaps unsurprisingly, these views were largely dependent on race, ethnicity, age, and political affiliation. Asian respondents were the least likely to believe in both medical and recreational use at 39%, while white and Black adults, 58 and 57% respectively, supported it at a rate above the average. 65% of adults between the ages of 18 to 29 support recreational legalization, compared to merely 31% of those 75 and above. Similarly, 66% of Democrats and Democrat-leaning independents supported the measure, while 43% of the right of center respondents did. So the people between 30 and 74, we just supported 100%. I'm just saying.
Yeah. And it was good to see you in the line earlier there. It almost made you pause there. I think I heard you a little. I could hear you smile.
That less.
Yes, exactly. And you know exactly where I was talking about. Yeah, so people agree that it is a harm reduction tool in order to help people get off of those other drugs.
Absolutely it is.
Yeah.
Absolutely it is. Yeah.
These numbers are all much higher than they were before. Now, in 2023, 70% of adults supported legalization. And in 2000, that number was half of that. As support for the plant continues to grow and advocates arise from all sides of the political spectrum, federal legalization becomes more of a possibility with every passing year. Still, though, recent happenings in the cannabis industry indicate that things are regressing around the country. We just had 2 stories before this that sort of backs up that last line.
Yeah. The plant and the public opinion of it continue to live in a weird space. And while we're all used to this limbo, it'd be nice to have a solid grasp on the culture. In any case, the days of cannabis use being a huge taboo just may be behind us.
Maybe. Let's hope so. Time will tell, right?
It sure will.
Yeah, exactly. All right, break time, bottom of the hour, time to medicate. We'll be right back after our medical session at 7:10 today. So I think I know where Rev Cindy is running to. We'll be right back. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. That's that again. How did I do that? All right, I'm going to choose the commercial because everything's laid out different now, right? So you got to find things. All right, we'll be back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. Happy 710, everybody. You got your stuff out there, did you, Cindy? I've
I've been dabbing during the break.
Yeah. Got my shatterizer out, doing some dabs. Exactly. Woo. Okay, now we got a comment just as we were going to break from Buddy Weeds. It didn't show up on the screen because I shut that off before we go to break, so that way people's messages aren't in the way of the commercials. But Buddy says that He believes that most Americans are not happy with legalization, but are in favor of descheduled cannabis. I agree. They should be descheduling it completely, not rescheduling, descheduling, taking it off.
Yes, we felt the same here in Canada. We don't necessarily like legalization, but it's a step towards where we really want to go, which is, it really should be deschedulized. If we're going to use it as a medicine, it really should be covered like other medicines, and that's why we still got to fight.
The change.
Or one of the reasons we still have to fight.
Correct, exactly. Now, talking about patients and fighting and all that stuff, cannabis. Our next story is ready to go. Is that
Coming to us from Cannabis Business Times, patients with anxiety fuel Pennsylvania's $1.7 billion medical cannabis program. One state's $1.7 billion cannabis program.
Yeah, and the number one use sounds like it's for anxiety. Adding anxiety as a qualifying condition has driven the success of Pennsylvania's $1.7 billion medical cannabis program, according to a university study published this week in the Annals of Internal Medicine. Pennsylvania's cannabis regulators didn't add anxiety to the state's list of 24 qualifying conditions until July of 2019, roughly 17 months after the first licensed dispensary sales began. Now, it became the most cited condition the following year, outpacing chronic pain, PTSD for injury, not disorder, according to the state's Department of Health.
Researchers from the University of Pittsburgh and Johns Hopkins University analyzed more than 1.7 million medical cannabis certifications issued from November of 2017 to December of 2023, determining that adding anxiety fundamentally changed the makeup of Pennsylvania's medical cannabis program. Coleman Drake, who's a PhD, the study's corresponding author, said in a July 7th press release, he said all this. Drake is an associate professor in the Department of the Health Policy and Management at Pitt's School of Public Health. And today, Pennsylvania is the second largest medical cannabis program in the nation, bested only by Florida. And the sixth largest when compared to both adult use and medical only markets based on the 2024 sales figures, with roughly 440,000 active certifications just last year. Pennsylvania's average medical cannabis patient nearly spends $4,000 at a licensed dispensary in 2024, according to the state's Department of Health.
$4,000. There's, just under $400 a month. Wow. Before anxiety was added as a qualifying condition, 67% of the state's medical cannabis diagnoses were for chronic pain, and 16% were for PTSD, according to the researchers. Those numbers dropped to 41% and 11%, respectively, and anxiety quickly became the most common diagnosis at 60%, according to the researchers. I know here in Canada, I believe it was, last I understood, it was arthritis was really high up on that list. Now, while the researchers couldn't pinpoint exactly how many medical cannabis patients switched their qualifying conditions to anxiety or had enrolled in the program for the first time with anxiety as their diagnosis, because many certifications listed multiple conditions, it was clear that anxiety was the driving force in the program's expansion.
Oh, absolutely. And anxiety, if you read back, anxiety is definitely a symptom of both chronic pain and PTSD. And arthritis, they would probably list under chronic pain, because arthritis, as anybody who has it knows that it causes chronic pain. Interesting. More specifically, Pennsylvania's medical cannabis program grew from 436 diagnoses in 2019 to 379.82 in 2020, and from 306 million in 2019 sales to 823 million in 2020, according to the Department of Health. Drake, who co-authored the study with Lynn Tran and Matthew Eisenberg, who is a PhD of Johns Hopkins, warned that the popularity of anxiety disorders as an entrance into Pennsylvania's medical cannabis program could send a misleading message.
Oh, Adding anxiety to the program may inadvertently signal to patients that cannabis is effective for treating it, despite the lack of evidence, which is concerning, he says. At the same time, cannabis may improve some health outcomes relative to the alternative treatments, depending on the individual and their circumstances. Now, Drake said there is more evidence for cannabis as an effective treatment for conditions like chronic pain. However, red tape and funding scarcity due to the federal Schedule 1 classification of cannabis has restricted research and left unknowns. Just think, if you deschedule cannabis, that wouldn't be a concern.
Yeah. The urgency in filing these knowledge gaps filling these knowledge gaps is pretty clear, given increases in cannabis use over the past decade and the large changes in cannabis markets, like those we observed in this study, Drake said. Since California first legalized medical cannabis in 1996, go California, support for reform has grown to an all-time high, including 87% of Americans who say cannabis should be either legal for medical and adult use or for medical use only, according to a Pew Research Center report from this past July, and we talked about that one earlier.
Yes, we did. Well, anxiety is the most common qualifying condition in Pennsylvania. Most of the now 40 states with medical cannabis programs have yet to add it to their list. As such, chronic pain was the most common patient reported qualifying condition in 2022 in the U.S. That's almost a half of them, at 48%. Followed by anxiety at 14%, PTSD at 13%. That's according to an April 2024 report that was primarily funded by the National Institute on Drug Abuse of the National Institutes of Health.
Also, not all state medical cannabis patient populations follow the same patterns. In New Mexico, for example, 47.5% of patients are enrolled with PTSI as their primary qualification as of June 2025, just last month, followed by chronic pain at 27.3 and anxiety at 9.3, according to the state's Department of Health. New Mexico added anxiety as a qualifying condition in January of 2023. Many other states also include anxiety as a qualifying condition, such as Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, North Dakota, Oklahoma, and Virginia.
Meanwhile, Alabama includes panic disorder, and Maine and New York allow certifying physicians to approve patients for medical cannabis for conditions they deem clinically appropriate. And in Pennsylvania, more than 68% of the state's 440,000 plus excuse me, qualifying conditions in 2024. Oh, he's got me again. Listed anxiety as a qualifying conditions on their certification according to the Department of Health. Talking about health, wonder how those people on TV don't sneeze or do something, you just can't control like that.
Yeah.
So, all right, maybe, I think maybe I got an idea how they're just not live. No, it's not get edited out. All righty. We'll move on to the next story.
Okay, coming to us from Neuroscience News, psilocybin shows promise as anti-aging therapy. Get in ya.
Oh, we got a little video down there. We'll close that. Yep. Now, this summary, it says that psilocybin, the active compound derived from psychedelic mushroom, significantly delayed cellular aging and extended lifespan in a preclinical study. Researchers observed a 50% increase in the lifespan of human skin and lung cells, and a 30% increase in the survival in aged mice treated with psilocybin. The compound appeared to reduce oxidative stress, preserve telomeres, and improve DNA repair, all key to the slowing of aging. These key findings suggest psilocybin may one day enhance not just lifespan, but also quality of life in aging populations. All right.
Yeah. Some of the key facts. Cellular longevity. Psilocybin extended the lifespan of human cells by over 50%. 50%.
Awesome.
Improved aging in mice. Treated aged mice lived 30% longer with healthier physical traits. Mechanisms identified, benefits linked to reduced stress, DNA repair, and telomere preservation.
You know, it mentions the 30% longer, but it's also nice to see where it says healthier physical traits. You know, because that shows that, you know, it's making things good, right? So
yeah.
Now they say a newly published study. Yeah, in the newly published study in Nature partner journals, aging demonstrates that psilocybin, a byproduct of consuming psilocybin or psilocin, a byproduct of consuming psilocybin, the active ingredient in psychedelic mushrooms extended the cellular lifespan of human skin and lung cells by more than 50%. And in parallel, researchers also conducted the first long-term in vivo study evaluating this systematic effort to psilocybin in aged mice of 19 months, or the equivalent of 60 to 65 human years.
So they're only starting to
Is
give
that how long it takes them? They're 65 years old when they're only a year and a half in our life, eh?
Yeah, wow, right? So, but they're starting to give the mice psilocybin at the age of 19 months. So, like, it's not like these rats have or mice have been eating them their whole quote unquote adult life. They started at the equivalent to 60, 65, which is really exciting for those later baby boomers or early Gen X people that are hitting that 60 to 65, 70 year now, that the psilocybin, the psilocin can still help. It can still help with that longevity and that, you know, getting better. So results indicate that the mice received the initial low dose of psilocybin at 5 milligrams, followed by a monthly high dose of 15 milligrams for 10 months, had a 30% increase in survival compared to the mice that didn't receive any. These mice also displayed healthier physical features, such as improved fur quality, fewer white hairs, and hair regrowth. Oh, that's catching my hair regrowth.
Wow.
Oh, I think I need to up my psilocybin.
No.
While traditionally researched for its mental health benefits, really hair regrowth. I'm going to go back to that a couple of times, I think. While traditionally researched for its mental health benefits, this study suggests that psilocybin impacts multiple hallmarks of aging by reducing oxidative stress, improving DNA repair responses, and preserving telomere length.
Telomeres are the structured ends of a chromosome, protecting it from damage that could lead to the formulation of age-related diseases such as cancer, neurodegeneration, or cardiovascular disease. These foundational processes influence human aging and the onset of those chronic diseases. The study concludes that psilocybin may have the potential to revolutionize anti-aging, speech impediment. Sorry, folks. Anti-aging therapies and could be impactful intervention in an aging population.
I've got words like that too, Al, that you could tell me, you could say them for me 5 million times, and I'm still going to look at you and go, because I just like, and they're simple. It's really weird. It's hilarious.
That's right.
Yeah. Most cells in the body express serotonin receptors. And this study opens a new frontier for how psilocybin could influence systematic aging processes, particularly when administered, later in life, says Louise Hecker. And she's a PhD senior author on this study and former associate professor with Emory University, where this research was initiated and funded. While much of what researchers know about psilocybin relates to the brain, few studies have examined its systematic impacts. Many people associate psilocybin with the hallucinogenic impacts, but the majority of the cells in the body express serotonin receptors.
Our study opens new questions about what long-term treatments can do. Additionally, even when the intervention is initiated late in life in mice, it still leads to improved survival, which is clinically relevant in helping healthy aging, as Hecker, according as currently an associate professor at the Bayer College of Medicine. This news comes on the heels of KFF's recent report that U.S. life expectancy is still below that of other countries similar in income and size, with an average lifespan of 78.4 years compared to 82.5 years elsewhere. Not only was it the lowest, but as the lifespan in similar countries increased by 7.9 years from 1980 to 2022, whereas the U.S. life expectancy has only increased by 4.7 years.
This study provides strong preclinical evidence that psilocybin may contribute to healthier aging, not just a longer lifespan, but a better quality of life in later years, says Director of Psychedelic Research at Emory University Department of Psychiatry, Ali John Zabari, who's an MD. As a palliative care physician scientist, one of my biggest concerns is prolonging life at the cost of dignity and function. But these mice weren't just surviving longer, they experienced better aging.
Wow. Yeah. Now, Sarah Abbey emphasized the importance of further research in older adults, as well as well-documented overlap between physical and mental health. Emory is actively involved in phase 2 and 3 clinical trials of psilocybin-assisted therapy for depression. And these results suggest that we also need to understand psilocybin's systematic effects in aging populations. My hope is also. Go ahead. No, go ahead. You.
Okay, me. My hope is also that if psilocybin-assisted therapy is approved as an intervention for depression by the FDA in 2027, then having a better quality of life would also translate into a longer, healthier life. It tells us a little bit about the funding, and then it gives you a little abstract here at the bottom.
Okay, I've shut her down. All right, there you go. So psilocybin. It's like cannabis, part of the tree of life, plant of life, however you want to.
100%. I experimented years ago, 2 years ago, because when I was bringing my van home, my first one from BC, I had issues in my shoulders. And for whatever reason, I decided to I had this liquid extract with psilocin in it that somebody had made in New Brunswick. And I kind of like put it in some of my cannabis cream and put it on my shoulders. And it made a huge difference physically going in that way. And, I've told a couple of makers about my findings, and nobody's run with it yet. And I think that is huge. Like topical mushrooms.
Yeah. You just never know, right? Yeah. All right. We'll get on to our next story. Thanks, Leslie, for the thumbs up. Much appreciated. And on we go. Here we go. Next story is up. Ready to go.
Coming to us from 420 Intel. Frequent cannabis use tied to lower cancer screenings?
Yeah. As the legalization of cannabis has become more widespread across several states in the U.S., a recent study found that frequent and moderate users of cannabis may be less likely to follow through with recommended screenings for various types of cancer, including breast and prostate cancer.
I have to run and put the dog out. I'll be right back.
Okay. Filippo Dagnino, MD of Brigham and Women's Hospital, and oncologist, conducted the study, which aimed to evaluate the relationship between cannabis use frequency and adherence to recommended breast, prostate, cervical, and colorectal cancer screenings. The investigators analyzed data gathered from behavioral risk factor surveillance system surveys focusing on men and women deemed eligible for recommended cancer screenings. They explained that the predictor variable was self-reported cannabis use, stratified by frequency ranging from none to 1 to 19 days per month to 20 to 30 days per month. You back?
Okay.
Yep,
Yes,
go ahead.
I am. In addition, the primary outcome variable was adherence to recommended cancer screenings. Pardon me. While a multivariable adjusted model evaluated predictors of adherence. A total of 229,711 patients were included in the analysis, corresponding to a weighted population of 46.9 individuals eligible for screening. According to the findings, high-frequency cannabis use defined as 20 to 30 days per month was associated with lower adherence to breast cancer screenings, adjusted odds ratios, all that stuff, while moderate use, defined as 1 to 19 days per month, showed no significant effect.
So it's a lower adherence to these screenings. So is that saying that people are less likely to go to these screenings when they're a high consumer of cannabis?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, because like you know, like a lot of us. It's not that people don't go for screenings, but like, I mean, I know all kinds of cannabis users that, you know, have put their middle finger up to the medical society with some like with chemotherapy or radiation or any of that. And some of that may be, you know, kind of coming out to the screenings too.
Yeah, that's what I wondered about when I read the story, if that was why the numbers were down on that end. But to wrap up this story, it says that overall high-frequency cannabis use correlated with lower adherence to recommended breast and prostate cancer screenings, and moderate frequency use correlated with lower adherence to prostate cancer screenings alone. The investigators concluded by saying close monitoring of adherence to breast cancer screenings in women and prostate cancer screenings in men with frequent condition or cannabis use might be beneficial. So that's what I wondered when I read the story originally was are people aren't going because they're seeing a difference in their cancers? Yeah. I wasn't sure. They don't really say they don't say, well, just because they're stoned, they're not going. They don't come out and say that. But
no, they're insinuating that.
Yeah. All righty. On to our last story of the day.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, cannabis's Schedule 1 status traps researchers in a paradox, federally funded scientists say.
Oh, for sure. Exactly. Not allowed to study or all these things, criteria. Researchers involved in federal funded clinical trials around cannabis writing a new article in the American Journal of Medicine that further study into the substance is of critical importance, given the millions of patients and consumers in legal states. But they warn that government restrictions stifle scientific exploration of its potential and risks. Classifying cannabis as Schedule 1 substance, writes authors from the University of Maryland Schools of Medicine and Nurses, traps researchers in a paradox. Providing medical value requires studies, yet studies are heavily restricted. We want you to do better studies, but we're not going to give you the tools to do it.
Yeah.
You know, cause a problem.
Yeah. As legalization outpaces science, the paper says, reform is imperative to close the evidence gap and meet society's demands. To expedite studies into cannabis's potential and avoid reliance on untested claims, the researchers say moving the substance to Schedule 3 would ease restrictive oversight by the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, more national institutes of health funding, along with easier access to government-approved supplies of cannabis, could also accelerate trials, they say.
Legislation like the Medical Marijuana Research Act, stalled since 2019, permits rival permits revival. The commentary says, also encouraging fellow scientists to harness public support to dismantle barriers, ensuring cannabis risks and benefits are understood. Now, Dr. Rhea Alfalo Kerbeck, the lead author of the paper and a professor at the UMD School of Medicine, told Marijuana Moment in an email that authors were inspired to write the piece by their experience conducting a federally funded multi-site clinical study into the use of THC and CBD as an end-of-life treatment for agitation in people with dementia.
The regulatory and operational complexities we faced in preparing our site for patient enrollment inspired many of the concerns raised in the article. From navigating the DEA licensing process, securing specialized storage and handling procedures, to establishing an investigational new drug complaint workflow and payment system for participants and caregivers. Every step involved protracted timelines, unexpected costs, and multiple layers of institutional and federal review. These experiences illustrate why so few academic centers are willing or able to pursue cannabis-related clinical research despite widespread clinical interest, she said.
Kerbeck added that while rescheduling would help ease some DEA-related research burdens, it wouldn't be sufficient to address systematic underfunding or the institutional hesitancy rooted in decades of stigma. Public health and the equity are at stake, she wrote. Providers are being asked to advise patients on cannabis without adequate data, while underserved communities continue to face barriers in participation and benefits from the research enterprise.
Okay, I found you again. In addition to ongoing stigma and scarce institutional funding, the New American Journal of Medicine commentary adds that having to navigate multiple federal agencies, including DEA, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, NIH, and others, amplifies complexity of research. Another obstacle to research highlighted in the paper is the limited supply of National Institute on Drug Abuse, the NIDA, approved cannabis.
And why would they have an awesome supply? That would mean they would have something there for people to research. It's best to have a low supply so they can stymie. Yeah. Now, historically, research cannabis was sourced solely from the University of Mississippi through the NIDA, offering low potency, unrepresentative strains, and I think some of it was like 10 years old. In 2016, the DEA pledged to license more growers, but that promise materialized slowly with only a few new supplies active by 2025, limiting access to diverse market-relevant cannabis. Uh-oh, it jumped on me.
Okay, in April of this year, the University of Mississippi was selected to house NIH's new Resource Center for Cannabis and Cannabinoid Research, a cannabis research lab the agency first announced in late 2023. The college will be partnering with Washington State University and the United States Pharmacopoeia with support from a grant awarded by the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health under the
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.